And now, our feature presentation.
Graphic audio. A movie in your mind.
Graphic Audio presents Don Pendleton's Mack Bolan. Narrated by Terence Aselford, with performances by David Coyne, Nanette Savard, Richard Rowan, Christopher Graybill, Casey Jones, Karen Carbone, Tim Carlin, Thomas Penny, James Lewis, James Konachek, Dolores King-Williams, and Mort Shelby. Mack Bolan, number 97, Zero Option.
Zero Platform 1 moved on its slow orbit against a background of star-dappled darkness. The exterior was composed of aluminum and titanium steel, the burnished surface dotted with antennae, signal and scanning dishes, targeting probes. Rings of sensors crisscrossed the platform. The upper section had a row of observational windows that ran the circumference of the dome. The lower, much larger dome could rotate on an internal rail system and held long-range missiles in multiple banks that jutted from the surface like so many metal blisters. Directly above the missile clusters were laser and particle beam weapons. On the central ring of the platform sat a series of smaller missile pods. These were for the protection of the platform itself. The pods were linked to some of the sensor arrays, which in turn incorporated long-distance radar scanners. Picking up the approach of any object, the platform's own defense system would analyze and determine any possible threat. Once confirmed, a series of both verbal and electronic warning signals would be transmitted, giving the object ample time to identify itself. If the object ignored the warnings, it would be destroyed without further delay. A correctly received reply would generate an order to retreat. If that was acknowledged and the appropriate action taken, the matter would be concluded. If Zero didn't receive the expected response, it was programmed to take full punitive action. In essence, nothing was allowed to get within 1/4 mile of Zero without being challenged. Although Zero appeared dormant to the casual observer, that was far from reality. Zero Platform was in a state of hibernation. Within the outer shell, the electronic heart of Zero lay in standby mode. Its main functions were in electronic slumber, waiting. But in its half-life, Zero carried out useful functions. Its information-gathering probes scanned Earth activity. It was locked into a ring of roving satellites, codenamed Slingshot, that had a defensive capability, but that also fed intelligence data into Zero's databanks. Sound and vision were picked up on a global scale. Zero assessed, collated, and fed the information back to Zero's collecting station. That was a minor part of Zero's function, but until the platform was placed on full operational status, it was a useful adjunct. Zero's potential lay in wait. In the ice-cold emptiness of space, endlessly orbiting Earth, Zero had more to offer than simple eavesdropping. It had the capability to become the USA's most potent defensive-offensive weapon. That power would remain dormant until Zero was activated by the one man who would have the platform under his control. Until that time came, Zero would wait patiently, as only a machine could. He was alone, hurt, running for his life from an unseen enemy. Major Doug Buchanan, United States Air Force, was in his early 40s, a physically impressive figure in or out of uniform. He wasn't a man to back away from confrontations, violent or otherwise. He'd flown combat missions in the Gulf War and had 6 confirmed kills to his credit. He was a quiet man, proud of his service career and dedicated to his country's defense. On this particular night, he was running for his life, unsure who the enemy was, but knowing full well that if he stayed near the base, he was going to die. He had already seen many of his friends and colleagues shot down without hesitation by the strike team that had breached the base perimeter. Whatever their identity, the intruders were well versed in the activities of the project. They had moved swiftly, efficiently, seeking out the main defense points and taking out the armed U.S. Air Force security detachment before moving into the base proper, where they had used auto-fire and grenades to deal with the base personnel, both civilian and military. The normally peaceful area had become an inferno of gunfire, detonations, and the screams and cries of hurt and dying people. The intruders moved with trained precision from section to section, firing as they went, then set off explosive packs that reduced the base to rubble. Powerful incendiary devices were also used, sending intense fire in among the shattered buildings, where it devoured equipment and any of the people trapped there. Buchanan had escaped by a simple fluke, physically blown out a window by the force of one of the explosions. He landed in shadow at the base of a wall, stunned but unhurt. He remained on the ground for long seconds, hearing the sound of mayhem all around, and realized that he had a chance to escape if he took it immediately. He crawled along the dusty ground, moving beneath parked vehicles until he reached the perimeter fence. He dragged himself under the wire, following the natural contours of the ground until he was 200 yards from the fence, and rolled down the slope of a dry wash, where he lay in the tangled scrub until the sounds of destruction quieted. When he peered over the lip of the slope, he saw that the base was engulfed by raging fires, minor explosions occasionally sending showers of sparks into the soft dark of the New Mexican night. He could still see the intruders, dark shapes silhouetted against the brighter glare of the flames as they moved back and forth, checking and rechecking, weapons firing when they discovered the survivor. As Buchanan watched, he heard the sounds of helicopter rotors beating the air. Flame and smoke swirled in the rotor wash as 3 dark choppers rode the night sky over the base, then settled. They were on the ground only long enough to pick up the attack force, then they lifted off and rose into the darkness, the sound of their engines fading quickly as they angled off across the empty desert terrain. Buchanan stayed where he was for a while longer, checking in case anyone had been left behind to make a final sweep for survivors. He crouched in the dust, studying the base, his mind trying to make sense of it all. Nothing made any sense. He thought about going to see if any of the base personnel had survived, but he knew the answer. No one could have lived through that attack. It had been too thorough, too professional. His own survival had been due to pure good luck. His duty now was to inform his superiors back in Washington about what had happened at the base. The only way he could do that was by reaching the nearest highway, flagging down a ride, and getting to a secure telephone. Buchanan glanced at his watch and saw that it was time for his medication, which meant that he was going to start feeling uncomfortable in a while. His exertions would only aggravate the situation, but there was nothing he could do about that. All he knew was that since he had undergone the final implant surgery, he needed his medication to stave off the discomfort and the pain of those damn things inside his body. The implant team back at the base had explained that it would take time for his system to accept the implants, and as long as he continued with his medication, it wouldn't be a problem. Now those people were gone, dead, and his medication was lost. The first real twinges started to make themselves known after the first hour. Deep-seated discomfort that became nagging aches radiated through his body. Buchanan kept moving, trying to ignore the sensations that were alien and scary. This was the first time he had really felt them. Up until this night, the medication had kept the discomfort under control, deadening the feel of the implants. It began to feel as if he had living things inside him, and they were waking from a long slumber. They made the skin of his arms and hands itch, where some of them lay just below the surface. It was almost like experiencing tiny electric shocks, and he imagined the implants bursting through his skin and exposing themselves. The thought unsettled him. It was only now, in his current position, that he gave thought to what he had allowed to be done to him. And he had allowed it, volunteered to be the first to undergo the radical surgery that was vital to the project. He had been chosen as much for his service skills as for the inescapable fact that he had advanced cancer. The Air Force doctors had given him no more than 18 months before the disease took him. They had then given him an option, the zero option. a way that he might live longer while still being a useful member of the Air Force. Buchanan had been intrigued and had asked to know more. When it had all been explained, they gave him time to digest it all. That meant time alone, sitting in his lounger, staring out the window at the spread of the country beyond his house, and letting the information seep slowly into his mind. He went over it again and again, at first finding it almost impossible to believe what he had been told. Reason had made its plea, and Buchanan, never one to deny what was staring him in the face, took the decision that would, if everything worked out according to his briefing, alter his life in a number of ways. Acceptance of the program would deny the cancer its victory, but Buchanan's existence would take on a new form. True, he would be alive, but he would be bound both physically and mentally to the machines that gave him that life. Buchanan chose his path because he wanted to stay alive, and he was also curious to experience this radical technology. He was, if nothing else, a romantic in that he viewed the future with open eyes and a willing heart. The thought of space travel and the machines that would take man there fascinated him, and this opportunity he had been presented with would allow him to be one of the first to taste this innovative technology. If it worked for him, it could later be adapted for deep space exploration as a way of overcoming long-distance travel for future generations. If it worked. Buchanan had been given the downside of the project. It wasn't guaranteed to be 100% infallible. His participation was as a guinea pig. He would be monitored on a 24/7 basis. Every breath, every movement would be recorded, discussed, analyzed, until there was a definitive answer one way or the other. His private life would be near non-existent, and even when he slept, his vital signs would still be monitored. There would be nothing he would say or do that would go unrecorded in some way. There would also be discomfort during the initial stages. It would take time for him to become used to the implants as they slowly integrated with his own system, remaining dormant until the time he took up his position within the project itself and became as one with the machine that would assimilate him. The concept scared the hell out of Buchanan at first, and he had some sleepless nights. But he was a man full of curiosity, and he threw himself into the Zero program. As well as his innate need to know more, his being part of the project meant he had little time to dwell on his developing cancer. The massive information he needed to absorb took over his waking hours. The project medical team also had him on a course of drugs designed to hold back the pain of his disease, so the weeks following his acceptance of the offer were extremely busy ones, allowing no time out for self-pity or periods of reflection on what might have been. The weeks passed in a blur, leaving Buchanan little time to think about anything else. Much of his waking time was spent with Dr. Saul Kaplan, the man who had both created and helped direct the entire project. Kaplan was a man of many talents, one of them being his ability to both sympathize and to stimulate Buchanan when the strictures of his disease and the effects of the Zero treatment became overwhelming. The two men had become good friends. Buchanan had looked on Kaplan as his mentor, his advisor, and he was both shocked and dismayed when he was informed that Kaplan had withdrawn from the project. Something had made the creator of Zero step back and analyze what he was doing. For whatever personal reasons, Kaplan had gone, leaving no indication of where he had gone, or why, or whether he would be back. Buchanan had felt betrayed, lost. His only contact with reality had deserted him. He spent a few days in contemplation of his future before his natural optimism returned, and he had, for want of no other avenue, thrown himself back into the project. Gradually, things had returned to normal, or whatever passed for normal in Doug Buchanan's new world. With his implant surgery behind him, Buchanan allowed himself to be immersed in the next stage of the project, spending hours connected to the computer database as it filled his head with information and instructions, the neural net inside his body drawing in the streams of data and filing them away for when they would be needed. And then the attack had come. One quiet night, when even Buchanan was relaxing. As with most surprise attacks, it came suddenly, shockingly, the New Mexico night ripped apart by explosions and auto-fire. Now he hoped he could stay alive long enough to alert his superiors. The temperature had dropped considerably, the desert air chilling him. He tried to keep on the move, knowing that if he stopped too often for too long, he might not be able to resume his walk. With his medication long overdue, Buchanan's pain had become extreme. His body cried out for relief, and he was alternately hot, then cold, his joints aching where the implants were bending with his own living tissue, the neural network beginning its slow, agonizing transformation. When he checked his watch, he saw he had been on the move for 3 hours. He wasn't sure just where he was, but after a position check, he knew he was walking in the right direction. The highway was dead ahead. It had to be. Doug Buchanan was no beginner when it came to search and locate procedures. It was something the Air Force drilled into its pilots from the start of their training. How to walk out of enemy territory with the minimum or total lack of any guidance equipment. They learned the location of stars in the night sky, the way to ensure they were on course without the aid of a map or compass. So no matter how hurt he might be, as long as Buchanan could use his eyes and determine his position, he would locate the highway. If he had been in prime physical and mental condition, Buchanan would have heard and seen the old red Dodge truck coming. He had just come across a dusty, tire-marked dirt road when his dulled senses warned him of danger. It was a shade too late. The instincts that had walked him across trackless miles of empty desert failed him at the last moment. Maybe he was tired, weary from fighting off the effects of the change taking place inside his aching body. But he didn't see the pickup truck. It came barreling out of a dip in the trail, tires throwing up clouds of dust as it crested the rise only yards from him. The unexpected glare of the headlights engulfed Buchanan, pinning him against the desert backdrop like a butterfly to a collector's board. He half-turned, throwing up his hands to shield his eyes from the light. All he saw was the wall of light, then it was on him. Buchanan made a desperate lunge to get out of the way. The front of the truck caught him a glancing blow. Not hard enough to kill him, but forceful enough to throw him in the air. He came down on the side of the track, hitting hard, coming to rest against a jutting outcrop. Stunned, his body in agony, Buchanan picked up the sound of the truck's brakes and doors. Then he heard voices closing in on him.
What'd you do? Run over a jackalope?
Shut up, I hit someone.
Shit! What's he doing out here?
Let's get him up.
He felt hands touch him. He tried to resist, and that was all he remembered. Jack Grimaldi pushed through the hangar door and made his way to the office on the far side. He could see Jess Buchanan through the glass partition. The young woman was bent over a high desk, working on a flight plan for an upcoming charter flight. The Stony Man pilot had known the young woman for some months, ever since she had been caught up in a mission involving Able Team. Grimaldi had stepped in when Jess had been threatened, dealing with the perpetrators. Since then, he had visited her on Nassau whenever he could. The pair had a natural camaraderie that allowed them to enjoy each other's company. This particular visit had added interest. Grimaldi had persuaded Mack Bolan to fly across to Nassau. The executioner had taken one of his infrequent R&R breaks, and Grimaldi had gained a deal of satisfaction when Bolan had agreed to join him. The soldier had met Jess once before, so they were all anticipating a few quiet days. For Bolan and Grimaldi, it would be a welcome break from the ongoing visits to the war zones and the ongoing struggles against the evil that ravaged the world. Jess glanced up as Grimaldi neared the office, waving a hand behind the glass. As usual, when working, she wore coveralls and a long-billed baseball cap over her blonde hair. As he drew near, he slipped an arm around her slim waist and kissed her on the cheek. Buchanan turned her head to eye him.
Ah, is that the best you can do?
During office hours, you never know when the boss might be around.
I am the boss, remember?
Well, so you are.
Now, that's more like it.
Your lips say, but...
I'm sorry, Jack. I guess I'm still thinking about that phone message. I know it's crazy, but I get the feeling there was more to it. I know I haven't seen Uncle Doug for some time, but he sounded strange, like he wasn't sure about things. Damn, it's hard to explain.
You'll know him better than me.
I hope he calls again. Last time I saw him was when we buried Dad. Now he calls and I'm out. And what did he mean about keeping quiet about his call? Not talking to strangers? Jesus, Jack. He needed to tell me something, and I missed his call.
There's no way you could have known he was going to get in touch, Jess. Likely he'll call again. Don't beat yourself up.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
So, what's on the agenda today?
The choice is yours.
Lunch. Then waste time till Mike arrives. Figure we'll work something out from there.
I'll need to tidy up. Get into some clean clothes. Can you wait while I do that?
I can do better. How about I come and help?
If I let you do that, we'll be eating at midnight.
Romantic meal under the stars sounds good. Before she could respond, the sound of the hangar door being slammed open caught her attention. Through the office window, she and Grimaldi were able to see a group of 5 men. They paused to locate themselves, then started across the hangar floor, one hanging back to cover the entrance door. Who were they, Jess?
I've never seen any of them before.
Do they look like potential customers to you?
Not impossible, but I somehow don't think so. They look more like FBI or IRS.
Jess moved to the door and stepped through into the main hangar, followed by Grimaldi. For some reason, he felt himself growing tense. There was something almost official about the group. Not just the uniform way they were dressed, but more in the way they handled themselves, how they walked, checking out their surroundings, one of them hanging back to cover the door, slightly turning so he could see out across the strip. He kept his right hand close to the fastened button on his suit jacket, just so he could quickly get to the shoulder-holstered handgun he was carrying. Grimaldi had already spotted the slight bulge under every jacket. It was so slight that it would be missed by the average citizen. But Grimaldi was no average citizen, and there was no way these people were customers. His suspicions made him step forward, slightly in front, blocking Jess from the men. His stance, outwardly easy, told them he was on the alert, watching for any problems. What can I do for you?
Are you Jess Buchanan, mister?
No.
Then I don't have business with you, and you are interfering with mine.
I'm Jess Buchanan. What do you want?
We need you to come with us. No arguments, no questions. You just do it.
Just like that? You walk into my place and I do exactly what you want?
Now, there's a good girl. You see? No fuss, no bother.
Wait a minute.
I already gave you an order, mister.
Order? Where do you think you are, pal? This isn't a military base, and you're no damn squad leader, and I'm no grunt.
No?
Grimaldi caught movement off to his left. One of the suits lunged, his move fast and smooth as he arced in at Grimaldi. His left hand, previously at his side, rose to show the dark configuration of a hard-looking compact shotgun. The guy brought up the weapon, securing it with his right hand, and he was already into his swing as he stepped around the lead man. Grimaldi brought up an arm to ward off the blow. The solid steel barrel cracked against his forearm, the blow delivered with maximum force. Grimaldi swiveled hard, his right hand catching Jess's shoulder, pushing her aside as the lead man went for her. As she stumbled out of the immediate area, Grimaldi swung his right hand and caught the lead man across the side of the face. The blow stung, and the man's head rocked. Anger in his cold eyes, the shotgunner slammed the butt into Grimaldi's side, cracking ribs. The others were moving in now, dark shapes converging on Grimaldi. He was no slouch when it came to defending himself, and he used his moment of freedom to set himself, gritting his teeth against the swell of pain from his broken ribs. The pain was sharp, sweat popping across his face as Grimaldi forced himself to fight back. Grimaldi had the satisfaction of seeing bloodied faces before the overwhelming odds closed around him, and he went down under a deluge of blows from weapons and feet, which started to wear away his resistance. He tasted blood in his mouth. A savage kick drove in over his left eye, splitting flesh to the bone. He felt the hot gush of blood, which washed downward and blinded his vision.
Let go of me, damn it! Get your hands off of me!
Jess was struggling in the grip of the lead man. He held her with little effort, a crooked grin on his tight face. She reached out and took hold of his short blonde hair, yanking hard.
Ah, bitch!
The last thing Grimaldi saw was Jess going limp, her mouth bloody, eyes starting to glaze over from the blow.
Jess!
Someone stamped down hard on Grimaldi's left hand, breaking several fingers. Grimaldi felt himself being hauled up off the floor, pinned against the bench as more blows landed on his body. He made a vain attempt at resisting. His attempts were brushed aside. As his body began to shut down, oblivious to the continuing beating, all Grimaldi could recall was the final expression in Jess's eyes. It had been one of pure terror, and then he went under.
Dr. Wells to ER, please. Dr. Wells to ER. Dr. Howard, Dr. Fine, Dr. Howard, report to surgery.
Mack Bolan stood as the white-coated doctor came into the waiting room. The medic held out a hand, gripping Bolan's firmly.
Mr. Grimaldi?
Belasco. How is he?
When you called, you said you were family.
Maybe I should have added that I'm all the family Jack has, Doc. We work together. Right now, my friend is in trouble, and I want to know how he is.
All right, Mr. Belasco. I'm headed for the nurse's station, if you don't mind walking along.
Bolan followed the medic down the hall and to the private room.
Jack Grimaldi was brought in about 5 hours ago. He had taken one hell of a beating. We have 3 broken ribs on his left side. Came close to puncturing his lung. He also has 3 broken fingers in his left hand. In addition, his upper torso, arms, and face are showing severe bruising associated with the beating he took. He has a slight fracture in his right cheekbone, and it looks like someone kicked him above the right eye. Left a deep gash. His eye is swollen, so he won't be able to see for a while. In non-technical terms, your friend has been well and truly worked over.
Are any of the injuries life-threatening?
No, but he's going to be out of action for a while.
Is he awake?
You want to see it?
I understand he needs rest. I'm not going to be there long, and I'm not about to put him under any kind of stress. I just need to see him for a couple of minutes, then I'm gone.
If I say no, you'll just keep pestering me. Am I right?
Pestering is one word for it.
I've already sent the police away when they wanted to question him. So why am I letting you in?
Did the police ask as nicely as I did?
Here we are.
Bolan could see Grimaldi's prone shape on the bed through the ICU room's glass wall. Bolan eased into the room. The lights were low. As the soldier stood beside the bed, looking down at his friend, Grimaldi's good eye opened, and he stared up at his visitor.
I'll be outside. And I'll be watching. Any signs of distress, and I'm hauling you straight out. He's been sedated to ease the pain, so he might not be fully awake.
Understood. And thanks.
Hey, Sarge. Thanks for showing up.
I'm gonna make this quick. Your doc's got his eye on me.
Sarge, they took her. They took Jess.
Who were they?
I don't know, but they looked like they had military training at some time. The guy in charge had close-cropped, white blonde hair. I got one in on his left cheek before they put me down.
Any idea why they wanted Jess?
The only thing I can tell you is she told me she'd had a call from her late father's brother. Jess was out at the time, and he left a message on her answering machine. She hadn't had contact with him for some time. He's in the Air Force, Sarge. And his name is Doug Buchanan. The call came out of the blue. Jess said he sounded like he was under some strain. He warned her not to talk to anyone about hearing from him, and to watch out for strangers. Coincidence? What could they want from her, Mac?
Let me worry about that. One way or the other, I'll find out. You rest easy.
Thanks.
Bolan introduced himself as Belasco in the security hut at the chartered airstrip next to Nassau International Airport. The security man, Earl, was a soft-spoken man in his late 50s.
My name is Earl. How's Jack?
He'll pull through. That beating he took is going to keep him in hospital for a while.
Damn shame. I like Jack. He and Jess made a nice couple. I know he couldn't get over here to see her as often as he wanted, but when he did, he always had a good time. Jess got real excited every time he called to say he was coming in.
After it happened, were the police told?
They sent an officer after I called. He took my statement and had a look around. The thing was, the place was pretty quiet when it happened. Hardly anyone around. The cop who came, well, he didn't put much effort into things. Problem is, the police are down on manpower. They didn't even send down an experienced officer. He looked like he just got out of training school. He was a kid, hardly knew the right questions to ask. Listen, Mr. Belasco, I know you're a friend of Jack and all. I just wonder what's going to happen to Jess. Where is she? What do those people want with her?
I don't know, but I want to find out. Earl, you mind if I go in and take a look around?
You take all the time you need. I got a phone in my booth. Anybody shows up, I'll make a call to Jess's office.
Bolan made his way along the strip, crossing the concrete apron that took him by other charter companies until he was able to spot Jess Buchanan's place. He walked through the open hangar, making his way to Jess's office. He hadn't expected to find anything visible to offer any information. Bolan went directly to the telephone and checked the number. He took out his cell phone and speed-dialed Stonyman. The call was bounced off the satellite link and rerouted through a series of cutouts to the farm.
Price.
Barbara, it's me. I'm at Jess Buchanan's charter. I need background on her uncle, Major Douglas Buchanan, United States Air Force. Also, the details on a call he made to this number, 6335-555-8875.
I'll get Bear on it. How's Jack?
Not at his best right now. He's gonna need some time to recover.
Listen, Stryker, we'll make sure he's looked after. What do you need?
For now, that check on all recent incoming calls to Jess Buchanan's number. The only connection with her disappearance seems to be this out-of-the-blue call from her uncle. Doug Buchanan didn't want Jess to say anything about his contacting her. Sounds like he was expecting problems.
You think maybe he's in trouble with the Air Force?
Right now, I don't have any idea. Look into his background. See what you can find. If he was in trouble with his own people, I can't see them handling it the way it happened. You gonna have any problems getting information from the Air Force?
Let me worry about that. I'll call the minute we have anything.
Okay, thanks. I'll stay in touch.
When he stepped outside again, Bolan took a slow look around the immediate area. He almost missed the security camera set on a corner of one of the adjacent buildings. Bolan took a walk across the concrete apron until he was standing under the camera. Turning to look back, he saw that as it panned from left to right and back again, it would scan the frontage of Jess Buchanan's building. Bolan made his way back to the security hut.
Earl, when the cop was here, did he ask about the security camera that overlooks Jess's building?
Matter of fact, he didn't. Like I told you before, he was nothing but a damn rookie. To be honest, Mr. Belasco, I didn't give it much thought myself. This whole thing got me so I'm forgetting things. I'm getting too old for this kind of work. They should have a younger man here, but they won't pay the money.
Earl, tell me you still have the tape that was in the machine when Jack and Jess were attacked.
I should have it, if the night man hasn't reused it. I'm gonna feel bad if it's been wiped. Let me check.
Earl moved to a shelving unit fastened to the wall and began to sort through the cassettes stacked there.
Aha! I got it.
Earl crossed to the monitoring desk and sat. There was a VCR unit under a large monitor. When the image came on screen, there were date and time indicators in the bottom right of the screen.
Give me a minute. Let's fast forward this. Okay, here. There's Jack arriving. Wasn't much else happening that afternoon. Let's fast forward again. Okay, there's a light-colored car. White, maybe light brown. Not long after Jack arrived. Come to think of it, I don't recall seeing that car come in. Wait, I remember. About that time, I went across to the admin building. I got a call from one of the payroll clerks. They messed up my paycheck the previous week, and he wanted to talk to me about it. I locked the hut and went over. Guess I was away, maybe 20 minutes, that's all.
Bolan was watching the on-screen activity. 5 men emerged from the car. They were all dressed alike in dark suits and moving like a squad of soldiers.
Damn. If I hadn't been called across to the admin, I might have seen these people come in.
And you might have ended up like Jack, or worse. Now, let's fast forward to the next action.
Earl sped up the tape until the moment the men emerged from the building. One of them crossed directly to the parked car and opened the rear door. Jess Buchanan was being led out to the car. She appeared dazed, having to be supported between 2 of the men. She was maneuvered inside, the rest of the group quickly following. The last man drew Bolan's close attention as he took his time to look around before climbing into the car. White blonde hair, cut short. Taut features, one hand reaching up to touch the left cheek where a dark bruise was visible. Cold eyes staring straight ahead. A dangerous man, angry at being resisted, liable to react violently. Bolan studied the face, stored it away for future reference. Here was a man the executioner wouldn't forget, and he also knew that sooner or later he was going to come face to face with him.
Earl, can we see the license plate? I need to run down that number to see if I can locate that car.
I can tell you where it comes from. Cadence Cars, local rental agency. I recognize the number sequence. They have special plates for rental cars. Makes them easy to trace if they get stolen. We get a lot of tourists driving in for flights.
Thanks for this, Earl. If I don't get to call back, I appreciate what you've done.
Wish it could have been more. I'll drop by the hospital sometime, have a few minutes with Jack. Mr. Belasco, you gonna bring Jess home?
I'll give it my best shot.
Bragnola!
It's me. I'm back at the motel room. Anything come through on the information I gave to Barbara?
I was afraid you were going to ask that.
Complications?
We've run Doug Buchanan's name through the military computer banks, and all we come up with is a blank. It's like he never existed. And Bear detected some kind of a trace string. It tried to get into his system, but he blocked it.
Meaning someone got interested when he flagged up Buchanan's name.
Bear's trying to follow the trace back to its source. In the meantime, the rest of the cyber team is doing what it can to find something about Doug Buchanan from the other data banks.
Anything on the incoming call from Buchanan?
Not yet, but we won't give up on it.
Okay.
You find anything at your end?
Picked up something on the people who attacked Jack and took Jess Buchanan. I need a little more time down here before I can come home.
Stryker, are you seeing more than a simple abduction here?
Let's say I'm starting to become curious. I'll be in touch.
Bolan stepped into the office of Caden's Cars. The woman behind the counter glanced up as he entered. She was dark-skinned, her black hair worn in a short style that accented her striking features. Pinned to the front of her pale blue blouse was a name badge.
May I help, sir?
Well, that depends. I need some information about a recent rental.
I'm not sure I understand.
I'm an agent with the U.S. Customs Service, Agent Mack Bolan. Right now I'm working undercover, tracking a group of people we believe are committing crimes around the islands. They were in Florida before they moved here. A few days ago, they rented a car from you. Sorry to drop in on you like this. The problem with working undercover is I don't get much time to warn people I'm coming. Right now, I'm under pressure to keep up with this group. They could move on at any time.
We only rent out cars. I don't know anything about these people.
Well, I understand that. I'm just trying to pick up some information.
Shouldn't I ask to see some identification? I mean, how do I know you're who you say you are?
I don't carry ID because I'm working undercover. But I can give you a number you can call. My base in the U.S. They'll confirm anything you want to ask. If there's a problem, I can come back with some paperwork. The trouble is, it takes time, and by then these people will have moved on. Look, I don't want to make a fuss. I need your help, Karen. I really do.
What is it you want to know?
Any details they might have put on their rental form. I'm just trying to get hold of something we can use to track them. They rented that car.
Bolan pointed to the vehicle outside. Karen made a decision. She turned and went to a metal cabinet. Opening a drawer, she riffled through the files and pulled out a sheet of paper that she placed on the counter in front of Bolan. He scanned the information. He took a pen from his pocket, then used a sheet of paper and copied out 2 items that might provide some information on the people who had taken Jess Buchanan and attacked Jack Grimaldi. Driver's license and credit card details. If they had anything to offer, Kurtzman and his team would drag it to light. It was time to leave Nassau and get back to Stony Man.
Thank you, Karen.
I hope you catch them.
Attention passengers. United Airlines Flight 393, departing for Nassau International Airport, is now boarding at Gate
After
12.
Bolan's plane touched down in Washington, D.C., he placed a quick call to Stony Man.
Price.
It's me. I'm on home ground. Just got in. I need a ride to base.
On its way to the usual pickup spot. I thought of coming out myself.
That would have been nice.
Then I figured you probably wouldn't have time to buy me a meal, so I decided to wait here for you.
So it comes down to me being just a meal ticket?
A girl has to look after the priorities.
You're a hard woman.
Really? I always thought of myself as pretty accommodating.
Someday we'll have to define your interpretation of accommodating.
I'll talk to you later.
Later.
Welcome to Washington Dulles International Airport. Please use only the areas designated for loading and unloading.
Bolan left the terminal. As he slid the cell phone into his pocket and turned toward the rendezvous area, he felt the prod of a gun muzzle against his spine and heard a voice close to his ear.
I don't give a damn if you die now or in a couple of hours, Belasco. I prefer you staying alive long enough to answer some questions. You just give me the option. The car is gonna stop right here. We climb in, you keep both hands where I can see them, bag on your lap.
Bolan remained still. He calculated the odds and decided he needed to wait. The carry-on slung from his shoulder would hamper his movements, so any action against the gunman would have to come later. For the time being, the executioner did what he was told. The car rolled into view, a Dodge Intrepid, swinging in to pull up directly in front of Bolan. The insistent prod of the gun warned the executioner that his captor meant business. Bolan opened the rear door and slid inside the car, moving across to sit directly behind the dark bulk of the driver. The man with the gun moved quickly, crowding in against Bolan, pulling the door shut with his free hand.
Let's go.
The car eased away from the pickup point and pulled into a lane of traffic heading away from the airport. The soldier felt an experienced hand move over his body, checking for weapons. The gunman found nothing. The cell phone Bolan carried was plucked from his pocket and tossed to the floor of the car. Satisfied, the gunman pulled back from his captive, making space between them. He kept the muzzle of his pistol, a .45 caliber Glock 21, pointed in Bolan's direction.
You make yourself hard to find, Mr. Belasco. Almost missed you back there. Makes me figure this isn't something new to you. I prefer to deal with professionals. Get yourself a damn civilian and they'll likely fall apart once you show them a gun. You know what I mean? Hell, sure you do. You don't say much, do you, friend? Suit yourself. There'll be time to talk once we hit base. Plenty of time. And incentives. Like whether you want to stay alive. Hey, ease off the gas pedal, Baczynski. Remember what the man said, low profile. Don't attract attention. Remember? Piss off the enemy in this town, the mothers give you a speeding ticket and ask all kind of questions.
And the answers would have to be pretty damn good to explain asshole back there.
No need to insult our guest. He could turn out to be important.
Looks like a shit nobody to me. Give you odds he won't have a thing to tell us. Waste of time picking him up. We should dump him in the Potomac right now.
Just do what I tell you, Baczynski.
Yeah, all right.
Bolan watched the city slip by. A moderately heavy rainfall started slowly and glazed the windows, limiting Bolan's sense of exactly where they were. Baczynski was ducking and diving, moving about the road system with ease, taking side roads and sometimes seeming to double back on himself. The trip lasted almost 20 minutes. Then Baczynski slowed and rolled the car down a ramp that led to a basement parking area beneath a large office building that displayed for rent signs on the outside. As the car cruised across the parking area, Bolan glanced out the side window. The place was deserted except for a couple of cars standing near an access door at the far end. Baczynski parked near the other vehicles. The gunman climbed out and walked around to Bolan's side. He opened the door and indicated for him to get out. The soldier dropped his bag on the seat and stepped out.
Stay here. Keep an eye out. We don't want any surprises.
Suits me.
The gunman guided Bolan to the access door. They went through and found themselves confronted by stairs and an elevator door.
Elevator.
Bolan pushed the button and heard the elevator start its descent. The door opened and he stepped in with the gunman close behind.
8.
The large office suite held a desk and a few plastic chairs. 3 men stood at the room's wide windows, looking out through the glass at the rainy night. They turned as Bolan and his escort entered the office. Bolan's escort stayed a few feet back from Bolan, the handgun held steady, making no concessions, even though they were no longer alone. A blond man paused in front of Bolan, his hands clasped at his back.
This him? He say anything?
No, sir.
You know why you're here, Belasco?
Maybe you'd better tell me.
Questions. You've been asking questions. At the charter strip, talking to the gate man, then the car rental agency. Now, why would you want to do that?
I don't know. Why would I?
Maybe you're looking for someone, same as we are. Douglas Buchanan? Or maybe you know where he is and your job is looking out for him.
That sounds more likely. Ask him if he knows where Buchanan is.
Fair question. So what's the answer?
The blond man's lips tightened against his teeth. He sucked in his breath, glancing over Bolan's shoulder at the gunman who had brought Bolan in. The executioner picked up the sound of rustling clothing and knew that a blow was being aimed at him from behind. Bolan held for the briefest of moments, then bent at the waist, felt the rush of air as the gunman's swing passed over his shoulder, then lunged upright. He saw the gunman's arm blur into view as it passed harmlessly over his shoulder. He made a grab for it, twisting and jerking down so that the arm was brought across the top of his shoulder. Pushing to his full height, Bolan snatched the Glock from his adversary's fingers, then yanked down hard on the man's arm with enough force to break the bone. The .45 round from the Glock drilled through his heart. The moment he pulled the trigger, Bolan dropped into a crouch, the Glock tracking in on his next target. A lean guy sporting a blue sport coat over a tan shirt hauled a handgun from a hip holster. He raised the weapon in a two-handed grip, seeking Bolan, but the executioner had already changed position and his newly acquired pistol fired first. The wounded gunner struck the window behind him. The glass bowed slightly, then threw the dying man face down on the carpet. Bolan had already located his next target. Bluecoat's partner was clawing for his own weapon. Bolan's slugs drove him to the floor in a spray of blood and a lot of pain. A third shot to the head put him out of his misery. The blond man had already moved, turning, ducking as he lunged for the door. He went through a fraction of a second before Bolan could track and fire, and by the time the executioner cleared the door, the corridor beyond was empty. Bolan made for the door that gained him entrance to the stairs. He went down fast, conscious of his partial exposure, yet knowing he had to get clear of the building before possible reinforcements showed up. He had no way of knowing if the blond man had additional backup, and he didn't want to find out. He hit the fourth floor landing. As he turned to take the next flight of stairs, the access door was banged open, and a pair of armed men rushed onto the landing. Bolan knew he couldn't take the stairs without catching a bullet in the back. He spun, reaching out with his left hand. He put his palm over the closest face and pushed hard, ramming the guy's skull against the concrete wall. The man slumped to his knees, gun falling from his hand. The second guy eyed Bolan, then made the mistake of checking out his partner. The soldier saw the guy's hesitation, as slight as it was, and took his chance. It was, as always, seizing the moment and turning it to his advantage. He turned fast, coming around from the right. Bolan's forearm struck the guy's gun hand, knocking it up and back. Maintaining his sweep, Bolan stiff-armed his left fist into the guy's throat, hard, feeling flesh and cartilage cave in. Bolan grabbed the gun arm of the choking man and twisted until the joints snapped. The guy dropped his gun, which fell into Bolan's waiting hand. The other gunner had started to climb to his feet, clawing his fallen weapon from the floor. His eyes were searching the area immediately behind him as he completed his stand. The last thing he saw was the raised gun in Bolan's fist. Then the world blew up in his face. The weapon put both slugs into the guy's head. The impact knocked him back against the wall, and he hung for a moment, surprise etched across his face. Then he slid down the wall, leaving behind a trail of bloody debris. As he hit the floor, he gently toppled face forward. Bolan bent over the corpse and picked up the fallen handgun, another Glock 21. He slipped it into a pocket, then frisked the guy for any extra magazines he carried. He also located the guy's wallet and pocketed it for future reference. The other man was on his knees, close to unconscious, his shattered arm hanging limply at his side. He offered no resistance when Bolan searched him for spare magazines for the Glock. 2 more went into the soldier's pocket. Before he moved on, Bolan ejected the magazine from the pistol he was using and snapped in a fresh one, making sure the weapon was ready to go. He took the final flights of stairs until he reached the basement level. He eased the door open a fraction and peered through. The Intrepid was in the same place, with Buczynski waiting beside it. The man was upright, taking his job seriously, his pistol in his right hand, held against the side of his leg, out of sight but ready for use. Bolan scanned the surrounding area. There was no cover between the doorway and the Intrepid. Bolan double-checked, then shoved the door wide open so that it swung back against the wall. Buczynski snapped his head around at the noise, his right hand bringing his weapon up as he dropped to a shooter's stance, left hand following to brace the butt of the Glock. Bolan had stepped immediately to the right of the door, his own weapon tracking his intended target. The soldier put both slugs over Buczynski's heart. The enemy gunner leaned sideways, the Intrepid's fender holding him upright. The gun dropped from his hand. Bolan had closed the gap by this time, and he stepped up to where the man lay. He went through Buczynski's pockets until he located the vehicle's keys. Bolan released the brake and shifted into reverse, spinning the wheel so that the Intrepid moved in a wide circle. As the car moved, Buczynski toppled face down on the concrete, a thin trail of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth.
He got away, Colonel. There's no other way of saying it. He took out my guys and got away. I only got away myself by a hair. Sorry, sir, I let you down.
These things happen, Ryan, so don't get paranoid over it. What next, Colonel?
Get yourself organized. I'll arrange cleanup for the casualties. It might be necessary for you to call in and see Senator Stahl. He could have some information for you.
On my way, sir.
Colonel Orrin Stengard crossed the room, staring out through the window, watching the rain falling from a slate-gray sky. The weather suited his mood at the moment. He wasn't angry, rather more disappointed that the capture of the man from Nassau had failed. Stengard didn't like surprises, and the way this stranger had appeared on the scene, checking out what had happened at the Buchanan Charter Company, and then going to the car rental agency, suggested he was more than just an acquaintance of the Buchanan woman. The way he had handled himself when taken by Ryan's men seemed to confirm he knew what he was doing. Stengard crossed to his desk and picked up the phone. He punched in a number.
Yes?
It's me.
Problems?
Nothing that's about to wipe us out. I need you to do some checking. My people have identified an individual asking questions in Nassau. We picked him up when he touched down at Dulles. He was taken for questioning, but he got away, taking out the snatch team in the process.
Security agent? FBI?
That's why I'm calling. We don't know. All we have is a name. Mike Belasco. See what you can find out and get back to me. I need to know if this man is backup. The last thing I need at this point are agents crawling all over us.
I'll do what I can.
Hello?
Eric, Stengard here. Have you had any more problems with Randolph?
Only what I told you last time. Why?
There's someone asking questions. Digging into the Buchanan thing on Nassau. He killed some of Ryan's men when they took him for questioning. Right at this point, we know nothing about his background. I've just spoken to Behringer and asked him to run a check on the man. It occurred to me that Randolph might have put him on our case. Got him to do some rooting for information he can use against us.
Damn. I wouldn't put it past Randolph. It's something that old bastard would do. Hire someone to check out his suspicions. Let me go and talk to him. If the old coot won't play ball, you can have your people take him out. How's that sound?
Sounds exactly like what I'd say if our roles were reversed.
Randolph always goes to his club mid-morning. I'll catch him there.
Do it, Eric. Let's brush off these annoying flies, so we can concentrate on the important things.
Senator Eric Stahl confronted Senator Vernon Randolph in the quiet of his private club. Stahl was a member himself, and this wasn't the first time the pair had faced off. Stahl was aware of how serious a threat Randolph was. Stahl had made the decision to remove him, regardless of the senior politician's decision. There was something about Randolph that unsettled him. In essence, Randolph was too much of an honest man. He didn't make it obvious. He didn't preach, nor did he try to press his views on others. Yet his standing in the Washington environment was unmatched. Seated across from Randolph, Stahl felt the older man's blue eyes fixed on him. Randolph's gaze was unflinching.
Eric, we have had this conversation before. Too many times. I am not interested in your proposal.
From someone who admits to being a patriot, I find your reaction disappointing.
Why? Because I refuse to advocate your policies? Destabilizing the elected government of the country? Agitation? Almost an invitation to an armed uprising.
Go out and ask anyone on the streets, Vernon. Ask them what they feel about the way the government has sold this country down the river, weakened it, taken away our right to freedom and the true spirit of the American way.
Well, that kind of rhetoric only appeals to the lowest intellect, Eric. Is that how you expect to gather your supporters? Where are you going to find them? In the gutters? The downtown bars and lap-dancing parlors?
Might work, too. Vernon, we shouldn't be arguing like this. At a time like this, we should be joining forces, not playing word games.
Eric, I mean every word I say. Please don't get confused. I despise your intentions, your policy, the people you associate with. It hasn't escaped my notice that you're in bed with Orrin Stengard. He's your military clone, a warmonger who would bomb any country that dared to defy him. The man is a throwback to the 1950s, a different time and a different army. He should have been retired years ago. Thank God the man doesn't have his finger on the button.
Be careful what you say about my friends, Vernon. I might have to send Orrin to see you one dark night.
Eric, you're either very stupid or extremely arrogant. I'd have to choose the latter. Not that it makes all that much difference. What you're considering is ridiculous in the extreme. And do you honestly believe I'm going to sit back and pretend I don't know what you intend to do?
Vernon, I realize you're a man of high principle. I've always admired that part of your character. But I have to say, in this instance, it might not be the wisest choice. It could turn out to be unhealthy, to say the least.
Don't try to frighten me, Eric. I've been in politics too long to worry over words. At my age, threats tend to add a little spice to a life that's run for a long time.
Playing the hero doesn't suit you, Vernon. Believe me, you wouldn't like what I could do to you.
I intend to go ahead with the investigation I've been considering. You have something to hide. You're searching for Doug Buchanan, and you have an unhealthy interest in the Zero Project. I'm going to drag it all out of the shadows and into the spotlight. The moment I have solid proof, I'll take it to the president. You have my word on that.
All right, Vernon. However you want it.
Eric, do your worst, and to hell with your damn games.
A good analogy. Just remember that games all have one thing in common. A winner and a loser. And you know well enough, Vernon, that I hate to lose.
Stahl returned to his office immediately to meet with Cal Ryan and his team.
The equation can't be that difficult to grasp. If Buchanan is out there looking for some kind of sanctuary, there's only one man he'll look for.
Senator, don't play fucking games. And pardon my language.
No, you're right, Mr. Ryan. Excuse my indulgence. The man we need to locate is Saul Kaplan. Find Kaplan, and Doug Buchanan won't be far away.
What's the connection?
Kaplan brought Buchanan into the Zero Project, chose him as the man who would inherit Zero as his savior.
You mean Buchanan is the guy who gets to sit in the control seat?
Exactly. He was chosen because he has all the military skills, is a man with a strong moral sense of right and wrong, and he has terminal cancer.
We playing games again? They were going to put a dying man in charge of Zero?
2 reasons, Mr. Ryan. Buchanan was aware that on his own he would have been dead in a couple of years. But once he became part of Zero, his biological functions, including his immune system, would be taken over by the machine. It would replace his natural bodily awareness and integrate it into the biocouch. Zero's capabilities are far in advance of anything in existence. You can appreciate why I want it under our control, Mr. Ryan. Our control alone.
I'm starting to, Senator.
With Zero in our hands, there won't be a nation that would dare to even think about threatening the U.S. We would be in total control of the nation and have the ability to make our enemies toe the line. If they refuse, Zero could be used to make them see sense.
The ultimate authority.
Zero tolerance, Mr. Ryan. Zero tolerance.
Can we be certain Buchanan will head for Kaplan?
I believe he will. Buchanan has no one else to turn to. The Zero Project was hit by an unknown force, destroyed. No one is certain by whom. We suspect foreign interference. Regimes who see the threat Zero would pose to them. Which is why we need the project up and running, to counter such threats. If we bring Zero fully online, anyone contemplating a strike against the U.S. is going to know they would be under Zero's scrutiny. To answer your question, Buchanan is a man out in the cold. Who can he trust? He'll understand his position, and he'll know he's a wanted man. Saul Kaplan was his mentor, the one man he knows he'll always be able to turn to. If Buchanan calls, Kaplan will help him.
Where do we find Kaplan?
Right now, we don't know where he is. Kaplan vanished from his university post weeks ago, just took off. Could be he's heard from Buchanan in the past few days, and the pair have arranged some meeting. We have to follow it up. Everything there is on file about Saul Kaplan. Use it and find him. We need them both alive. Kaplan has knowledge about Zero we can use.
Ryan nodded. He gestured to his team, and they followed him from the room, leaving Stahl alone. He remained seated for a while, then stood and crossed the room. He lingered at the window, watching Ryan and his people as they climbed into their vehicles. Stahl stayed there until the cars had driven out of sight. He made his way to the desk in the corner of the room, picked up his phone, punching in a number sequence.
Are you available, Oren? Good. Where? That's fine. An hour?
Stahl arrived 10 minutes early, which gave his security team time to check out the area around the meeting place. It paid to be careful. A man in Stahl's position needed to be cautious. He knew he had enemies. There was no point in making it too easy for them.
All clear, points east and downstream, Senator.
All clear, points west and upstream, Senator.
Stahl's team climbed back in their car, and Stahl made his way down to the canal. Even though his car was some distance away, he knew his security man would have him in their sight. Stahl allowed himself a moment of calm. There was no doubt, he told himself, America was a beautiful country. It had everything a man could ever want or need. It was worth defending from those who looked at it through envious eyes. Terrorists, religious fanatics, countries who saw America as their adversary, the do-gooders and the liberals, even in America itself, who wanted to weaken it from within, the government legislators, the communist sympathizers. The list was long. The threats came from abroad and from within America's own borders. It was sometimes hard for Stahl to believe that America had been built by far-seeing, hardy pioneers, men and women who had crossed the primitive continent, creating the strongest, richest nation in the world. They had done it from scratch, using their bare hands and their burning desire to be free. In the end, they had done just that. It had taken decades, spilled blood and the bones of the dead who littered 100 dusty trails. But they had achieved a miracle. And now there was another miracle, the technological wonder that could only strengthen America against her enemies. The zero option was ready and waiting, the ultimate weapon. In Stahl's eyes, even if the current administration brought it online, it would step back from utilizing the weapon's potential. Stahl would not hesitate to make the world fully aware of Zero and what it could do. His first act, once he was installed in the White House, would be a practical demonstration of Zero's capabilities. There was nothing like a hard strike to show the world America meant business, and a hard strike was what Stahl intended. Then the world could look on and see that the new American government meant what it said. Just thinking about the enormity of his scheme unsettled him. Once he embarked on it, there would be no turning aside. It would have to be seen through to the end. There was no doubt that there would be a global outcry, condemnation, accusing fingers aimed at America. But what could they do? With Zero online and able to target anyone, what could they do? Damn them all. America needed a hard man at the helm, someone not afraid to take on the bitchers and the whiners and the appeasers, a man who could tell the enemies of the U.S. to go to hell because the country had the best, the finest, the most deadly weapon under its control. Once Stahl had Zero in his camp, he could bargain his way into the White House and show the American people he wasn't fooling. And when he had the administration firmly manned by his people and the military under the command of Oren Stengard, then it would be the turn of the global community to see that America had turned the corner and was really back as the strongest nation on Earth. Stahl flicked ash from his cigarette and watched it fall into the water at his feet. He felt a little better after his internal rant. Sometimes his bitter feelings got the better of him, and it proved therapeutic when he gave vent to them. Stahl turned and saw Oren Stengard walking toward him. He was in civilian clothing, sharply creased slacks and an expensive leather jacket over a pale cream shirt.
Eric, you made this meeting sound urgent.
I wouldn't have asked to see you if it hadn't been.
So?
I was correct. Randolph has been making more of his threatening noises. I offered him the chance to join us, but he turned the offer down point blank.
Is it bluster? Or does he actually know something?
I think he's starting to become suspicious. You know what he's like. He's worked out you and I are close. He also knows about Buchanan being alive.
How the hell did he find out about that?
Not from me. Look, Oren, that old bastard has been around for a long time. He has contacts all over, a finger in every department of the administration and the military. He's a one-man CIA. He's done favors for so many people you couldn't read the list on a long weekend. That man has survived so many changes of government, it's worth a fucking medal.
All right. So, what does he want? A payoff? In on the deal? What?
I'll tell you what his intentions are, Oren, and believe me, I know what I'm saying. Randolph wants to take us down. The man is a dinosaur. He has principles and morals. He doesn't have enough at the moment, but the minute he does, he'll take his findings to the president and spill beans all over the fucking Oval Office carpet.
We get rid of him, then. No ifs or buts, Senator. Randolph has reached the end of an exceptional life in politics. It comes to us all, Eric. None of us is immortal. You have any problems with Randolph's imminent demise?
Do I look like a man with a problem?
To be honest, Eric, yes you do. You need to learn how to relax. Tension never won any battles. Go with the flow. See the problem, work it out, and send in the troops.
I have to hand it to you, Oren. Here we are getting ready to make a hostile takeover for the government of the United States. We have teams of covert mercenaries on the loose, a fully armed orbiting weapons platform over our heads just waiting to be switched on, and all you can say is, relax. How the hell did you get where you are in the military?
By following my instincts. Letting the other poor idiots run around and get sweaty. Watching them work their butts off so they were old men before 40. I waited and listened, and took the chances they were too scared to tackle. They fell behind, while I moved up the promotion ladder. And before you say it, yes, it was as easy as that. The military and politics are not so unalike. We plot and connive, cultivate our allies and get rid of our enemies, build up a store of favors we can call in. Make sure you always have your back to the wall, and an eye out for the main chance. After that little speech, I think each of us should watch the other. After all, Eric, aren't we after the same thing? Total power, high positions, and control of the most awesome piece of hardware ever conceived? Tell me, Eric, do you still trust me?
If I told you, it would place me at a disadvantage.
Spoken like a true politician.
Can I leave you to deal with Randolph?
Good as done. By the way, have you ever heard of a man called Belasco? Mike Belasco?
Name doesn't mean a thing, should it?
Nah. Forget I asked. You'll not hear it again.
Bolan was on his third coffee when Hal Brignola arrived. He took one look at the soldier and reached for the pot himself. Brignola looked like a man who hadn't slept for a long time. He took a long swallow of coffee, leaned back in his seat, and stared at his old friend while he formed the words he wanted to speak.
What the hell is going on, Stryker? I was hoping you could tell me. I'd planned to spend some R&R with Jack on Nassau. I touched down and found out it had gone to hell. Jack in the hospital, Jess Buchanan kidnapped. I picked up some information on the perps and headed back for the mainland, only to get hijacked at the airport and ended up having to fight my way out of a bad situation. That's it. I dropped off the security tape I located at Jess Buchanan's airstrip. Bear is running it through the computer now to see if we can get some names for the faces. End of story. Now it's your turn.
You up for another ride?
Sure, why not? I'm not even going to ask where.
One of your admirable qualities, Stryker. Flexibility.
Don't push it.
We'll check with Bear before we head out.
Aaron Kurtzman was alone in the computer room. He spun his wheelchair away from his workstation as Brignola stepped into the room with Bolan shadowing him. One look at the executioner's expression, and Kurtzman knew it was no time for levity. He had been updated on what had happened from the moment Bolan had arrived in Nassau.
I ran your security tape through the military database. You and Jack were right with the military connection. I came up with 2 positives. Your blonde guy's one Calvin Ryan, ex-Army, retired a couple of years back from his last unit. Worked his way up through the ranks. Quite a record. The guy's a professional, a hard hitter. Desert Storm, Grenada, headed a team of infiltrators for his commanding officers, and you'll like this, Colonel Orrin Stengard.
Steel and Thunder Stengard?
The one and only. Makes all the other hardliners look like pacifists. The guy's always in the news with his views on why America needs to pull up the drawbridge and turn the country into an armed camp. Given his way, he'd have kids in school being taught weapons drill and issued with M16s.
Any idea what Ryan has done since he left the military?
Nothing on file.
You said 2 IDs.
Only got a clear image on one other man. Paul Meeker.
One of Ryan's former military unit?
How'd you know that?
Just a guess.
Every time you start guessing, I get a cold finger down my spine. You have any other insights?
One observation. Oren Stengard has been known to associate himself alongside Senator Eric Stahl, another might-is-right believer, and a man who has more than a passing connection with the armaments industry.
Connection is a nice way of putting it. The Stahl family has been in armaments since the 1930s. It's where he gets his money. The man is worth billions.
Is this the Eric Stahl who fronts the third party?
Stahl is the third party. The guy wants to be president. He was elected on his manifesto in his home state because he has one hell of a following in the Fortress America camp. We might not like his views, but a lot of people do. Stahl makes no concessions to political correctness or tiptoeing around the issues. He says it as he sees it. The country is losing face and the ability to defend itself because we fudge the issues, let our enemies tell us how we should act. According to Stahl, we should think of the U.S. first, and if it upsets the rest of the world, so what? Time we left.
You guys on a date?
See what you can come up with on the wallet and the car rental details. Check those Glock pistols as well. I'll catch you later.
You know where to find me.
Rain pelted the helicopter as it touched down on the well-tended lawn behind the White House. The pilot shut off the power and the rotors began to slow, making a soft pulse of sound as they cut the air. A pair of dark-suited Secret Service agents came out to meet Bolan and Brignola as they ran across the grass to the entrance that would admit them to the president's residence.
The president is expecting you. Would you both come this way, please?
The agents led the men to a thickly carpeted hallway that deadened the sound of their passing. They paused at the door to the Oval Office.
The president is ready to see you.
Bolan let the big Fed step inside first, then followed close behind. The staff member retreated, leaving the men alone with the President of the United States. The man came from behind his desk, holding out a hand to greet Brignola. The President's jacket was draped over the back of his chair behind the desk, and his sleeves were rolled up partway to his arms.
Hal! Sir?
Glad you could make it, Stryker. Did Hal fill you in on the details?
No, sir. I wanted this to come directly from you when the three of us were together.
Bolan waited until the man had taken his place behind his desk, then settled himself in one of the comfortable chairs facing the desk. Brignola sat on his left.
Cards on the table, gentlemen. We have a problem brewing, and you, Stryker, however you want to call it, seem to have become involved. Not the first time that has happened, either.
No, sir.
Hal has given me the details of your involvement from the start up to the present, so we don't need to go through that again. I also understand that your people at Stony Man are working on material Stryker brought back with him, Hal? Yes, sir. And we do have some feedback already. It's a little early to give us definite connections, though.
Cards on the table. I'm picking up a feeling of urgency, so I'm going to play my hand. From evidence I picked up in Nassau, and the people who were waiting for me at the airport, we came up with two names. The man in charge of the team who took Jess Buchanan and attacked Jack Grimaldi is an ex-military man named Calvin Ryan. The other man is Paul Meeker. Meeker was part of Ryan's special ops team. Their commanding officer in the Army was Colonel Oren Stengard, and Stengard is a known associate of
Senator Eric Stahl. Hal, what do you make of this? Right now, they're just names and tenuous connections, Mr. President. But in the context of what I'm about to explain to Stryker, don't you feel those connections are too strong to ignore? As we're off the record, and this goes no further, my personal feelings are that Stengard and Stahl are involved right up to their necks, Mr. President. On past records concerning their political and personal views, I have to admit to being downright biased against them. That wasn't too hard to say, was it, Hal? Happy now?
Getting there.
One thing Senator Stahl and I agree on is the defense of the United States. Where we part company is on the application of any defense system. Eric Stahl is a shoot-first, consider-the-implications-after kind of a man. I have no problem with having the best defense system available so that we can, as a nation, be in the position of having full protection in times of crisis. I do not see a defense system as a means of threatening or bullying other nations. However, we live in perilous times. We moved into a new era in the wake of September 11th.
The world has changed. We need to change with it. Peace, however defined, has to be worked at. It's going to take a hell of a lot of talking, and in the meantime, there are still going to be those states and groups, terrorists, if you will, who refuse to take the quiet option. So, gentlemen, we need to be able to protect ourselves from those rogue states until such time as we can step back from the firing line. We owe that to the people of the United States. 3 years ago, a project called Zero Option was conceived and initiated by the U.S. In simple terms, Zero is a self-sustaining, orbiting weapons platform. Its purpose is to act as a defensive deterrent. Because of its capability, no potential enemy of the United States would be able to launch anything against us. Once Zero detects a launch, it responds by targeting it with its own built-in missile system. The incoming missile would be destroyed while it was still in flight. Zero is equipped with detection and tracking capabilities of the highest specification. The system has been tried and tested. The tracking system is locked into the slingshot satellite ring we put up earlier.
We had a run-in with the Chinese and the North Koreans over that. Some run-in. From the way you're talking about Zero, Mr. President, I'm guessing this orbiting platform is up and running.
Construction and final interior equipping was completed 6 months ago. There was a great deal to do. You have to appreciate the sophistication of the interior systems. Once all that had been given the all-clear, Zero came partially online. A secondary function of Zero is information gathering and transmitting to our Earth command station. Coupled with Slingshot, Zero can pinpoint any known location, listen, and watch what's going on. That part of the Zero platform is already operating. We have, in essence, the best observation station in existence.
That isn't the whole story, sir.
No. Zero's primary function is still on hold, and it will be until the final piece of the puzzle is in place. That brings me to why you're here. But first, I have to explain the way Zero will be controlled. A somewhat unique way.
Having to do with Doug Buchanan?
Doug Buchanan will be Zero's guiding hand and decision-maker. The platform can perform its mechanical functions, yes, but every one of those operations requires a command decision initiated by human intelligence. An intelligence that can assess the parameters and reach a decision based on experience and the capacity to make judgments with considerations for the consequences. Something a machine doesn't always regard as necessary.
So Buchanan will be in command of the platform.
This is where your knowledge of Zero stopped before, Hal. Now seems to be the time to bring you and Stryker up to speed. Doug Buchanan will become part of Zero, yes. But I mean a part in the sense that a process will assimilate him via what is termed a bio-couch. His physical body will fuse to the couch, the connections being made by neural implants designed to merge living matter with the implants already within the couch. In the simplest terms, Buchanan will become Buchanan. Don't ask me to go into too much detail, because Saul Kaplan lost me after the first couple of pages. Research into this field has been going on behind the scenes for years. Saul Kaplan has been one of the most energetic participants in the advancement of this science. When he put his concept forward at the start of the Zero project, we realized just how far he had gone. This man-machine bonding hadn't been part of the Zero equation until Kaplan showed interest. The man is brilliant, creative, and he had everything mapped out when he made his presentation to the oversight group.
How did Buchanan become part of this project?
You mean, why would a man offer to put himself through such a trauma?
Yes, sir.
Doug Buchanan is a serving officer in the U.S. Air Force. Impeccable record. He's also a man who loves his country and has dedicated himself to serving it any way he can. Not unlike the people in this room right now. We each do what we can in individual ways. In Doug Buchanan's case, he had reached a point in his life where he needed to make a critical decision. He has an incurable cancer. It will kill him, and there isn't a damn thing anyone can do to stop it. That was true until Buchanan and Kaplan came together. Saul Kaplan offered Buchanan a way out. I have to admit it turned out to be the most dramatic way, but once Kaplan had explained it, Buchanan volunteered to join the Zero Option Project. The merging of Buchanan to Zero means the BioCouch will replace many of Buchanan's bodily functions. Zero will both nourish and monitor his life patterns. It will, as I understand it, kill off the cancer cells and sustain his life for as long as he remains integrated. His life expectancy will be extended, and the pain he would have experienced from his cancer will be eliminated. There will be, of course, substantial changes in his level of physical ability.
He won't be able to leave this BioCouch?
Exactly. But as Buchanan himself said, by the advanced stages of his cancer, he'd be confined to a hospital bed anyway. At least with Zero, he would still be able to contribute something. Doug Buchanan is an intelligent, forward-thinking man. He took a long time considering the options open to him. There was no pressure on him. No one had any right to push him into something like this. I made that a stipulation when Kaplan first came to me with the concept. Buchanan's decision was related to his life as it would be if he decided not to join Zero. In the end, he came to me and we discussed it at length. He saw the challenge in the project, looked on it as a step forward in his own life, and something important for the defense of the country.
So what happened?
The project was established at a facility in the New Mexico desert. This had been closed down some years previously, and when Zero came along, it was decided this facility would be an ideal place, isolated, with all the things Kaplan would need. The facility was reopened and equipped under Kaplan's supervision. The Zero team was composed of only a small number of technicians, plus Air Force personnel and security. They worked day and night to have everything ready for when the Zero platform reached completion. They were almost there when a nighttime strike by enemies unknown destroyed the facility, the equipment, and the personnel. By the time a rescue team arrived, the facility was totally destroyed. Everything. There were no survivors. The intensity of the explosions and the thermal devices used had reduced the place to ashes. Even the bodies were consumed to the point where it was impossible to make a count. I have to mention something at this point. Saul Kaplan had removed himself from the project some time back. He lost faith in the whole thing, I believe now due to some conflict he had with the Air Force Command. I didn't learn about this until too late. He simply walked one day. Apparently he refused to do what they wanted. I had some heated discussions with the people involved and made it clear I wasn't pleased with their behavior and attitude. But the damage was done, and we were too far along to abandon the project. I'm telling you this because I did speak to Kaplan some time later. He had taken a post as a lecturer in a Midwest university. Even though I apologized for the attitude of the Air Force, I was unable to persuade him to return. In the end, Kaplan hung up on me. I took that as his final no.
Is this a way of saying Kaplan might be involved in the strike against the facility, sir?
This wasn't revenge by a disgruntled ex-worker. Saul Kaplan is too much of a decent man to even consider something like that. Don't forget that his protege, Doug Buchanan, was at the facility. Kaplan wouldn't do anything to hurt that man.
Are there any theories on the strike force?
Nothing yet. We believe it may be the work of some foreign organization that may have found out about the Zero project and was simply making an attempt to prevent it becoming a reality. There are nations who would feel unjustly threatened, even by the thought of something like Zero watching over them. Think about it, gentlemen.
How was Buchanan's survival picked up?
A locator chip was inserted into his skull during the initial implant operation. A miniature transmitter, no larger than a pinhead, apparently. It gave out a constant signal to a listening device at the facility. There was also a duplicate device here in Washington at the Defense Department, a backup. After the strike, the signal went down. It was assumed it was because Doug Buchanan had died. By chance, the line was left open. Or perhaps someone was hoping against hope. The upshot was that Buchanan's signal started up again about 8 days ago. No one knows how long it had been transmitting before it was spotted. There was a trace put out, but the signal stopped again before a fix could be established. It came on again 2 days later. Since then, it's been intermittent, and for the past couple of days, nothing. It could have been damaged during the attack on the facility. But at least we know Doug is alive.
The signature from the signal chip was his, no doubt.
Going back to the strike, we now know that Doug Buchanan survived. He's on the run somewhere. Someone wants him. The attack on Jack Grimaldi and Jess Buchanan suggests these people want Buchanan alive.
Doug Buchanan also carries a code sequence inside his head. It was implanted along with the neural net. That code will bring Zero fully online. The weapon arrays will activate, and Zero becomes a fully armed platform.
If Senator Stahl and Colonel Stengard got their hands on Buchanan, they would be in an extremely powerful position.
Which is why I want Doug Buchanan back in safe hands, Stryker. Our hands. The other possibility to be aware of is this unknown organization that carried out the original strike, getting to know Doug Buchanan is still alive. If they do find out, I anticipate further attempts to kill Doug.
I understand the need to keep this between ourselves, sir, but there must be a few people around you who are aware of current happenings. Someone could be involved in leaking information. It has to be said, sir.
Yes, I understand, of course. I have at least 3 people on my close staff who have knowledge about Doug Buchanan's resurfacing. The information was passed along before I could do anything to keep it under wraps. And yes, Stryker, and I'm aware that any one of them could be passing that information to, shall we say, interested parties. As I said at the commencement of this meeting, no one knows why you and Hal are here. I told no one about the reason for your visit. Be that as it may, I'm not so naive as to believe someone could make an educated guess.
As long as we all understand that, Mr. President, you need to find out who and get them out of earshot.
I understand your concern. Any leak from here could be placing you in the firing line.
And anyone else involved, sir.
Me?
If the people we've been theorizing about are as hostile as we believe, you could be in danger on a close-up and personal level, sir.
You mean a last resort if the Zero thing doesn't gel?
Bottom line, yes, I do.
If we're going along that road, we have to consider the team from the original Zero project. Many of them are still involved with Zero. Work is going on to resurrect the project, and now that Buchanan has shown up, it means we could still bring Zero online. If we can locate Buchanan and have him brought back into the project.
I'll have that coffee now, Mr. President. I need it.
Find Douglas Buchanan before anyone else, and Saul Kaplan, too, if you can. He could be in danger as much as Buchanan. At this moment in time, Stryker, you are the one man I can trust above everyone else. With the exception of Hal, of course.
Too late for flattery, Mr. President.
I'm between a rock and a hard place, Stryker. If, as we suspect, there's a leak, there might also be a connection to the military community. My problem is, how do I give someone the job of plugging a leak when I don't know if he or she is the one responsible? I would like you to deal with this for me.
All right, Mr. President. I accept.
You'll do this for me?
On my terms, sir.
Your terms, whatever you need.
No interference. I'll need clearance to the highest level in case I need to go places. No questions asked how I carry this through.
Agreed. As usual, you liaise with Hal, and he talks to no one but me.
I have one more thing to ask, Mr. President.
Go ahead.
Jack Grimaldi is vulnerable where he is. I don't want him left in that Nassau hospital. I want him moved to a secure facility.
I'll see to it immediately.
Thank you, sir.
The President handed Bolan a thick file. You'll find everything you need in there. Data on the people involved with the Zero Option project. Background on Saul Kaplan's concept. It's amazing reading when you're new to it. We need Zero back under our control. Do what you need to resolve this matter. Sabotage of the Zero project is an act of aggression against the United States, and I'm making a stand. Take whoever is responsible down and make our people safe. Bolan stood and took the President's hand. Godspeed.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Open line, Hal.
It'll be 24/7, sir.
They met Barbara Price the moment they stepped inside the annex. Her expression told them they were about to hear bad news.
Jess Buchanan's body was found a few hours ago. She washed up on a Nassau beach. The Nassau police sent us photographs.
Bolan didn't say anything, but there was no misreading the expression in his eyes as he turned and headed for the computer room. Bragnola studied the images Kurtzman had printed off from the download. They made for uncomfortable viewing. Jess Buchanan's naked body showed graphic evidence of the things done to her before death. The vital, healthy young woman had been subjected to terrible physical abuse. The injuries would have been painful in the extreme, yet not life-threatening. They had been inflicted for the sole purpose of making her talk, to give up any information she might have been holding. Bolan took a final look at the terrible images. He thought of Jess Buchanan alive and enjoying her life. That was over now, ended in a nightmare of horror and pain. He gently placed the photographs face down on Kurtzman's desk.
How did she die?
Single shot to the back of her head.
Was it a .45 ACP?
Yeah.
Bear, the Glock pistols I took from Ryan's men were Glock 21s, chambered for .45 ACP bullets. Find out where those pistols came from. What about the credit cards? Any leads there?
The credit cards used to hire the rental on Nassau and the cards from the wallets of the guys you tangled with in Washington were issued to a company based in Albany, Accord Sights. I ran a background check. The company retails telescopic sights for hunting rifles. It isn't a large concern and employs only 20 people. They work through mail order and gun magazines. The office in Albany just accepts orders, processes them, and passes the details to a distribution point in Pittsburgh.
Gotta be more to it than that.
The Scope Company is a wholly financed subsidiary of Stahl Armaments Corporation. I had to untangle a mess of corporate firewalls and go through a list of SAC holdings, but you can't hide forever. Somewhere along the line there has to be a connection. Might be halfway around the world, or in this case, just a few hundred miles. Sooner or later, the real owner has to show.
So Senator Stahl is involved. That gives me a starting point. Looks like a trip to Albany is in the cards.
Here's your cell phone. This will get you through from anywhere, tied into our satellite feed. Direct dialing through to Stonyman. Got text messaging. You can link to a computer and contact me. I'll send any fresh data I find.
Thanks.
Take care now.
General Tung Shan helped himself to some of the food, poured a cup of black coffee, something he looked upon as a luxury, and settled back on the leather couch. There were two other men in the hotel suite. They sat facing the general, seemingly reluctant to speak. The man to the general's left was Xiao Yong. He was Tung's security advisor, a young man who was prematurely balding. He had a thin face with prominent cheekbones. To the casual observer, he looked ill, almost skeletal, but his outer appearance meant nothing. Xiao had an incisive, quick mind. His observations were always acute, well-defined. He wasn't a man given to making light conversation. If he hadn't been a vital part of Tung's team, the general would never have associated with the man. The man named Shang Chosan was seated farthest from the general. He was a dark, stocky man, dressed in a well-cut gray suit and a white shirt, with a maroon tie fastened in a perfect knot. He wore black leather shoes, polished to a high sheen. His black hair was cut close to his skull. He sat with his hands resting casually on his thighs, and held a relaxed position, sure of his ability to defend himself. The general remained silent until the waiter had finished laying out the meal and left the room.
So, what do you have to tell me? Well, someone say something. Yes?
I didn't want to say anything until I had all the facts, General. Now that I am completely satisfied my information is genuine, I can report.
And?
One of my contacts inside the United States has confirmed that there was a survivor from the Zero facility. Since the strike, our team has been monitoring American activity. The first suggestion that a survivor exists came a week ago. Since then, I have requested daily updates. We now have confirmation. As you may be aware, key members of the Zero Group, namely those who were to be a part of the final group, had tracer chips implanted during their early stages of their induction into the program. They knew nothing about this. The implants were a safeguard so that the controllers of the project could maintain a watch over these individuals at all times. Following the strike against Zero, it was assumed that everyone had died. It appears we were wrong to make that assumption. One of the tracer chips activated a week ago, so it appears one of the team is still alive. Unfortunately, the chip appears to be damaged. The signal has become erratic since the original showing.
I believe the furnishings in this hotel come from Italy. It is commendable that their craftsmanship in leather is so constant. The quality never varies, unlike their government. Why is it that a country such as Italy, famed for the genius of its artisans, is unable to maintain a stable government? Very strange, don't you think, Young?
Something to bear in mind, General.
I'm not going to disembowel you. I can hardly blame you for the failings of the strike team in America, when it was our friend Cho-san who holds responsibility for that. If there is a survivor, the Americans will have become aware of him. If this man has an implanted chip, then he must be one of the select members of the project. That makes him doubly important to everyone involved. Young, I want our people on this immediately. Have your U.S. contact provide us with everything he can on the background. We need to know what the Americans are doing. If there is a survivor with the knowledge to resurrect this project, the Americans will surely do everything they can to bring him in alive. That means they will be able to start the Zero Project again. We cannot allow this to happen. We must locate and destroy him. Find out who they are putting in the field. This Zero Project must be terminated. Allowing the Americans to bring this weapon online would place us all under threat. There is no way we would be able to create anything capable of matching Zero in the near future. We have no option but to destroy it, so that the Americans themselves cannot use it. Young, this is your priority. Cho-san will provide whatever field operatives you require. Use him. He has the contacts you will need in America. Cho-san, alert your people. And please, no mistakes this time. Make sure that when Young needs assistance, your people are in place.
If I may be excused, General, I will start immediately. Xiao Yong, I will meet with you shortly and discuss what is to be done.
What is it, Young? Do you not trust him? Or are you afraid of him?
Is it so obvious?
I see that there is something you consider worth being cautious about.
I am disturbed in his presence. I respect his profession, and I know he is extremely capable, but it unsettles me.
I understand your caution. You are a planner, an organizer. I admire your ability to look at a problem and solve it in your head. I need that input. Cho-san, on the other hand, is a soldier, a weapon, proficient, deadly. In his way, he is like you. Once he has his target, he goes directly for it. No deviation. No qualms about how many will need to die in order to achieve his goal. That is where you are different. You deal in statistics. Cho-san deals in violence. You are not a man of violence, Young. That I understand. In the presence of someone like Cho-san, you sense his violence, and it disturbs you.
Exactly, General. Does that disappoint you, General?
Of course not. There are soldiers and there are scholars, and one needs the other. Right now, I need both. Now, let's eat this damned food before it goes to waste. To be honest, one of the reasons I like coming to Hong Kong is the food. It's far better than anything on the mainland. We'll finish this, then get down to business.
Shang Cho-san closed the door to his room and crossed to stand at the window, where he could look out across Victoria Harbor, the choppy water thronged by boats. Beyond was Kowloon, its lights gleaming through a thin mist of rain. Cho-san remained at the window for some time. He removed his jacket and draped it over a nearby chair. He rolled the sleeves of his white shirt to his elbows, exposing powerful forearms. There was a puckered scar on his left arm, a reminder of the time he had been shot during a firefight in Taiwan while on an operation. Finally, turning from the window, Cho-san crossed to the telephone and picked it up.
An outside line, please. Thank you.
Hello?
I need to meet you. I will be flying out in the morning from Hong Kong, the usual place.
Got it.
Cho-san made his way back to the window and stood looking out across the harbor. His thoughts were a soldier's thoughts. Chosan had a military mindset, and as soon as he was given an assignment, he lived and breathed it, pushing aside any other considerations. Looking out across the harbor, he saw little of the activity beyond the glass of the window. He was already marshalling all aspects of what lay ahead. He saw possible problems in the fact that he would have to utilize mercenaries for any assault on American soil. He would have preferred to use his own men, but that would be difficult to achieve. Not impossible, but it would have to be carefully arranged. A purely clandestine assault would minimize the risk. But this operation would be drawn out, a search-and-destroy mission, and his own men would stand out in such a situation. Americans were different. They could walk around openly without being challenged. Their presence, even in remote areas, would go unnoticed. Which brought Chosan back to his original concern, that he was going to have to depend on men who were working for monetary gain rather than doing it out of duty, as had been done for the original strike. It wouldn't have been Chosan's choice if there was any other way. He stayed at the window, silently going through what he needed to do, lost to the passage of time. It was only a tap at the door that brought him out of his reverie. He crossed to the door and opened it. Xiao Yung stood there looking, as always, calm and utterly composed.
May I come in?
Yes, of course. I have arranged to meet my contact from the American mainland in 2 days. Do I have your approval?
Of course. I am as committed to this as you are. Where military tactics are concerned, I defer to you always. I hope you will afford me the same courtesy.
That is where we differ. I am conversant with the tools of the soldier. You are skilled with words and politics. However, we have the same goal, so let us pursue that as amicably as possible.
Can I provide anything for your meeting with your contact?
Yes. The one thing that always brings a spark of interest to an American's eyes, money. One thing you can depend on is American loyalty to the dollar.
You would prefer to have your own men do this work?
Very perceptive, Xiao Yung. The answer is yes. I would be far happier if our own people were doing this, but the situation necessitates using a degree of outside help. For the initial phase, at least, we will have to depend on paid help. Never the ideal choice.
If it was a simple matter of inserting our people, carrying out the strike to a satisfactory solution, would you feel more secure?
Of course. There is no question.
Then why not use the Americans to locate the target, and then insert our people to make sure there are no final mistakes this time?
I had thought about that. It would increase logistical needs greatly. There would also be the timing element.
But not an impossibility.
Anything is possible.
Then formulate 2 plans of operation. If it becomes feasible, we will use our people for the final strike. Ask for whatever you need, and I will see that you get it. Money is no object. Our partners in this exercise have contributed a great deal of finance. The outcome is as important to them as it is to us.
Yes, I must not forget our brothers from the Pacific Rim Coalition.
Do I detect a note of cynicism?
I've been around long enough to understand the complexities of the politics and national desires of certain of our sister nations. Right now, they are a coalition based on survival. They see this Zero Project as a long-term threat to them all. If the Americans achieve their aim, we will all live under its threat. The U.S. would be able to pinpoint whomever it wanted and force them to act in a certain way. That fact frightens heads of state. Knowing the Americans, they would be able to select the nations they wanted to control. Anyone who upset the U.S. would find themselves singled out for retribution. And would their enemies do anything to stop the Americans? I think not. Each Pacific Rim nation wants to be a master of its own destiny, even if it includes committing hostile acts against a neighbor. But they all want to be able to do that with impunity, not with the U.S. waving the Zero big stick at them. While the threat from Zero exists, all the Pacific Rim nations are going to work together. They also understand that we have the better chance of seeing this through to the end, which is why they are contributing financial and material assistance and leaving the dirty work to us.
I thought I was the thinker and you the man of direct action.
There are few warriors who are not also thinkers.
Then I had better tread carefully when I am around you. Our people in Hawaii will be informed of your arrival. Funds will be available for your use while you are there. This contact you have, do you trust him?
As I said, this American will keep his loyalty as long as I maintain his financial incentives. However, I sense your apprehension.
He is an American above everything else. Is there not a possibility he may decide money does not wipe away loyalty to his country? One of the overriding things about Americans is their patriotism.
When you use people who are doing it for money, there is always the chance of betrayal. It is a double-edged sword. Even using our own people based in the USA brings its own risks. An agent living and working in America might not be used for years. During that time, it can have a negative effect, and the agent becomes comfortable with the enemy society. The day the call comes, the agent finds he does not want to give up his new existence. Nothing in life is certain, except the indisputable fact that we will all die one day.
So, a philosopher and a soldier.
Oh, hardly that. Just someone who has seen all the faces of humanity. I should go and get ready for my flight tomorrow.
Yes. As soon as my intelligence team has the details on this missing man, I will let you have it. We need to identify our target. There will be no chance for error this time around. We are lucky to get a second chance. I don't think it possible to get a third if we fail again. General Tong has instructed me to arrange a meeting with our allies. They need to be kept aware of what is happening.
Rather you than me. Give me combat any day. Far less stressful on the nerve than being a diplomat.
Xiao had to agree. The meeting with the representatives of the Pacific Rim Coalition wasn't at the head of his list of fun things to do. His instructions from General Tung had been quite specific. Xiao's task was to ensure that they were kept happy, pacified. Any doubts removed. That had been made extremely clear when Tung had issued his order. Apart from being a hard-line warmonger, the general was a practical man. His intuition warned him that keeping the PRC members up to date with the proceedings was politic. And being a pragmatic man, Tung had no qualms when it came to using any and all practices to gain his end result. Xiao Yong, at that moment, felt slightly envious of Chosan's flight to Hawaii. He would have preferred to have been on the plane himself.
Attention passengers. United Airlines Flight 393, departing for Nassau International Airport, is now boarding at Gate 12. United Airlines Flight 393, nonstop for Nassau International Airport, is on schedule and will begin boarding at Gate 12. Passengers are reminded...
Xiang Chosan's plane landed 20 minutes ahead of schedule. He had slept for most of the flight, so he was feeling well refreshed. It was late afternoon. After deplaning with his briefcase, Chosan picked up his single piece of checked luggage and made his way to the customs desk, where he presented his passport. Chosan was traveling under an assumed name on a UK passport, which had been prepared for him back on the mainland. He had used the passport on a number of occasions, and the entry visas showed he had been to a number of countries over the past few years. Some were genuine, others simply excellent forgeries. The Chinese were past masters at deception. The forgeries were prepared by a special department within the Chinese Secret Service.
Mr. Ling, what is the purpose of your visit to Hawaii?
A little business, a little pleasure. I trade in fine arts all around the Pacific. My company is based in the UK. Here, my business card.
And how long were you in Hong Kong?
This time, only a few days.
Would you please place your bag on the counter and open it?
Of course.
And the briefcase.
The search continued. It produced nothing because there was nothing to find. Chosan traveled clean. His possessions were exactly as any innocent traveler might carry. After a long 5 minutes, his bags were returned, as was his passport. After he had tidied his belongings and closed his bags, Chosan passed through the customs area and went outside to locate a cab for the 20-minute ride to Waikiki. In an office behind the customs desk, a tall, broad-shouldered customs agent turned away from the computer screen he had been studying. He picked up a phone and punched in a number.
This is Kanaka. Put me through to Hardesty. Stan, this is Tom Kanaka over at Honolulu International. You got time to come over? I think you'll be interested in something we have over here. We've just picked up one of those forged passports the Bureau asked us to look out for. Yeah, those. The Chinese forgeries. Don't worry, the guy's being tailed as we speak. Give us time and we'll know where he's staying and who he's going to meet.
Chosan met his contact in the bar of his hotel. He had made time to shower and change before making his way back downstairs. As usual, the hotel was crowded with tourists from the mainland. There was constant traffic back and forth, loud shirts and shorts, the click and flash of cameras. Chosan had to push his way through to get to the bar, which was decorated like something out of a Hollywood musical. He spotted Hank Winston seated in a bamboo booth, a tall frosted glass in front of him. Winston was in his late 30s, a hollow-cheeked man with thin brown hair. His left eye was partially closed, giving him a lopsided appearance. To Chosan, he looked decidedly shady. Winston's appearance wasn't helped by his choice of clothing, which always consisted of gray pants and check-patterned sports coats.
Hi, I ordered you a Jack Daniels.
Thank you.
So, what can I do for you this time?
You recall our little venture involving the Zero Project?
I remember. Came out pretty neat, huh?
If you don't count the one man who survived.
You shitting me?
No. We have it confirmed. One man escaped the strike on the facility, which means we need to find him and anything he might have that could be useful to the U.S. military, who will no doubt be hoping to rebuild the whole project.
What can I say, Chosan? Looks like we fucked up. Okay, whatever it takes. Tell me what you want to do.
Find this missing link. Kill him and anyone associated with him who gets in your way.
We got any idea on this guy?
That is being looked into as we speak. When we receive the information, I will have it sent directly to you.
Fine. Can I talk money?
Did you believe I was going to make you finance this yourself?
Look, I wasn't sure how you'd take paying again. Some people might expect me to bankroll a second strike myself.
I do not work like that. Nor do you. Money is the means by which we initiate our agreements. I will have my local people deposit whatever figure we agree into your account. My only concern is the timing. Locating this target is paramount. We are under pressure to resolve this matter quickly. There are others interested in this man. If they get to him before we do, the consequences for my principles will be difficult, to say the least.
I'll be returning to the mainland on a noon flight tomorrow. Send me everything you have on the target through my email system. I can advise my people to be ready to receive it. And I'll have them assemble a team the minute they get it.
Can you have additional people on standby?
If you need them. Are there other targets?
Possibly. I will advise as soon as I have that information.
Are you returning home when we complete?
No. I'm going to be picked up here and taken to one of our ships. You will still be able to reach me via the satellite cell phone.
Business trip? Or pleasure?
It depends on how you interpret those words.
The expression of confusion in Winston's eyes stayed with Chosan the rest of the day. He hadn't explained himself any further, due partly to the fact that any explanation would have caused Winston a great deal of unrest. Chosan's sea voyage would take him and the assault team that would be on the vessel toward America. He was preparing for any eventuality. In case Winston's strike teams failed, Chosan would have his backup. He was reluctant to use them, only due to the fact that an armed assault on American soil would leave his people vulnerable to capture, or worse. Chosan had no illusions where the Americans were concerned. Falling into their hands would be the last thing he would wish for his team. They were, to a man, prepared to die if it meant their strike had a successful conclusion, and each of them was fully aware of the price they would have to pay if caught. But they willingly accepted the risks. Death by their own hand was infinitely preferable to the torture they would suffer in an American prison. That was the business part of Chosan's trip. If he did have to send in his people because Winston had failed a second time, then it would have to be. For Winston, it wouldn't be the choice of a third attempt. He was on borrowed time already. Chosan could afford to be lenient this time around until and if Winston completed the assignment and the target was terminated. Then there would be no further action needed. Failure this time would eventually result in the Zero Project going ahead and the Americans becoming the single most powerful military threat to the rest of the world. If Chosan had to send in his team, it would fall to them to complete the mission. If that did come about, Winston would be under sentence of death. This time, failure was not an option. Winston would die, and Chosan would undertake the action himself. That would be the pleasure part of his trip. Bolan sat at the wheel of his car, studying the building that housed the offices of the Accord Company. It was late afternoon. There were heavy clouds coming in from the east, casting a pall over Albany. His drive up from Washington had given the executioner ample time to think about what had occurred since he had arrived in Nassau and learned of the incident involving Jack Grimaldi and Jess Buchanan. Subsequent events had drawn Bolan deeper into what now looked to be a major conspiracy. The president's revelations had been an eye-opener as far as Bolan was concerned. He was aware that the government had to be involved in defense projects that had to be kept from the public at large, simply for security purposes. He had no problems with that. Self-preservation was vital. Without it, America left herself wide open to those who, for whatever ideological or deep-rooted opposition, wanted the country to suffer. Those who advocated non-aggressive stances, a weakening of America's defensive position, lived in a naive world. You didn't appease the scavenger by holding out your hands and walking into his trap. There had to be a line of defensive strength behind the negotiators. Any sign of weakness gave the advantage to the opposition. The ongoing peace talks, which were taking place non-stop in various locations throughout the world, didn't hold much credence with Bolan. The complications of political, personal, religious, and financial constrictions, all these were thrown into the pot. They created stumbling blocks that would determine the outcome. His contact with regimes determined to foment unrest, who were ready and willing to create mayhem and inflict harm, shadowed Bolan's views. Despite all the good intentions of the peacemakers, there was no way universal peace and harmony were going to spread across the world within the foreseeable future. Bolan wasn't being a defeatist, it wasn't in his nature, but he did possess a clear and unbiased view of the way things were. Nothing was going to change overnight. One day it might happen. It was a slow, agonizing process. A permanent chipping away at hate and prejudice. A small victory here, an agreement on small matters there, concessions, careful wording of proposals so that both parties could walk away without having felt they had been compromised. Fragments of success that, even when agreed on, still needed nurturing, with a full knowledge that the smallest thing could set everything back in an instant. And it only took one act of violence perpetrated by some single individual with a personal grudge, a political stance, to destroy, in moments, the long months of negotiation. Mack Bolan saw all these things as he trod his relentless path through the murky reality of his war. He saw the horror and the pain, did what was needed to combat the needless destruction, and despite the continuing emergence of evil, he remained resolute. If there was any form of stepping back and wavering, the dark side would win. Bolan refused to accept the thought. The battle always had to be engaged. His philosophy was simple: never, ever retreat. Take the war to them. Keep them on the run, looking over their shoulders. The attitude of Senator Eric Stahl, with his advocacy of outright belligerence, added an even riskier note to the proceedings. Bolan had no argument with anyone who wanted to keep America strong. Stahl took that a dangerous step further. He would have turned America into an armed camp, not the powerful giant holding out the hand of diplomacy. Stahl's vision for America would have her posturing and threatening, laying down her requirements to the world. And if regimes refused to toe the line, Stahl wouldn't hesitate to use his military strength to contain that refusal. He would push and threaten and have no qualms about using weapons at his disposal, which, if he seemingly had his way, would include Zero. The capability of the Zero platform, as Bolan had digested from what the president had told him and he had read in the detailed file, made him aware of the awesome power contained within it. As a defensive weapon, it would have no equal. Continually circling the planet, scanning and recording events, Zero would be able to monitor events on a 24-hour cycle. Its information gathering would provide the American defense and security communities with vast quantities of data, allowing them to anticipate and counter any threat against the U.S. and even friendly states liable to be placed under threat. Added to that was the platform's weaponry, a collection of the most sophisticated missiles and lasers created. Many of the weapon systems were so new there were no details available beyond the fact that they were installed in Zero. It came down to Zero being the single ultimate weapon any nation could possess. The president wanted it secure under government control, unlike Eric Stahl and his self-aggrandizing scheme to use it to lever himself into the White House. Bolan glanced at his watch and decided it was safe to move. It was close to 6:30. According to the information Kurtzman had extracted from the database, the company closed for business at 6 each day. He fired up the engine and drove across to the building's basement car park, keeping his speed down. He took the entrance ramp and eased the car inside. He had made a walk-by earlier, checking out the entrance-exit to the parking area. There were no barriers or shutters in place. He did see TV cameras located at the entrance and exit. They didn't worry him. He was going to be inside his vehicle, and the fact his license plate might be monitored didn't concern him. Any trace of the number would come up against a Stony Man site that would show a legal background for the car. Bolan cruised the parking lot and found an empty slot, close to and facing the exit. Under his jacket, the soldier wore his shoulder rig, holding the Beretta 93R. His other weapons were in the duffel stored in the trunk. He unleathered the pistol and checked it, making certain there was a 9mm round in the breech. He flicked the selector to single shot before returning the weapon to the holster. His only other weapon was a combat knife, carried in a snug sheath clipped to his belt at the base of his spine. Stepping out of the car, Bolan used the remote to lock the doors, then made his way across the basement lot. Reaching the door that led through to the elevators, he located an empty car, stepped inside, and pushed the button for the 5th floor. When it slowed and stopped, he got out, waited until the corridor was clear, then moved to the fire door and went through. He took the concrete steps that led to floor 6, easing open the door on the landing to check if the corridor was clear. Stepping through, he turned left and walked along the corridor until he spotted the entrance to Accord. Bolan walked on by, reached the end of the corridor, then turned about and approached the door again. It had a frosted glass upper section that bore the company name and telephone number. Bolan tried the handle, which opened under gentle pressure. He pushed the door enough to let him through. His initial glance revealed that the reception area was clear. He closed the door, taking a moment to turn the button lock. The reception area was small but expensively furnished with a light oak desk trimmed with polished aluminum. Beyond the reception desk were double doors, leading, Bolan guessed, into the main office area. As he closed in on the doors, he picked up voices from the other side. Bolan took time to listen and heard almost immediately something that drew his interest.
What I want to know is, what the hell is Ryan gonna say? Jesus, haven't there been enough fuck-ups already? Bad enough having Stengard on our backs, now we got Ryan chewing the friggin' furniture.
It's easy for the Colonel. All he does is sit back and give the orders to Ryan. Shit doesn't come down on him if things go hairy. We get to do the crap jobs. Like this thing with Senator Randolph. Why him?
We get paid to do the dirty work. It's as simple as that.
And Ryan doesn't get smoked when his team does.
Hey, does that sound kind of strange to you? How Ryan walked out without a scratch and his team got themselves killed?
You want to ask him how he did it?
Why don't you ask the other guy who was there?
The gunman turned to the new speaker. They saw Mack Bolan standing just inside the double doors, his back to the wall and the Beretta in his hand pointing directly at them.
Who the fuck are you?
Velasco.
How in the hell did you find this?
Never mind about that right now. You should be working on how you're going to stay alive.
Those guys you killed were my friends! Good friends! Who the hell do you think you are? Walking in here, waving that freaking gun around? Figure it makes you a tough guy? Maybe I'll just come and take it off of you.
Back off, pal. This isn't a game.
I'll give you fucking games.
Bolan saw the man tense, his shoulders lifting as he prepared to launch himself in the soldier's direction. The muzzle of the Beretta moved slightly.
Ah!
The loudmouth hunched over, clamping his hands over the bloody wound torn by the 9mm slug into the fleshy part of his left thigh.
Are we getting the idea this is serious now?
Bolan moved farther into the room, keeping the 3 men covered. He bent over the man he had shot and quickly frisked him, finding a Glock 45 in a hip holster.
I seem to be building quite a collection of these. You people getting a bulk discount? Maybe through Stahl Armaments? That name means something?
Go to hell.
Why don't we try Buchanan or Saul Kaplan?
Bolan caught a glimpse of a moving figure charging through the door at the far end of the office, a heavy revolver in his right hand. The executioner's 3 captives clawed for the pistols holstered under their jackets, hauling them into view and racking the slides to arm them for battle. Bolan reacted instinctively, taking a headlong dive toward the bulk of a nearby desk. The thick, solid wood shielded him as he flicked the Beretta back to 3-round bursts. He moved to the far end of the desk, then leaned around the corner, his Beretta tracking one of the group. The moment he laid eyes on his intended target, Bolan was ready. There was no hesitation. The guy went down hard. The pistol jarred from his grip.
Goddamn bastard.
Bolan moved in time to see one of his ex-captives twist around, a bloody hole between his shoulder blades from the force of a heavy bullet. The executioner pushed to his feet and moved cautiously across the office to stand over the man he had shot in the leg, scanning the shadows for his unknown ally.
You want to tell me where Buchanan and Kaplan are?
Fuck you!
He won't tell you, but maybe I can.
The 93R stayed on track, the muzzle steady as Bolan studied the newcomer, a tall and dark figure emerging from the corner of the room. He saw a man almost his own height, broad shoulders on a taut, lean frame, brown face and thick jet-black hair. The guy was dressed in black, too, save for a white cotton shirt, leather jacket, black pants, western boots. The jacket was open, showing a belt that supported a waist holster, worn on the left for a cross-draw. The weapon the holster carried was in the newcomer's right hand, a wood-butted .45 caliber Colt Peacemaker single-action revolver. The weapon was held casually, non-threatening, but there was no mistaking the implicit threat that it might present if matters changed.
Easy there. I'm on your side.
Easy to say, harder to prove.
If I was with them, you'd be on the floor too about now.
Still doesn't tell me who the hell you are.
Name's Joshua Reba, private investigator, licensed by the state of New Mexico. My Apache name is Chariba, handed down through the family. My great-uncle Chariba was a hell of a fighter, they tell me. Had the army chasing him all over New Mexico.
Still doesn't tell me why I should trust you.
I thought this had all been settled back in the 1800s. We trust the white man and he trusts the Apache. Unless you want to start the Indian Wars all over.
I've got enough wars of my own.
The way you deal with the opposition, I'm not surprised. Look, why don't we get the hell out of here before more of these jokers show up?
Give me a minute.
Bolan put his Beretta away and made a search of the office. The only thing that drew his interest was a laptop sitting on one of the desks. It was switched on, some text on the screen. Bolan hit the save button, waited for the function to complete, then switched it off and picked up the machine.
Let's get out of here.
20 minutes later, Bolan sat nursing a steaming mug of coffee, sitting across from Joshua Reba in a diner.
Why Sol Kaplan?
I'm doing a favor for someone. A guy I know wants to find Kaplan.
Douglas Buchanan? Okay, let's do it the hard way. The way you reacted back at the Accord building has you on the same side as I am. If I'm wrong, you put on a damn good show. But I don't think I am wrong. Somewhere along the line, you and I are chasing the same shadows. You want Kaplan, I want Buchanan. The pair seem to go together. There are other parties who also want Kaplan and Buchanan, but their intentions are less than honorable. So either we go our own ways and keep walking into each other, or we make a truce and pool what we have. That make sense?
Seems reasonable. But don't play games with me.
Okay. I know Kaplan and Buchanan worked closely together on a government project. Somewhere along the way, Kaplan decided he'd had enough and walked off the project. He did a vanishing act. Turned up in a small-town university teaching science until a few weeks ago. This time he just fell off the edge of the world. The project Buchanan was part of was hit by an unknown assault force. The site was destroyed, and it was assumed that all the personnel had died. That was until a chip in Buchanan's skull started to send out a signal. It showed that he was still alive. Since then, Buchanan has become a wanted man. He's wanted because he's the only man who can bring the project back to life. Feel free to jump in any time.
You're doing fine.
So how did you get involved with Doug Buchanan?
The night the project was hit, Buchanan walked away without being spotted. He was hurt from being blown out of a building, concussed, some burns and cracked ribs. He just wandered away from the project and had no idea where he was going or how far he'd walked. In the end, he walked onto one of the dirt roads my tribe uses and stepped into the path of a truck being driven by my uncle. The guy took a nasty whack. Uncle John put him in the truck and brought him to our place, Apache settlement. My people tended his wounds and watched over him. He was unconscious for 3 days and nights. When he woke, his memory was part gone from the knocks he'd taken. So our local shaman came down out of the mountains and worked his medicine. Spent a couple of weeks with Buchanan. By the end, Buchanan had recovered pretty well. He told us all about himself, what he'd been doing in the desert, all about the project. They call it the zero option. It was like he wanted to talk it out of his system. Then he started to tell about his cancer, but the shaman had already seen that. Buchanan started to get jumpy. He said something about people looking for him. Said he needed to move on because if they came looking and found us, they would hurt us. He couldn't understand why it made us all laugh.
Hell, he hadn't even realized we were Apache. But he still wanted to warn people, and said he had to contact his niece, a young woman who lived in the Bahamas. He used the trading post phone to call her. He had to leave a message because she wasn't around at the time. You think she got it?
Yeah, that's how I got into this. A friend of mine was with the niece, Jess, when people came looking for Buchanan. My friend got beaten up pretty badly for being there, and Jess was kidnapped. They found her body 2 days later. The people who took her gave her a nasty time before they killed her and dumped her body at sea.
Sorry to hear that. So, you're looking for these people because it's personal?
It started that way. Now it's more than just personal. The project Doug Buchanan was involved with is classified government business and goes right to the top. The problem is, the situation has become complicated. I'm pretty certain that the strike against the project was engineered out of the country, and it could be that those people will still be out to get their hands on Buchanan. The White House wants him back to kickstart the project.
So, who were these guys we tangled with?
There's a third player in the game. He wants Buchanan and Project Zero for his own agenda. Senator Eric Stahl. It looks like Stahl is in partnership with a Colonel Orrin Stengard. He has his own teams out looking for Buchanan. Some of them are ex-military and used to be part of Stengard's covert military team. They have a simple procedure. If you're not Buchanan or Kaplan, you don't figure.
They the same crew who put your friend in hospital and killed the girl?
Yeah.
Last week, I was complaining about life getting dull. Nothing ever happened. All I was doing was chasing bail jumpers and looking for wandering husbands.
What happened to Buchanan?
Doug's memory kept lapsing. One minute he was fine, and his grip started going and he was back where we found him. He didn't know who he was, but he still had that one thing he kept a hold on. Kaplan. Whatever else he forgot, that name stayed with him. He took off one night, just up and went. No one knew until morning.
On foot?
Borrowed one of my trucks. I had told him he could use it if he wanted to get around.
You put out any traces on it?
No need. Found the truck at a rail depot about 60 miles away. Looked like Doug jumped a freight. My guess he's gone looking for Kaplan himself. Like I said, he talked about the man a lot. I'd say he has a lot of respect for Kaplan. Doug knows he's in trouble. I got the feeling he believes Kaplan can clear everything up for him.
Kaplan was the driving force behind Zero. He came up with the whole project, the concept, design, and he oversaw the building of the whole thing and worked with the people involved. My information has Kaplan and Buchanan being close. He needs a lifeline, something he can grab onto and use to pull himself back to reality.
So Doug goes looking for Kaplan. You and I are looking for them both, and so are these shooters. So, where do we start?
Joshua, what brought you to Albany?
It's my job, remember? No big mystery. When Doug told me about Kaplan, it was clear he was concerned that Kaplan might be targeted by the people who were looking for Doug. He told me where Kaplan used to live. So after Doug vanished, I took off for Kaplan's house. I figured maybe I'd find Doug there. A long shot, but sometimes they get results.
He wasn't there?
I hung around for a while. That night, 2 of the guys we took down showed up at Kaplan's house. Whoever they were, they know how to play the game. They broke in and spent a half hour in the place, looking for Kaplan or anything they could find. When they came out, I waited until they took off and tailed them. 2 days, and they didn't have a clue I was following them. They brought me right here to Albany, and the Accord office.
How did you get in?
Ever hear of backstairs? That building was older than my grandfather's lodge. By the time I worked my way into the storeroom, you were already in the office talking to them.
Joshua, you said you might know where Kaplan is. Is that true, or was it just to stop me from shooting you?
Doug mentioned a place Kaplan used to go to when he was a younger man. It's pretty isolated from what he said. Somewhere up in the Wyoming high country. Kaplan has a lodge there. It was my next place to look after Kaplan's house before those guys showed up.
That's where we need to go. I'll have my people run a check on Kaplan's recent incoming and outgoing calls. He might have a call divert on his phone. Any calls he might have received could have been passed on to a phone at his lodge. Maybe we'll get lucky with the location.
Sounds good to me. Especially the we part.
If I try to deal you out, you'll go on your own. One problem. The opposition can trace calls, too.
You know how to bring a man down.
First, I need to check out this Senator Randolph connection. I need to know if he's in on this deal, or someone Stahl wants out of the way. You can organize for our trip to Wyoming. We'll take your truck. It's better suited for where we're going.
Claire Valens watched her partner cross the parking lot of the fast food outlet, shoulders hunched against the driving rain, foam cups in his hands. She leaned over and opened the passenger door, taking the cups from his hands.
You sure it was my turn?
Jackson, would I lie?
Damn right. And cut the Shirley Temple act.
Okay. Sometimes I might tell you little lies, but only so you won't get mad.
Tell me about it.
Doug Buchanan. Did you finish reading his file? I mean, really read it and take it all in?
Most of it. Why?
Could you have done what he did? I don't think I could. They didn't give us the full details on Buchanan when we were working at the facility. All we knew was that he had an important part in the project. This is deep. I mean, the guy has terminal cancer and he still signs up for a project that would scare the pants off me.
Wasn't it the fact he had cancer that made him the prime candidate? After cancer, what could be scarier?
I knew that would be the way you'd see it. Everything in life is plain black and white as far as you're concerned. Am I right?
How long have we been a team, Claire? 3 years? You came up with that line before the end of the first week, and it gets an airing every time I give my opinion.
So I don't have to use it often then.
Just what else did they teach you at Lawrence Livermore, apart from humiliating put-downs?
Actually, it was my best subject.
That doesn't surprise me. What does surprise me is why you gave up that cushy post at GSR for a security field job. Come on, Claire, you had it made. Or was it because you heard I'd be partnering you?
Valens didn't reply. When Bird glanced at her, she was staring out the car window at a slight figure emerging from the house across the street. The figure was swathed in a long black raincoat with some kind of floppy hat on his head. They had been watching the house for just over 2 hours.
That him?
Too easy.
What?
It's too damn easy. People have been looking all over for this guy, Kaplan, for the past few days. Somebody already broke in and found nothing. We sit outside his house for 2 hours, and next minute he shows up like he's going to buy a carton of milk. I don't like it, Agent Valens. Something doesn't sit right.
Okay, Agent Bird, what do you want to do?
Like it or not, we have to follow him. He's our best link to Buchanan. Let's go.
Bird pushed his hand inside his coat and drew out his handgun, checking the clip and working the slide to put a 9mm cartridge in the breech.
Calm down. I'm going.
She started the car and reversed out of the slot they had been parked in. She eased the car across the lot through puddled rain and took the exit, swinging onto the street. The traffic was light, so she had no problem getting into a lane. The figure on the opposite side of the street was moving slowly, steadily, seeming to be in no kind of hurry. The man behind the Zero Project. Kaplan had come up with the concept, had been the sole creator and the driving force behind the whole thing. It had been his genius and his relentless energy that had pushed the project along at a startling speed, bringing Zero from a paper project to reality in an unbelievable time span.
I don't figure this. What the hell is he doing wandering around in the rain?
Some people find walking in the rain to be quite therapeutic.
Yeah, who?
Gene Kelly even sang and danced in the rain.
What has that got to do? Hey, check out that car. Jesus! Guns!
A black sedan cut across the street and sped straight for them. Valens saw a man's head and shoulders leaning out one of the rear windows. The man was wielding a stubby SMG. A line of slugs peppered the hood of the agent's car.
Christ, Valens!
He had his window down and he leaned out, his pistol held in both hands. Valens stopped the car. She pushed open her door and exited, dropping to a crouch as she hauled her handgun from its holster. As she crouch-walked to the front end, she sensed movement. She turned and saw the figure they had assumed to be Kaplan coming across the street. His coat thrown open wide so that he could bring the combat shotgun he was carrying into action, the muzzle tracking in on Bird, who was stepping out of their car, his back to the man. Valens didn't hesitate. She braced her elbows on the hood and caught the shotgunner in her sights. The 2 rounds punched into the target's chest, spinning him back a step. He stumbled to his knees, the shotgun's muzzle sagging toward the ground. Valens saw the impact and the spurt of dark blood from the target's head before he went down. Bird half-turned, seeing what had happened behind him. He caught Valens' eye and nodded. Valens caught a dark flicker of movement inside the attack vehicle.
Still someone in that car!
They turned in unison, weapons tracking. The driver jerked back against the wheel, blood splashing the inside of the windshield. They scanned the immediate area. The street was silent, save for the rain that was still falling, bouncing off the ground and washing away the blood that had come from the brief exchange.
What was that all about?
Try setup. We walked right into this with our eyes wide shut. Better get ready.
They took out their badge holders and held them up as the front passenger door of the police cruiser opened and a uniformed cop jumped out, shotgun trained on them. Valens placed her pistol on the ground and walked toward the cop, holding out her badge.
Freeze!
Federal officers, put your weapons down.
I said on the ground!
If you think I'm getting down there, you can shoot me right now. Read the shield and the ID, officer. I work for the federal government, and Washington doesn't like its people getting their suits wet and dirty. I'm already wet, but I'm not going to get dirty. See the ID card next to the badge? Call the number and you can confirm what I said. I'll stand here with my hands up while you do it. If you tell me to drop once again, rookie, I'll show you a trick with that Mossberg that they don't have in the manual.
I do what she says, officer. That trick with the shotgun, I've seen her do it, and it takes about 3 weeks before you can walk straight again.
Okay, you two. Just what the hell's going on here?
Jackson, you explain. I need to call home.
She took out her cell phone, making sure the cop saw what she was doing, and tapped a speed dial number. It connected to their department.
Get me Lineker. Valens, sir. We have a slight problem here. The meet turned out to be a setup. Looks like the idea was for Bird and me to be permanently retired from the assignment and the rest of our lives. No, sir, we're okay. But we do have 3 DOAs on our hands, and the local cops have arrived and are understandably nervous. I'd be grateful if you could just ease the situation. Thanks, sir. I'll put one of the officers on. Here, sweetie, it's for you.
Quaylen here.
5 minutes later, the street was cordoned off by police cruisers, and an ambulance had arrived. With their identities confirmed, Valens and Bird had their guns back and their hands full as they checked out the 3-man hit team. The trio was Caucasian. None carried ID of any kind. Their pockets were empty and they wore cheap, off-the-rack clothing with all the labels removed. As they were loaded on board for removal, Valens approached the first officers on the scene.
Do me a favor, officers.
As long as you forget that thing with the shotgun.
Oh, you boys and your guns. Hey, check these guys for prints and dental records. They have to have something we can ID them by.
You got it. Okay, guys, you can take them away. Danny, get on to the precinct. Have them send a tech down to the morgue. Tell them we need prints and dental on these 3.
Hey, what about the car? Those aren't local plates. Looks like an out-of-state to me.
Call the number in. Get it checked on the vehicle database.
Quaylen followed Valens and Bird back to their own vehicle. He ran an expert eye across the visible damage.
I'll get a truck to haul this away. No way you can drive. Impact shoved your rear end out of line, and those slugs through the hood most probably made a mess of your engine.
Looks like we need a car.
Looks like you need a shower and a change of clothes.
Yeah, that shower sounds good. Hey, Claire, who soaps who this time?
Damned if I can remember.
All right, you two, get a room.
We've got one. We just need a lift back there.
Okay, get in. I can run you where you need to go.
Yes, how about that weather, huh? Boy,
The first thing they did, after Quaylen had dropped them off at the motel, was to arrange for a replacement vehicle. While Bird arranged that, Valens contacted their office again, using her cell phone.
That's correct, sir. The local police are going to get prints and see if we can get anything from those and the dental records. These people have done everything they can to stay anonymous. The other possibility is the car. Can I say something, sir? Off the record? I have a distinct feeling we were set up by someone with access to our data files. It was too neat. They knew where we were down to the last minute. It's not as if we advertised our itinerary in the local press, sir, if you get my meaning. Yes, sir. We will.
You telling the boss how to run his office again?
What I'm trying to do is keep you and me alive. By the way, are you going to go fetch some coffee or what?
Hey, I'm all wet.
So it won't matter if you get wet again.
I need that shower and dry clothes.
Forgot where your room is? Next door. Remember?
Claire, you're all heart. Hey, Claire. That was a good call out there. Glad you were backing me.
Works for me, too.
Hey, you okay?
I will be. I think it's starting to kick in. I haven't really had time to think about it until now. I never shot anyone before.
I knew if we stuck together long enough, I'd have something in common with you, Claire.
Just get out of here, Jackson, and go get that damned coffee.
Bird grinned at her as he closed the door. Bolan stepped out of the shadows and met Bragnola midway across the clearing. The big Fed was hunched over, shoulders raised against the continuing rain. He didn't look happy. A cigar was clamped between his lips, and he constantly worried it as he faced Bolan.
What's wrong with Florida? At least they got sunshine.
Good to see you again, too.
So what gives?
Albany was hot. Those people who work for Stahl have busy trigger fingers. No talking to them.
Any feedback?
I picked up this laptop at the Accord office. Bear can poke around with it and see what he can find.
The trace he was running down, he kept at it until he found a way around the block, right to the computer that originated from. When he unlocked the operator's password sequence, he came up with a name, Louis Behringer. He works at the Pentagon, Air Force, on the Zero Project. I followed it through with a contact. The word is that Behringer's section is under investigation for possible information leaks.
You got an address? Behringer could be the man who needs talking to. He might give us some leads.
Yeah, I got a photo here. His address is on the back. He lives in Arlington. It's coming down like you said. Leaks. Could be this Behringer has been passing stuff to Stahl. The man is going to be pissed off.
Then he needs to clean house. Until he can confirm that's been done, Hal, we can't afford to update him.
Christ, Stryker, you want me to stonewall the President of the United States?
I don't give a damn how you do it, Hal. He gave me full control of this mission. Right now, I'm making a command decision. No more information reaches the White House.
Great. Bang goes my pension.
I'll make it easy for you. Just tell him I'm not in contact. We talked about this, Hal. The man gave me a clean card for this mission. No interference. I make the rules and the field decisions. Hal, this thing is running wild. Since Buchanan came back on the scene, everyone involved has started to push up the pace. I don't have the time or the inclination to hold back. If Stahl gets Zero online, he has the best hand in the game, and no one can call his bluff.
This is getting out of hand. Trouble is, I think you're right. This came from the man himself. When Zero was up and running, they had a security detail on tap. A couple of agents were assigned to the project. When Kaplan decided to detach himself, these agents were put on standby to bring him in if he showed. They were out on assignment when the strike went down on the project. Since then, they've been doing some field work, trying to locate Kaplan. When Doug Buchanan's electronic signature showed up, they were ordered to add him to their list. According to feedback, these agents, Bird and Valens, were running a stakeout at Kaplan's house. They were pulled away from the house by a fake Kaplan and into an ambush. Reports said they shot their way clear. They took out the hit team.
Ryan's people?
No, we don't think so. The hitters were clean, no ID, nothing. The local cops ran down the details of the car they were using. Turned out to be stolen, with fake plates.
Anything on the hit team?
Oh, it gets better. Fingerprints and dental records came up with some history. Seems these guys were professionals. They were known to the Chicago PD. They did some talking to their street informants, and it looks like someone had been gathering a hit team. They had mob connections, drug trade, international smuggling, contract hits. If it paid good, these people were into it. Bird and Valens are going to keep looking to see if they can find a link.
Hal, I'm going to need some identification on this pair in case I run into them.
I figured you'd ask. Here, 2 more photos for your collection. Details on the reverse. They can both handle themselves according to the reports I've read.
I'm sure.
Anything else you need?
Couple of things. An update on Jack.
He's fine. The president had him moved to a government clinic in Washington. I'll see him when I get back.
Give him my best. Tell him...
I know what to say. What was the other favor?
There was another guy at Accord. A PI called Joshua Reba who helped me out. Buchanan spent some time at the guy's place on an Apache settlement in New Mexico after he got hit by a truck. Buchanan lost his way for a while, then took off to look for Kaplan. We figure he's on his way to Kaplan's place in Wyoming.
And so might the opposition be.
Exactly. Hell, I need air transport to get me, Reba, and his SUV to Wyoming. I need to do this Randolph thing and maybe track down Behringer. I'll tell Joshua to get on down to Andrews. Get clearance for him so he can be ready to go when I roll in.
Jesus, Stryker, when are you going to ask for something really hard? What's next on your list?
Senator Vernon Randolph.
Randolph? You think he's involved?
Involved, but not part of it, Hal. The way the guys back in Albany were talking about him, he didn't sound like he was on their friendly list. Sounds like someone is going to make a visit, and I don't think it's to sell him life insurance.
I'll get onto this airlift flight for you and Reba. Give him my name and tell him there'll be clearance for him.
Vernon Randolph pushed away from his desk and left his study, making for the kitchen. As he crossed the hall, he paused to check, not for the first time, that the front door was locked. He admitted to being a little paranoid, and for good reason. His confrontation with Eric Stahl had unnerved him to a degree. Randolph was no coward. He had never run from a fight in his life. Even so, he knew Stahl and the man's reputation for being a ruthless, manipulative egomaniac. When he had first gotten to know Stahl, he had been impressed by the driving force behind the younger man. As time passed and Stahl started to show his hand, Randolph realized the man was disturbingly single-minded in his purpose and the way he seemed intent on pushing it through. Randolph began to pick up murmurs, discreet talk that suggested Stahl had a hidden agenda behind all his outward bluster. Having been around the political circuit for a long time, Randolph had an inexhaustible supply of informants within the Washington enclave, including both political and military contacts. He had the ear of police and lawyers, streetwise informants, and had a certain clout within the security agencies. Randolph also had a reputation for a reserved honesty that added to his status. He was a man to be trusted, again somewhat unusual in the political arena. It meant people would talk to Randolph when they would walk away from others. He had never betrayed a confidence, never admitted the source of any information. It placed him in a unique position. Sometimes it placed him in difficult situations, occasionally dangerous. Randolph was a survivor and never complacent. He wasn't a man who considered himself untouchable because he had seen too many who thought they were invincible go down and in some instances stay down. He had attended the burials of a number of his contemporaries who imagined they were free and clear. At this point in his life, Randolph could have seen the specter of death beckoning with a bony finger. If he had been a pessimist, that could have been the case. But Vernon Randolph veered toward the opposite. Life was precious, but at the same time it had to be lived to the full. Sitting in a safe corner, protected and shielded from danger, wasn't something he could subscribe to. So despite his personal misgivings about Senator Eric Stahl and his threats, Randolph had no other choice. He would carry out his promise to Stahl and present his findings to as many people as he could, the president himself if the need arose, and the hell with Stahl. What the wayward senator had failed to realize was his biggest misjudgment about a man's character. He had committed the fatal error as far as Vernon Randolph was concerned. Stahl had threatened the elder senator. In Randolph's book, that was the highest insult. He had never, from his youth, allowed anyone to try to make him back down. It was the most foolish thing anyone could do. Stahl could bring on his bully boys to do their worst. Randolph would see the thing through to the end. If he died in the attempt, then so be it, but he would take Stahl down with him if possible. Randolph had that thought on his mind as he reached the kitchen. It was in shadow, with only a low-powered tube light shining from beneath one of the wall cupboards. He crossed to the bubbling percolator, chose a mug from one of the hooks under the wall unit, and poured himself coffee. He stood sipping the hot brew, turning to look out the kitchen window at the shadowed expanse of the garden and orchard at the back of the house. It always gave him pleasure to look upon the garden. Amelia, his late wife, had been passionate about gardening, and the smooth lawns and flowering shrubs were her legacy. Randolph had no interest in the tending of the garden. Since his wife had died 4 years earlier, he had employed someone to maintain the look. It had been the least he could do. It was a living memory of his beloved wife. All he had from a long and happy relationship. They had no children, so Randolph was alone in the house. As long as he had the garden to enjoy, he was happy. He stood in the shadowy kitchen, sipping his coffee, wanting to stay where he was, but also aware that he needed to complete his work in the study. It was important he got everything he had collected about Stahl, Orrin Stengard, and his suspicions concerning their scheme in order. He turned, placing his mug on the countertop, and reached out to flick the switch that would turn on the bank of floodlights and illuminate the gardens.
Leave it, Senator.
What do you want?
I suggest you pick up your coffee and go sit at the breakfast bar.
Are you serious? I don't understand what's going on.
Even as he asked the questions, Randolph found he was doing as he'd been told. He perched himself on one of the high stools. He peered into the corner of the kitchen where the voice had come from. It took a few moments before he made out the hazy outline of a man standing there.
Something tells me you haven't come from Eric Stahl or Colonel Stengard.
I haven't. But there are men outside who have, and they didn't come all this way to cut the grass.
Are you serious? We should call the police. Or are you an officer?
No. And I'm not CIA, FBI, or from any other agency you might have heard about.
Then who the hell...
Senator, just enjoy your coffee. Those men out there are probably watching you through night vision goggles. If you keep talking, they might spot your lips moving and wonder who the hell you have in here. We don't want that to happen.
Oh, no, we wouldn't want that happening, would we? Why not?
If they suspect you have company, they're not going to make their hit. They want you on your own.
Sounds suspiciously like I'm a sitting target here.
Exactly. Now shut up, Senator, and just do what you would normally do.
Randolph held back any further comments. He raised his mug and drank more coffee. He had almost emptied the mug when he heard a soft whisper of sound, which came from behind him. Someone was inside the house, coming from the front. But hadn't he locked the door? He reconsidered his attitude. If these were professionals, locked doors and windows wouldn't keep them out for long. He slid off the stool, crossing to the percolator for more coffee, doing his best to maintain a calm exterior. He poured more coffee, realizing he really needed it, but was surprised to see that his hand wasn't even shaking. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a shadow slide across the tiled floor, the faintest whisper of sound. Very close this time. Despite himself, Randolph turned to face whoever was behind him. Mack Bolan saw the intruder close in on the senator. The guy was in dark clothing, as was Bolan, and he held a dull-colored auto pistol in his right hand. A bulky suppressor was threaded to the barrel. The executioner had already moved to intercept, crossing the kitchen on silent feet, his own right hand reaching out to clamp around the intruder's wrist and force the gun hand toward the floor. The gunman reacted sharply, trying to break Bolan's grip, but he hadn't allowed for the cold steel Tonto knife in Bolan's left hand. The razor-sharp blade swept up across the intruder's body. Then Bolan arced it up, laying the edge of the blade across the man's exposed throat. The soldier cut hard and deep, drawing from right to left. The intruder shuddered as blood began to pulse from his throat. Bolan snatched the pistol from the dying man's hand, reaching to push Vernon Randolph out of the way as he spotted movement outside the glass kitchen door. A second figure, dark-clad, brandished a stubby SMG, desperately trying to distinguish the shadowy figures in the kitchen. As the bloody form of the first intruder dropped to the floor, Bolan reached out with his left hand and flicked on the exterior floodlights. The sudden glare caught the second intruder off guard. He threw up a hand to shield his eyes from the harsh light, offering Bolan a clear target. The executioner raised the suppressed pistol he'd taken from the first man and acquired his target.
Jesus Christ!
Senator Randolph was on his knees, his left hand resting on the floor. He felt something moist and wet against his skin, and when he looked down, there was a pool of blood spreading out from the man on the floor beside him. The senator snatched his hand from the floor and saw it was dripping red. Bolan dropped the empty pistol and unleathered the 93R. He turned to help Randolph off the floor. The senator leaned against the kitchen unit. His heart was hammering, and a sheen of sweat glistened on his face. Randolph bent over the sink to rinse the dead man's blood from his hand.
We need to move.
Move? Where? Are there more of them?
Could be.
Are we leaving the house? I need to collect my laptop.
Let's do it, Senator.
Bolan pushed Randolph toward the door that led to the main house. As they stepped through, he heard a rattle of a gunman approaching from beyond the shattered kitchen door. The executioner shouldered Randolph to the left, away from the door, taking the right side himself. He turned, facing the kitchen, and saw the gunner stepping through the empty frame of the kitchen door. In the dim light, Bolan saw the dark bulk of the SMG the man was carrying. He let the gunner cross to where the first intruder lay. The gunner paused, staring down at the corpse. The Beretta tracked in on the guy's chest. Bolan stroked the trigger. The slug slammed the gunner backward. He lost his footing and crashed sideways against the edge of the floor unit, his finger jerking back against the trigger of the SMG. A line of bullets stitched across the wall, misting the air with plaster. Bolan and Randolph crossed the hall and reached the study, just as a heavy object crashed against the main door. Bolan could see shadowy figures on the outside.
Let's go, Senator. Get what you need, sir, and do it fast.
Gripping the Beretta two-handed, Bolan triggered a pair of tri-bursts through the shattered glass.
Fuck! Son of a whore!
Bolan moved to the opposite side of the sturdy door, giving himself a clearer view of the front entrance. The muzzle of an SMG poked through the opening and cut loose, the gunner sweeping the weapon back and forth across the interior. Bolan dropped to a crouch. Bracing himself against the doorframe, he leveled the Beretta. The SMG was jerked aside, the barrel banging against the opening. Then it disappeared from view. Holstering the Beretta, Bolan plucked a fragmentation grenade from his combat harness. He pulled the pin, then moved quickly, keeping to the wall as he closed on the door. Keeping to the side, crouching below the level of the glass panels, he released the lever, counting off the seconds, then lobbed the grenade through the broken panel. He heard it drop outside. Bolan shoved himself to his feet, Beretta back in his hand. He yanked open the battered, sagging door and filled the frame. 2 men were down on the steps, bodies tattered and bloody, smoke rising from scorched clothing. They had taken the brunt of the blast and wouldn't be rejoining the fight. A 3rd man was pushing to his feet, struggling to stay upright. His right leg was a mess of shredded flesh and splintered bloody bone. He held up his right arm, staring at the mangled remains of his hand. 3 fingers were gone, blood pulsing from the ragged stumps. He looked up at Bolan's dark figure as the executioner showed himself.
You were supposed to be...
Bolan dropped him, surprise still showing in his eyes. Bolan put away the Beretta and scooped up one of the discarded weapons, an M4 carbine. There was a double magazine in the weapon, each holding 30 rounds of 5.56mm ammunition. He turned and went back inside the house. The senator was staring beyond Bolan to the dead men sprawled inelegantly on the steps of his house.
Remind me never to upset you, son.
Time to move, Senator. We need breathing space.
I may never breathe again.
The senator followed Bolan out of the house. They skirted the exterior, cutting across the front lawn and into the trees that grew thick and tall along the frontage. Bolan pulled his cell phone out and punched in 911. When his call was answered, he spoke briefly, pretending to be a neighbor of the senator, concerned about the sounds of shooting coming from the senator's house. Then he cut the call, dropping back behind Randolph so he could cover him in case there were more gunmen. When they reached Bolan's car, he unlocked the doors.
Get in the back seat, Senator. Might be safer if you stay down, too, at least until we're in the clear.
That sounds like a reasonable enough request.
Behind the wheel, Bolan fired up the engine and eased out of the trees, back onto the driveway, swinging the car around and taking it out through the open gateway. Bolan cruised steadily along the road. It wasn't long before he picked up the sound of police sirens. They were converging from a number of directions. Then he saw the flashing lights.
Senator, you're going to have a lot of visitors at your place in the next few minutes.
I don't even know your name, son.
Mike Belasco.
It seems I owe you my life. What's it going to cost me?
Why should it cost you anything, Senator?
When you've been in politics as long as I have, son, you realize everything has a price.
How about a cup of coffee while we talk?
I'm buying?
If you want.
Told you it would cost me something.
They were parked in the darkest corner of a fast food outlet. Bolan had removed his combat harness, armed himself with the Beretta, and donned a leather jacket before he went to the drive-thru and ordered coffee.
Well, this is something I haven't done for a long time, but then this evening has been something of a surprise all around.
Who sent that hit team, Senator?
Eric Stahl, or Oren Stengard, maybe both.
Is that a hunch or a definite ID?
You want an honest answer?
Damn right I do.
Then as far as I'm concerned, those men were part of the conspiracy Stengard and Stahl are involved in.
Having to do with the Zero Project? Doug Buchanan and Saul Kaplan?
Right. Stahl wants to gain control of Zero for his own purposes. The man wants to be president. If the job was open, he'd try for God. Stengard is his military ally. Between them, they're attempting to orchestrate a coup that would topple the government and put Stahl in the Oval Office.
I don't see that as being an easy thing to do.
If Stahl gains control of Zero, he's well on his way to doing it. The platform has the capability of placing ultimate power into the hands of the man who controls it. Mr. Belasco, have you been informed of Zero's destructive systems?
I know what it can do, Senator. It's why I'm trying to prevent Stahl getting his hands on it.
With Oren Stengard in his camp, Stahl has a lot of backup. Stengard's a popular commander. He can muster a lot of sympathetic support throughout the armed forces, and he has the ability to command a great deal of ordnance. Using the internal military communication system, he can issue orders never to be heard by anyone out of the net.
Has he been doing that?
You can see where I'm leading, Mr. Belasco.
Call me Mike.
All right, Mike. The reason I'm in the position I'm in is because I've been monitoring Stahl and Oren Stengard for the past few months. I have a lot of friends in the political and military communities, people I know who are opposed to the things that pair have been up to.
I've gathered snippets of information from a great number of sources. On their own, not very incriminating. But when you piece them together, like a jigsaw, a pattern starts to emerge. Stengard has been moving equipment around the country. Small consignments sent to low-key bases. It's put into storage for a while, then moved on again. No one noticed, or if they did, they weren't going to question orders with Colonel Oren Stengard's signature on them. Same has been happening to units of men loyal to Stengard. The deeper I dug, the clearer the picture. Over the past few weeks, Stengard has reassigned a number of high-ranking officers to key positions where they have access to command facilities. It's all been done very quietly, helped by the cooperation of a small but dedicated band of top officers from all three services who've been doing the same thing.
How did Stahl find out?
What I've been doing? It's no secret there. Stahl has been courting me for months, probably from the inception of his conspiracy. I've been around a damn long time, Mike. Outlasted a number of presidents. Made some enemies, but I think more friends. Along the way, I've cultivated contacts and gained the confidence of a lot of people in politics, the military, and the media. Stahl knew I was a patriot. Something I've never concealed. I love my country, never been ashamed to admit it. And I want America to stay strong. In my time, I've made critical speeches as much as I have congratulated the various administrations. Eric Stahl took my attitude to mean that I would be in favor of his scheme. He started to associate with me, working his way around to inviting me into his circle. I went along at first, because I was curious, and also because I was sure he had something nasty up his sleeve. I was right. It came out one evening when we'd been drinking for a considerable time. He let slip some of his thoughts, maybe testing me out. If he was, then it backfired, because I told him exactly how I felt and what I felt about him.
He didn't like that?
Hell no. The following day I received a curt telephone call from him. In simple terms, he told me the courtship was off, and he wouldn't be contacting me again. No threats then, just a hint that it would be better if I forgot our previous conversations and moved on.
And that was when you started to take a covert interest in Stahl's business?
Yes. Something got under my skin. I knew I had to find out what it was before I could settle. So I started to run checks on Stahl and Stengard. The Colonel's name had cropped up a few times during some of our earlier conversations, so I started to take a look at what they've been up to, especially Stahl's interest in the Zero Option Project. The more I dug, the clearer it became that Stahl's interest in Zero borders on the extreme. For instance, I found out he'd been making discreet inquiries into the whereabouts of Saul Kaplan. And by this time, Kaplan had left his university post and vanished. My contacts informed me that Stahl had his people out looking for Kaplan.
This information, is it in your laptop?
Mm-hmm. Stahl and I just had a showdown. He said he knew I'd been digging into his affairs. I'll give the man credit. He didn't sugarcoat it. I either backed off and stopped trying to cause him problems, or he would see to it I wouldn't pass on any of the so-called incriminating data because I might have an inconvenient accident.
I'd say you got to him, Senator.
And with Kaplan and Doug Buchanan on the loose, Stahl has to make his move soon. If they slip away from him, he loses his lever. Zero is the key.
There's another equation in the game, Senator. My information is the people behind the original strike at Zero know about Buchanan's resurfacing. Until his implant chip started to transmit, everyone imagined Zero had been shut down. They thought the entire team had been killed. With Buchanan on the scene again, they have to make another attempt to hit him.
Who are they?
No firm identification yet. Thinking is, they're from out of the country. People who don't want Zero running because it might work against their long-range plans.
Do you have any thoughts where Doug Buchanan might be?
A long shot I'm working on. Saul Kaplan has a lodge somewhere up in the Wyoming high country. It's pretty remote. Once I get you to a safe house, I'm heading up that way. If we can figure it out, so can Stahl.
Do you think Doug Buchanan will try to get there?
Buchanan has no one else he can trust. Kaplan is his last refuge.
If I was Doug Buchanan,
I'd probably be thinking along those lines.
Senator, do you know a man named Louis Behringer?
Department of Defense. Why?
There's a suspicion he might be Stahl's inside man, passing along information on the project, even helping in tracking down people Stahl wants to get his hands on.
Kaplan and Buchanan?
Yeah.
Are you going to look him up?
It might be worth a detour.
You sound like a busy man, Mike.
Right now it's 24/7, and no time out for good behavior.
Then you'd better offload me and go to it, son.
Shang Chosan had arranged his transfer from Hawaii to a waiting seagoing motor yacht before leaving Hong Kong. With the caution that he always employed when on any assignment, Chosan had set up a diversionary arrangement in case he was being observed. Without being aware that a U.S. customs agent was tailing him, Chosan went through his diversion tactic, picking up a different car and driving to a quiet bay where a pleasure boat had picked him up. Chosan had changed into leisure clothing, joining the skipper. They had spent a couple of hours cruising the Pacific, along with the many other pleasure craft, moving farther from the coastline until they were able to head out to sea. The motor yacht picked them up 2 hours later, and Chosan went aboard while another Chinese of similar build and dressed identically took his place. The pleasure boat then set out on its return to Hawaii, leaving Chosan in the hands of his Chinese crew. With nightfall, the motor launch moved out across the Pacific on a northeasterly course. Speed was pushed to the maximum, and the yacht remained at this setting until daylight. Just after dawn, the yacht made a rendezvous with a Chinese Navy submarine, Song class, and Chosan made his second transfer. The submarine submerged the moment Chosan was on board, slipping quietly below the surface. The yacht turned about and began a more leisurely return in the direction of Hawaii. On board the submarine, Chosan met Xiao Yong. The younger man had asked to be allowed to join Chosan. His request to General Tung had been received with admiration. Tung liked his people to become actively involved in their assignments. Xiao had convinced the general he could be of more help to Chosan if he was at his side. Tung made the decision to allow Xiao his moment of glory. It made sense to give Xiao an opportunity to experience life in the real world, as opposed to being cloistered within the walls of officialdom. Chosan had been surprised, but not dismayed at Xiao's presence. He accepted it because there was little he could do, and he admitted that Xiao possessed certain managerial skills that would prove useful. The submarine had moved at maximum speed, deeply submerged, and took them on the next leg of their journey. It ended when they made their rendezvous with a diesel-powered freighter named Oahu Star. This was a Chinese vessel that plied the Pacific between Hawaii and the United States, carrying cargo for various companies, some legitimate, some covers for companies owned by the People's Republic. This time around, the freighter carried electronic goods manufactured in China for distribution in the U.S. It also carried Chosan's Chinese strike team, his own group of trained and highly motivated soldiers. They would be inserted into the U.S. if Hank Winston's team of hired killers failed to complete their mission. Shortly after Chosan boarded the freighter and the submarine had departed for its return to Chinese waters, he received the message informing him of the failure of Winston's assassins. Xiao Yong turned from the rail as he heard footsteps behind him. He saw Shang Chosan approaching. Chosan wore casual clothing and carried a thick tumbler filled with Jack Daniels.
Are you still convinced this was a good idea?
Coming along to help? Yes. Your Americans have failed once again. It is not your fault, but the General is not going to be pleased. If we work together, perhaps we can still salvage this operation.
I admire your loyalty, Xiaoyong, and also your rosy view of the world. Let us hope we both survive. If not, we may end up building roads together in one of the northern provinces.
Since I arrived on board, we haven't had a chance to talk properly. Tell me what happened to Winston's team.
We learned that a security team originally based at the Zero facility was still operating. It seems they were not on site when the strike took place. When it was learned that this man Buchanan still lived, they were assigned to hunt for him and saw Kaplan. I informed Winston about them, only so that he could watch for them. Instead, he decided his team could remove them. He failed to inform me of this. He sent in his hit team from Chicago, and they set a decoy trap for these agents. However, The outcome was not what Winston had planned. The agents, one of them a woman apparently, fought back and killed Winston's assassins.
And Winston?
He refuses to answer my calls. I cannot get in touch with the fool. Perhaps he finally understood something I said in Hawaii. It was only meant as a slight threat to make him realize how serious this assignment was. He believes I will come looking for him, to kill him. It is the first thing he has gotten right.
Does this place us in a difficult position regarding our business?
Not really. I have contacted our own people in Seattle. Short notice, yes, but I believe that by the time we dock, everything we need will be in place.
This was not how you wanted it to happen. If you lead this mission, you place yourself at great personal risk.
What kind of a commander would I be if I sent out my men, but I remained in a safe place?
I understand your loyalty, and I respect it, which is why I want to help.
Then do this. Contact your money people. Make sure that when we arrive in Seattle, there is an unlimited supply of funds available. Remember what I said before. If you have enough money in America, everything is possible. When we get ashore, we are going to need weapons, vehicles, and a helicopter. We have to be prepared for whatever our information contacts find out for us, and be able to act on it.
I will arrange things. Shang, I believe we can do this. Together, we can do this.
They say the spirits smile on the young and foolish. If that is true, they must be falling down with laughter by now.
Did you say something?
Nothing, Xiaoyong. Nothing of importance.
By dawn, they were within 100 miles of the Washington state coastline. Chosan's hand-picked team of infiltration soldiers, 4 in number, were below decks, going through their plan of attack once more. They had done the exercise many times while the freighter made its way toward the United States. Xiaoyong had made a number of satellite phone calls to his contact based in San Francisco, and by the time his business had been concluded, a money transfer had placed close to $400,000 into an account on behalf of a trading company that had been established in Seattle for almost 4 years. This was the Chinese intelligence headquarters for the Northwest U.S. and Canada. The function of the team was to gather, evaluate, and pass on data gathered by other cells throughout the states, which was then sent to Beijing. A fleeting thought had crossed Xiaoyong's mind as he spoke to the contact in Seattle. He was reminded of Chosan's remarks about such people placed in quiet, unobtrusive positions, thousands of miles from the ever-watchful eyes of their masters. In the relative calm and security of America, these operatives lived normal lives, mixing with the American public, fostering relationships, carrying out daily business. True dedication to the homeland would be diluted by the comforts and the freedom of the society they lived in. Xiao could understand how easily those people could slip into their new roles as time went by, with little of the relentless propaganda they would be subjected to back home. He wondered how he might fare in the same situation, and felt a tinge of guilt at his own reaction to that question. He pushed the errant thoughts out of his mind, completing his transmission and ending it as quickly as possible. He left the radio room and made his way up on deck, crossing to stand at the rail. He looked out across the expanse of water that lay between the freighter and the American continent. He was angry at his own thoughts, disturbed by them to a degree, and imagined General Tung's reaction if he became aware of Xiao's traitorous distraction. It wouldn't be a pleasant experience. Perhaps coming on this voyage with Shang Chosan hadn't been such a wise move after all. At least in Beijing, he would have been far removed from such thoughts. He had wanted to experience how a field operation ran. Now he was involved, he realized there was more to these affairs than he had been aware of. Chosan had been addressing his team. He had gone over the procedures and the problems they might encounter. When he looked on the serious, intent faces of his men, he realized how dedicated they were. Not one of them had raised any complaints when made aware of the consequences if they ended up in American hands. They were fully committed to the cause, to the elimination of anyone involved in the Zero Project. Their own fate didn't come into the picture. If it happened that they were killed or injured, or at worst, captured, then they would accept it. When they volunteered for Chosan's group, the expectations were explained to them in clear, concise terms. No man was accepted until he took that on board, and it was drilled into them over and over when they were being trained.
Our sources within the United States are seeking information even as I speak. There are 2 targets. Douglas Buchanan, a major in the United States Air Force. He is important to the Americans as a vital element in the Zero Option project. Without him, the orbiting platform cannot function. The other man is Saul Kaplan. He created and helped to build Zero. For his own reasons, it appears he deserted the project and went into hiding. As long as he is alive, the Americans can use him to keep Zero going. So these 2 are the ones we have to eliminate. As long as they remain alive, they are a threat. You have a question? Ask it.
Why is it not possible for the Zero platform to be destroyed by a missile, sir?
A good question. The information we gained from our agents in America informed us that although Zero is not fully operational, it does have its own defense shield. Anything that poses a threat will be assessed by the onboard systems, and Zero will retaliate automatically. There are banks of missiles designed for this sole purpose. Zero would monitor an incoming threat, send out a warning, and if that warning is ignored, the missile banks would launch. The technicalities involved in this are highly complicated. What I have explained simplifies the defensive shield. In brief, Zero cannot be destroyed so easily. If it comes fully online, that prohibitive strike capability would become even more of a threat. Any missile launched against the United States would be destroyed, and a follow-up would be an instant strike on the original launch site. So, you can see why this orbiting platform must not be allowed to come online. We must do what we can to keep it dormant.
If we kill Buchanan, surely there will be someone to take his place.
Not immediately. It takes time to go through the medical procedures to prepare another candidate. With the destruction of the Zero facility, we set the Americans back a great deal. They will not have had time to replace Buchanan. Now he has resurfaced. His final assimilation into the project will make things easier for the U.S. government. You see, Xiaoyong, there's always an answer to any question.
The question is, where the hell did Shang Chosan go? Damn it, we get a puzzle worked out, then the main guy goes missing.
Maybe we should fly to Chicago and ask Winston. He was the last one to have contact with Chosan.
Bird flopped into his chair, tossing the printout on his desk. He faced Valens across the office. Her desk was on the other side, facing his. She was hunched over in her seat, nursing a foam cup of coffee, her brow furrowed as she studied her own copy of the data. The tie-in between Winston and Shang Chosan had been one of those lucky meldings of request and response. Following the police checks in the aftermath of the shootout between Valens and Bird and the hit team, details began to emerge. The hitmen were linked to Hank Winston and his organization in Chicago. Routine checks into Winston's movements prior to the attempted hit revealed he had made a trip to Hawaii. It had been a short visit. He had returned to the mainland the following day, having met only one person during his time on the island. That was discovered when the U.S. Customs agent assigned to keep an eye on Shang Chosan after his counterfeit passport had been spotted, observed Chosan in discussion with a man who was later identified as Hank Winston. The agent managed to get photographs of both men together, and these were circulated to law enforcement agencies throughout the U.S. The photographs and the written report that accompanied them went into the security network, being circulated to all agencies. As originators of the request, Valens and Bird received their own copies, which answered some questions. One remaining mystery was the disappearance of Shang Chosan. The morning after his meeting with Winston, the Chinese vanished from sight. He had emerged from his hotel room and rented a car. He drove to Kapiolani Park, traveled through the tunnel to the interior of the crater, then took the long walk to the summit of Diamond Head. He spent some time enjoying the view of the Oahu coastline before making the return trip down to where his car was parked. Then he drove to a secluded bay where he was picked up by a motorboat, which disappeared for several hours before returning to the bay. The problems for the agent watching him began when the rental car was returned. It was the first time the agent had a close view of the man he was following since Chosan had returned from his cruise. The man who had driven the rental car back to the agency had the same build, appearance, and clothing as Shang Chosan, but that was as far as it went. The man who emerged from the rental office wasn't Chosan. Somewhere between Diamond Head and the rental agency, he had given the agent the slip. By the time this was discovered, Shang Chosan had vanished. Questioning the decoy gained nothing. The man had his own identification, which was all in order. The rental had been taken out using that ID, obviously by Chosan, who must have returned it to the decoy out at sea. The decoy, dressed in identical clothing, returned to land and continued on back to the rental agency. A call went out for Chosan's arrest and detention. It never happened. He had gone to ground or had left the island. The search went on, but there was no lead to his whereabouts. Hawaii's problems were a long way from Washington. As far as Valens and Bird were concerned, a few dark corners were suddenly flooded with light. They had a connection now, one that confirmed suspicions that the strike against the Zero facility had been engineered by an outside agency, possibly China. And now, with Shang Chosan being linked with Hank Winston, that possibility was becoming stronger. China was a likely candidate for wanting Zero to stay earthbound. Zero offline would let China and some of its Asian neighbors breathe a little easier. And now that Doug Buchanan had resurfaced, China would be catching its breath and sending out the order to complete the original intent of the first strike, to eradicate anyone connected to the Zero project. Valens and Bird, being the investigating team for Zero, would have been seen as potentially a nuisance. Their probing into the Zero strike could have brought them up against the team hunting for Buchanan and Kaplan, so it would have been deemed worthwhile removing them from the scene. Unfortunately for the hit team, it hadn't worked out as they had planned. Valens and Bird were still alive, and they now had a line on who was behind the whole affair.
Hey, Earth Declare, you got it all clear now?
Where do you think Chosan might have gone?
Back to Hong Kong, where he came from?
Maybe, but why not just fly out? According to customs, he had a return ticket to Hong Kong. As far as we know, he hadn't realized his fake passport had been spotted. So why the switch game?
Because he decided to go somewhere else, and all that changing identities was just a precaution. Something he would do anyway. If he was up to something illegal, he wouldn't want it broadcasted.
I guess you're right.
Of course I'm right, Claire. Remind me when I was ever wrong.
The hard drive on my computer isn't large enough to list the answers to that question. I'm whacked. You staying here? I'm headed home to bed. Tomorrow is another day.
Gone with the Wind.
What?
Wasn't that from Gone with the Wind? Scarlett O'Hara said it, didn't she?
Good night, Jackson.
Bird. Yeah? Give me that again. Thanks.
What?
We have a location for Saul Kaplan's Wyoming hideaway.
I knew you were going to say that.
It's Mr. Behringer, Senator. He insists on seeing you. He says it's extremely urgent.
Eric Stahl placed his book on the small table beside his leather armchair and took a sip from the wine glass in his hand. Was it too much to ask? Just a few stolen moments of escape from the business of the day?
Show him in.
His butler withdrew and closed the door to the study. Stahl stood, stretched lazily, and waited.
Come in.
Louis Behringer was in his early 30s, lean and with a slight stoop that had developed from years hunched over computer keyboards. Behringer worked on Stahl's behalf within the Zero project as a computer programmer. In the past, he had extracted a number of files and data that had given Stahl his background knowledge on the Zero project. He was a careful man, not given to showing much enthusiasm, even when he achieved something worthwhile. This day, however, he appeared excited. Only someone who knew him well would be able to recognize excitement in Louis Behringer. Stahl was one of the few. The moment Behringer entered the study, Stahl realized the man was almost drooling. Stahl tried to imagine what would have the power to generate such a reaction in Behringer. For a moment, he wondered if Behringer had suddenly discovered women and had lost his virginity. He dismissed the thought instantly. Behringer would go through life not even noticing the opposite sex. His passion, his obsession, was his computers. Nothing else mattered to the lonely individual who spent his free time doing exactly what he did during working hours.
What can I do for you, Louis? Make it brief, because I have a great deal to do this evening.
Well, do you recall instructing me to maintain a round-the-clock check on all of Saul Kaplan's stored data relating to the Zero project, Senator?
Yes, cut to the chase, Louis.
2 days ago, I picked up a data stream buried in some of Kaplan's files. They were ones I'd managed to rescue after the attack on the Zero facility. There was a program that had been installed during the creation of the Zero concept. It was intended to back up and store files if a major purge of the system occurred. It came into operation automatically when the facility was hit and the computer bank started to disintegrate. The files were badly corrupted, and I didn't think I'd get much from them. But while I was digging, I came across this hidden file. It had been buried so deep in the data stream there didn't appear to be any damage to it.
Take your time, Lewis, and tell me exactly what it is you found.
It's all here, Senator, on this printout. Details of the Zero option, just to give you an idea what I have on disk. All of Kaplan's run codes and number sequences. With this, you can unlock Zero and gain complete control. Once you have Buchanan in that bio couch, the whole thing will drop into your hands.
Why hasn't anyone else found this, Lewis?
Because none of them are as good as me. They don't have the skill to dig through something that has been damaged as much as these files were and extract them. And also because I hid the files once I located them. I transferred everything to my own system and created my own code so no one could get into them. Then I wiped the whole database from the rescued files so there was nothing left to find.
And then you worked on them until you had the information restored? Very ambitious, Lewis.
Ambition isn't your private domain, Senator.
You have this data safe, Lewis?
Yes. It's in my computer, safe behind a protected firewall. If anyone tries to break into the database, the firewall will simply delete the files. I also have a copy on CD.
Not with you.
Do I look that simple, Senator?
Lewis, am I detecting a note of mistrust? I thought we were in this for altruistic motives.
Idealism won't pay my bills, Senator. Without wanting to appear materialistic, I don't have your limitless wealth. This room on its own is probably worth more than everything I possess. I've proven my worth on more than one occasion helping to gather information and pass it on to you, which has been good for you, but all it's done for me is, well, actually it hasn't done a thing, except place me at risk. Right now my department is one of a number being looked at closely. We've all heard there's an internal investigation into information leaks. I have a feeling my time at the department is running out, Senator.
Lewis, I told you I'll protect you if anything happens. You have my word on that.
Your word isn't going to protect me if I find myself locked up in a federal prison. What the fuck good is yelling, Senator Stahl will protect me when my ass is being groped by some 200-pound guy named Bubba? Tell me that, Senator.
Let's not get carried away, Lewis. Sit down and we'll talk this through. Would you like a drink?
You're not listening, Senator. And no, I don't want a drink. Nor do I want to dance with you or hold your hand while we gaze at the fucking Potomac. I'm in over my head because I imagined I was doing the right thing. Senator Eric Stahl, the man who wants to put the world to rights. Jesus, I must have had my head up my ass to believe what you told me. I'm going to spend the rest of my life in jail if I don't get myself out of this mess. Get your experts to check this out. It's a small part of the data I decoded. They'll tell you it's genuine. You want the whole thing? Fine, you can have it. But it's going to cost you, Senator, $500,000. I think that's reasonable. $1 million would be better, but I'm not a greedy man, and I want it in cash, not traceable new notes.
Lewis, this is a foolish thing you're doing. We can compromise.
Oh? You're going to offer me a personal check?
I was thinking more on the lines of you changing your mind. Lewis, I need you. We're at a sensitive stage in the program. Losing you would make things difficult.
I can't afford to be associated with you any longer, Senator. This is my only way out. As soon as you get the money together, give me a call. You have my number.
Berenger turned, almost stumbling as he left the room.
Orrin, this is Eric. We have another problem. You'd better get over here fast.
Stengard wasted no time in getting to Stahl's home.
Berenger recovered data off of one of the base's hard drives, and now has the number sequences and keys that will enable us to take direct control of Zero Option once we've got Buchanan strapped into that couch. Problem is, Berenger's getting jinky, and now wants $500,000 for the data. He's blackmailing me. He's got the data on a computer and backup disk at his house, so it looks like I need the following: the data and Berenger taken care of.
We'll deal with this, Eric. You have Berenger's address?
Yes.
Get it for me.
Stahl crossed to his desk and took out a slim leather-bound address book and thumbed through the pages. When he found what he was looking for, he handed the book to Stengard. The colonel read the information, looked back at Stahl, and gave a curt nod. He reached for his cell phone.
Ryan, Stengard. Write down this name, address, and telephone number. Behringer, 875 Goddard Court, Arlington, 703-555-6995. You'll be able to bring up this man's file on our database. His photograph will be there. 2 objectives. 1, Behringer has information relating to Zero on his computer system. And he also has a CD that holds files he's rescued from the computer system at the Zero facility. The disk is extremely important. It holds access codes and information that can't be found elsewhere. We need all that. Objective 2. Behringer has, by his own actions, become a security risk. He wants money for the information he has. More or less threatened the senator with exposure if he doesn't get what's his. Let's not disappoint Mr. Behringer. Get the information, then terminate the little bastard.
Louis Behringer's Arlington home was set back from the road. It was reached by a narrow, unpaved lane that wound through tall, slender trees. The front yard of the house was in shadow. Behringer's 4-year-old Ford was parked in front of the house. Hecht rolled the black SUV to a stop before he reached the last curb in the lane, and he switched off the engine. He and Bodie sat in the front of the SUV, watching the house. The other 2 members of Ryan's team sat in back. There were lights showing in the majority of the windows of Behringer's house.
Well, he's scared of the dark or what?
Yeah, if I tried to run a scam on Stahl, I'd sit with all the fucking lights on, too, and with a good supply of fresh underwear next to me.
He'll give us what we want. Keep your eyes open. If I call, come running. Keep your transceivers on.
Bodie slipped his Glock 21 from his pocket, checked that it was loaded, then took a stainless steel combat knife from a pocket and held it up. Behringer paced the living room. His stomach churned, and he kept breaking out in a cold sweat. He was nervous, extremely nervous. Since returning home, he had become increasingly anxious about the outcome of his meeting with Eric Stahl. He knew the man's capacity for extreme reactions to unwelcome situations. Behringer was still trying to accept what he'd said to Stahl. When he left the senator's house, he had almost been physically sick. Behringer wasn't a courageous person. Normally, he was the kind who stayed in the background, maintained a low profile, and kept his mouth shut. His association with Stahl had been exciting at first, presenting him with all kinds of challenges. He admitted to being in awe of Stahl and his outgoing personality. That had dramatically changed. With the current mood of suspicion in his department, the glamour had started to fade. Listening to office gossip, Behringer began to realize the seriousness of what he had been doing. His alliance with Stahl wouldn't save him if he was found out as the mole in the department. He was a traitor to the U.S. government. He had taken highly classified information and passed it to Stahl, who wasn't cleared to have such data. He had also used his computer access to get him into other government databases, enabling him to extract information Stahl wanted. Behringer's familiarity with the Zero project had been the reason Stahl had paid him such attention. With the current problems, Behringer saw he was nothing more than another of Stahl's tools. His rosy image of the senator had faded. Stahl was using him, as he did others, simply for his own benefit. The special relationship was nothing. It was simply a way for Stahl to use people, making them think and feel that they alone were important to Stahl and his cause, when in reality, the man was sucking them dry.
You're a damned fool, Louis.
He crossed to the liquor cabinet and poured himself a large, straight vodka. The vodka burned its way to his stomach. He steadied himself, then poured another large drink. When Stahl paid up, it could be vodka for every meal. He would be able to... Behringer thought about that for a moment. What if Stahl tried to get the information without handing over the money? Would he do such a thing? The main question for Behringer was, how far would Eric Stahl go to obtain something as valuable as the information Behringer had in his possession? There was no need to wonder about that for long. Behringer believed he knew the answer. Stahl was obsessed with his political military schemes, and he would go to any lengths to achieve them. A little unsteadily, he crossed the room and went to the array of desks that held his state-of-the-art computer setup. It was something Behringer was extremely proud of. He had built it over a period of months, always on the lookout for next-generation peripheral, for the extra memory. He was going to have to leave it all behind when he moved on. He had accepted that, at least. When Stahl gave him the money, he would need to abandon his home and travel, establishing himself in some new location. That wouldn't be difficult with $500,000. He would take all his stored data in his laptops, his zip drives, and wherever he finally settled, he would be able to continue to use his computing skills. Bending, he opened a drawer in his desk and located the handgun he kept there. It was a 9mm Sig Sauer P226. Berenger had bought the weapon a couple of years earlier, following local burglaries. He had only ever shot it at a firing range, taking a short course in gun handling. Normally, he hardly ever thought much about the weapon, only taking it out to maintain it. Now he felt a definite security as he lifted the pistol. He took out the magazine and thumbed the top bullet to make sure the spring hadn't jammed. He slipped it back into the butt, snapping it into place. Then he worked the slide to cock the weapon, then made sure the safety was on. He placed the pistol on his desk and went to sit down. That was when he heard movement in the passage beyond the door to the room. He reached for the pistol, easing off the safety, and crossed to the door to listen. Getting inside the house had been easy. Berenger had no security alarms or motion sensors. It hadn't taken the pair long to establish that. Once they had got in through the kitchen door at the rear, they moved quickly through the silent house, checking rooms as they went. They made little sound as they cleared each room. It was as they moved toward the front of the house, approaching the door that would open onto the living room at the front, that Bodie spotted a moving shadow at the base of the door. He touched Hecht's arm, indicating the shadow. It identified someone standing on the other side of the door. Close. Probably listening because a sound had penetrated. Hecht caught Bodie's eye, motioned for his partner to get the door open, and braced himself to one side, his Glock gripped two-handed. Bodie took a step back, turned his left shoulder at the door, then launched himself at the panel. The door drove inward, slamming into Berenger and sending him stumbling back across the room. Berenger caught a glimpse of two armed men coming through the door. One held a pistol in cupped hands, the muzzle swinging back and forth. The other had his weapon aimed at the floor as he recovered from shouldering the door open. Berenger decided he was the least dangerous of the two initially and swung his weapon toward the other man, pulling the trigger the moment he felt he had his target in his sights. The 9mm slug caught Hecht in the right shoulder, shattering the bone as it passed through, taking a sizable amount of flesh with it. The impact drove him backward. He collided with Bodie, just as his partner pulled the trigger on his own pistol. The wayward slug plowed into the ceiling. Bodie, pawing at the blood that had showered into his eyes, pushed his moaning partner aside. By the time he had cleared his vision, Berenger had vanished.
God damn! You have got to be shitting me!
Bodie charged into the room, searching for his target. He pulled out the transceiver he carried and thumbed the button.
Berenger got away. He might be heading in your direction.
Berenger had ducked through the far door at the other end of the room, almost slipping on the wood floor as he ran for the front of the house. As he ran, fear propelling him forward, he became aware that he had left his CD behind. At that moment in time, it was the least important thing on his mind. If he died, nothing would matter anyway. As he made for the front door, he passed the entrance to the living room the two gunmen had used. It was still open, and he caught a glimpse of the man he had shot. He was on his knees, hunched over, a bloody mass of pulped flesh and white bone protruding from the exit wound in his shoulder. Berenger grabbed for the front door handle, almost missed it, then snatched the door open. As he stepped onto the porch, a gun fired behind him, and a chunk of wood blew away from the door frame, splinters ripping his cheek. Warm blood started to course down his face. The sharp pain made him move again. He missed the second porch step and went down on his hands and knees, the pistol bouncing from his hand.
It's Berenger. Get the bastard.
Bolan came up on the rear of the SUV unnoticed as the two men at the SUV snapped into action. The guy inside scrambled out, a handgun visible now in his right hand, a small transceiver in his left. The man already standing reached inside his jacket and drew his own weapon. The man with the transceiver stepped away from the SUV, his own handgun coming into play. He swung the muzzle in the direction of the man on his knees. Bolan triggered a burst from his Beretta that took away the back of the gunner's skull. Someone appeared in the doorway of Berenger's house, aiming his weapon at Berenger and firing. Bringing up the Beretta, Bolan triggered a 3-round burst that impacted against the clapboards to one side of the door. The shots drove the shooter back inside. The second guy by the SUV ran around the bulk of the vehicle, his weapon tracking toward the executioner. He was too slow locating his target and was still looking when Bolan dropped him, with a burst that cored through his chest and into his heart. Bolan ran to the SUV and jumped behind the steering wheel. The key was in the ignition. He fired up the engine and slammed the stick into drive. He released the brake and jammed his foot hard down on the gas pedal. The big vehicle surged forward. Bolan flicked on the headlights, the bright beams flooding the front of Berenger's house. The soldier drove with his right hand, his left fisting the Beretta through his open window as he swung the SUV in close. A figure stepped through the door, one hand up to shield his eyes, the other waving the handgun he carried. The glare of the headlights prevented him from identifying any potential targets. Bolan had no such problem. He jammed on the brake and brought the SUV to a slithering stop, kicking open the door and dropping to a crouch beside the broad front tire. He pushed upright, leaning against the hood, and took quick aim. He stroked the trigger and put 3 9mm rounds in the man framed by the headlights. The shots punched the guy backward and he fell out of sight. Bolan went to where Berenger lay. He recognized the man from the photo Brugnola had given him. The light from the SUV showed the bleeding wound in Berenger's left hip.
Oh, stop! For the love of God, stop!
Bolan rolled him on his good side. Checking the wound, he saw that it was a through-and-through, a clean shot that had missed the bone. He hauled the man to his feet, ignoring his protests.
Berenger, on your feet. We need to move in case there are more, and before any cops show up.
Wait! I have important data I need to take away. Stahl wants to get his hands on it.
This can't be a good idea, but if it will get you moving, we'll do it. Here, lean on me.
Bolan helped Berenger back inside. They stepped over the body by the front door and past Hecht, still down, blood pooling on the floor around him.
In there!
Limping and in agony, Berenger went to where he had left his laptop and the CD containing the information he had rescued. He pushed it all into a black leather carryall. Bolan escorted him out of the house and helped him into the front seat of the SUV. Reversing from the house, the soldier drove back down the lane to the main road. He pulled in behind his own car and quickly transferred his duffel bags to the SUV. He climbed back into the black vehicle and drove off, heading for 66. The carryall with Berenger's computer and data were on board the Hercules, and Berenger himself had been remanded into the custody of an Air Force security detail. Bolan turned and climbed on board the Hercules, where Reba was already settled in. The sound of the turboprop engines firing up reached them. Once the engines had reached working capacity, the huge aircraft rolled forward, turning as the pilot made for the assigned runway. Once it was lined up, the pilot increased the power. The C-130J eased forward, picking up speed as it coursed down the runway, the noise increasing until it broke free and pushed its way skyward.
There's no going back now.
That's never been an option.
Mid-morning, and Warren Air Force Base lay behind them. Reba was driving as they barreled along Interstate 80, west across the sprawling expanse of southern Wyoming. The air outside the vehicle was cool, while inside the sealed vehicle the temperature was comfortable. They passed a few vehicles, mainly massive semi-trailers, shunting goods back and forth across the state, and local traffic. Reba kept his speed at a steady 50, aware of the vigilance of local and state police when it came to breaking the speed limit. When they had arrived at Warren, they found that Brugnola had called ahead and arranged for them to be supplied with clothing and equipment. The Air Force also had food supplies and water. A pair of large steel flasks contained hot coffee. Reba had helped Bolan load the gear into the back of the Laredo. On the road, Bolan unfolded one of the area maps the Air Force had supplied. He studied it until he had their route worked out.
Stay on 80 for the next 200-odd miles. When we see the sign for Rock Springs, we exit and take 191 north. Another 150 miles should bring us up into the Grovant and Wind River mountain area.
Still doesn't pinpoint Kaplan's place exactly.
I spoke to my contact when you were asleep during the flight. They got results from that telephone intercept. Calls to Kaplan's home phone were rerouted to his place up here. Only a couple, but they were enough. A satellite sweep gave us a location. I used the coordinates that came with the satellite digital recon photo to work out on the map where Kaplan's lodge is. With that and your tracking skills, we should find it.
Hey, I'm strictly 21st century Apache. GPS, radar, I believe in progress.
Great help you're going to be.
Your contact have anything else?
Mugshot from Chicago PD, Hank Winston. His people tried to take out the security team previously attached to Zero, now looking for Kaplan and probably Buchanan. Winston had been seen earlier in Hawaii talking to this guy. My people finally identified him. Shang Chosan, People's Republic of China. He's military and works for a General Tung Shan. Apparently Tung is no lover of the U.S. Chosan runs a special squad that specializes in covert work. And from intelligence reports, not all of it in China.
Do we figure this General Tung might be behind the original attack on the Zero facility?
When you start adding up all the information and the tie-ins, there's too much to accept as pure coincidence.
Okay, so this Winston and his team of hitters got stopped. Has he sent in a backup squad?
Chicago PD can't locate him. He seems to have vanished. A local snitch came up with a story he emptied his safe and took off. The snitch got that from some of Winston's own people.
Wait up. This Winston screwed up the first hit on Zero. He didn't know it, but he left Buchanan alive. Buchanan returns from the dead, and Winston's Chinese paymaster comes back and says finish the job. Am I still on the trail?
Fine so far.
For whatever reason, Winston's boys screw up again. Only this time they don't walk away. Next we know, Winston has left the Windy City, which leaves the question, what are the Chinese going to do about Buchanan and Zero? If they went this far to take out the whole setup, are they going to quit now? I mean, we're not talking a fortune cookie franchise here. This Zero system would mean hard times for the Chinese and their Asian neighbors. Tell me if I'm just reaching here, Mike, but can we even assume what's jumping around inside my head? Such as this Shang Chosan guy making a personal try at taking out Buchanan and maybe Kaplan?
One thing I didn't mention. Chosan disappeared after his meeting with Winston. He didn't take a flight out of Hawaii back to Hong Kong, or anywhere. He engineered a vanishing act to distract anyone watching him.
So where'd he go?
Bolan took the wheel after a couple of hours. The interstate ran ahead, a man-made ribbon cutting through the immense spread of the Wyoming landscape, wide sky above, an endless flow of land beneath. They merged in the far, hazy distance, always leading him on, yet never seeming to get any closer. He checked his watch. It was going to be dark by the time they located Kaplan's lodge.
Ryan, please give me some good news.
How about the location of Kaplan's lodge in Wyoming? Is that making you smile, Senator?
I almost had a funny thought. I guess that will have to do for the moment. I hope, Ryan, that you're in transit for Wyoming as we speak.
Been in the air for almost 30 minutes, Senator.
Ryan, no more fuck-ups.
It has to be our turn for things to go right.
No, Ryan, it has nothing to do with good luck. It has to do with not letting the other man keep on kicking your ass. Make your own good luck.
Whatever you say, Senator.
Big country down there, Jackson.
I guess.
I thought all you boys liked places like this. Cowboys and all. Big horses, big mountains, big guns.
What is it with you? Always bringing big guns into the conversation.
Never had one when I was a kid.
What time you got, Claire?
5 minutes to noon.
We should be landing soon.
You think we'll find Doug Buchanan down there?
I hope so.
He awoke, his body wet with sweat from yet another dream, or nightmare. Doug Buchanan burst into the light, sitting up with a force that almost threw him from the bed in the guest room of Kaplan's Wyoming cabin. It was late morning. He sat there, panting, his whole body aching, nausea rising from his stomach. He remained in his sitting position, his head against his chest, sweat dripping from his face.
Doug, are you all right? What have we done to you?
Given me a few sleepless nights, Saul.
Can I get you anything?
I would ask for breakfast, but I guess it's closer to lunch. A cup of coffee would be nice.
Oh, God.
Hey, Saul, don't beat yourself up over this. I knew what I was doing when I signed up for Zero.
I don't believe any of us knew what we were doing, Doug. We only thought we knew.
I'll go take a shower, and then we can talk.
Saul Kaplan returned to the kitchen. From the wide window he could look out over the expanse of the lake that lay just beyond his lodge. Seeing the tranquil spread of water, overlooked by the timbered mountain slopes, had always given him peace and a release from any concerns he might have had. It was the reason he had always resisted any offers to sell. It was a refuge from the demands of his intense lifestyle, and something he valued above any amount of money. It was the first place he had thought of when he had relinquished his post at the university for health reasons. In part, that had been true because he had been unable to distance himself completely from Zero. He had imagined at first that leaving the project would work, but he had been wrong. The memories had been too strong, his attachment too personal. His nights started to be sleepless, leaving him tired and unable to give his full attention to his work. So he had left, packing his bags, and had set out for Wyoming and the lodge. When he had first arrived, spending time settling in, he had been able to return to the peace he had always found. Standing, looking out across the lake had always brought him contentment. This day, that idyllic panorama did little to ease his conscience. Seeing Doug Buchanan confused and tormented by the visions of his condition left Kaplan with strong feelings of guilt. He was the one person who had convinced Buchanan he was doing the right thing, that he was embarking on an historic journey, something never undertaken by any other human being. His persuasion had been the pivot that had swung Buchanan to his final decision. He crossed to the sink and turned on the tap, filling a coffee pot. His movements were automatic as he took mugs from the cupboard and brought out the package of coffee. His mind was elsewhere, drawing him back to a few nights ago when Doug Buchanan had showed up at the lodge. It had been cold, a thin rain whispering off the high peaks. When Kaplan heard the banging on the door, he knew who it was. Buchanan had telephoned a couple of times previously, talking, sometimes rambling as he told Kaplan he was on his way. Kaplan, feeling both relieved and guilty, had listened to his friend's near-incoherent speech. He understood that Buchanan had to have been suffering some degree of discomfort. Since the attack on the Zero facility, Buchanan would have been denied his drug injections, the treatment designed to ease him through the implant transition. It was possible for Buchanan to survive without them, but the loss of the treatment would have left him open to the change in his body, without the calming effect of the drugs. In his present state of mind, that loss would have simply added to his overall suffering. When Kaplan had opened the door to see Buchanan standing there, soaked and weary to the bone, he was shocked at the outward appearance of the man. Buchanan had lost weight. It showed in his gaunt face, the dark patches beneath his eyes. Kaplan hadn't forgotten the ravaging cancer that was working away inside the man. That would be having its effects too. It was a combination of both that had taken its toll on the Major. Yet despite it all, he had found his way here to this isolated spot, searching for something he had been unable to find anywhere else. He took Buchanan inside and made the man take a long, hot shower. While he was doing that, Kaplan found fresh clothing for him. They were both of a similar height. Normally, Buchanan would have been heavier, but his weight loss meant he was able to get into Kaplan's loose clothing comfortably. When Buchanan sat at the table, Kaplan placed hot food and coffee in front of him. Buchanan took a long look at the fresh steak and potatoes and set to eating it without a word. Kaplan let him finish his meal before he spoke.
Tell me what happened after the attack on the facility.
You heard about that?
Even though I walked out on the project, I still have contacts. They told me what had happened out of professional courtesy.
And asked you to come back to start over?
Of course.
They don't quit easily.
Nor do you, Doug. Not like me.
You can quit that talk right now. I know what was happening. They took Zero away from you, changed the rules, and left you out in the cold.
But I walked away from you, Doug. That was inexcusable.
I forgive you, my son. My benediction for the week. The night the strike came, I was caught up in one of the explosions. Luckily, it was the concussion. It threw me out of a window. I was able to crawl out under the perimeter fence and get into the desert. I hid and watched the facility being razed to the ground. Everything burned and flattened. I walked. I think I was looking for a phone to call in and tell what had happened. Things got a little hazy about then. The drugs had worn off and I was losing it. It looks like I ran into this dirt road and a truck came out of nowhere and it hit me. I didn't know a thing until days later. The guy driving the truck was an Apache from a local settlement. They looked after me. I'd taken some hard knocks from the explosion and then the truck. My memory was just coming and going. I must have been in a hell of a mess. I'd drift off and then it would all come back. Go again. But those people looked after me. I did call my niece and tried to warn her. People might come looking for me. I left her a message saying to tell anyone she hadn't heard from me. Then I figured if I stayed where I was, those people who wiped out the facility might find me and hurt the Apaches. So I took one of their trucks and drove until I found the railway. I jumped the train and started out looking for you in this place. Time was I didn't think I'd make it. You know what I did? I broke into a store along some country road and took painkillers, food, and water. Christ. Saul, me, a major in the U.S. Air Force, stealing.
Some story, Doug. I'm just glad you got here.
With a bit of luck, we might get some peace and quiet up here. What?
I don't suppose anyone told you after I left about the tracer chip they planted in your skull during one of the implant operations?
You mean someone can locate me by watching for a signal?
Yes, but if the chip had been working properly, you would have been found quickly. It may be that it isn't functioning on a constant basis.
Oh, great. So we should be okay then.
Let this be a lesson, Doug. Choose your so-called friends carefully in the future. I haven't proved to be exactly a faithful one.
You keep on talking like that and I might suddenly agree.
You should let me get you a doctor, Doug. You need proper treatment.
No doctors. They ask too many damn questions. No doctors, Saul, promise.
Kaplan heard the water bubbling on the stove. He made coffee and took the mugs through to the living room as Buchanan appeared, dressed and looking a little more relaxed. Buchanan took the mug Kaplan offered and wandered across the room and stared out through the panoramic window.
I've had better nights.
What are you thinking, Doug?
That this isn't gonna last. If I'm being tracked, chip or not, someone is gonna make the 2 and 2 connection and come looking for you. Maybe it's time I moved on.
Where to, Doug? Who do you trust? Think about what happened back in New Mexico. Who was behind the strike at the facility? If they find out you're still alive, I doubt they'll be waiting with open arms and a bouquet of flowers.
So what do I do? Just keep on running? For how long, Saul? Until this damn cancer gets me? Yeah, I know. You wanted to get me medical help and I refused. Let's see how things turn out. Do you have any weapons?
Weapons?
Guns, pistol, shotgun, rifle?
Yes, here. When I was younger, I fancied myself as an outdoor hunter. I only went out a few times. I wasn't very good. And I suddenly realized I didn't want to kill animals, no matter how much I told myself it was for food.
Kaplan led Buchanan to a locked cabinet in the far corner of the room. He produced a key and unlocked the doors, opening them. In the upright rack were 2 Remington 870 MCS shotguns, mounted with underbarrels. Kaplan watched as Buchanan loaded both weapons.
Are we going to need them?
I hope not, Saul, but it doesn't do any harm to be ready.
For what?
Hey, I'm not thinking of shooting myself. I want to see this through one way or another.
Their arrival at the port of Seattle had been uneventful. Xiao Yong, Shang Chosan, and his 4-man team were down on the crew roster. They all had genuine papers that identified them as such. Once the Oahu Star docked and the usual checks had been made, the crew went about its business of unloading the cargo, which was moved to a dock warehouse to await final pickup, except for a pair of seagoing containers shackled to the deck. The freighter was due to stay in Seattle's port for a couple of days, while it waited for a cargo for the return journey to Hong Kong. Xiao had received a cell phone message from his Seattle contact to say that everything he had asked for had been arranged. He gave Xiao a contact location, which Xiao passed to Chosan, and arrangements were put in motion for the assault team to leave the ship. That evening, a semi-tractor and trailer arrived to pick up the deck container. The driver had all the necessary paperwork for the pickup. The container had been checked and sealed by U.S. Customs when they had come aboard to inspect the main cargo. What no one had taken into account was the square access panel in the base of the container. It was just large enough to allow a man to crawl through and gain entrance to the interior of the container at the rear. This panel had been engineered and constructed at the Shanghai Shipyard Special Projects Division. The small square of steel had been cut and refitted so finely it was invisible to the naked eye, positioned as it was between the natural formation of the container base. The neat fit had been further disguised by a fresh coat of paint, which had been weathered and faded by chemicals and salt spray. Chosan had used this method of covert entry previously. Before the container was craned up off the deck, a delay was created by the freight's hoist operator, leaving it dangling a few feet in the air. In the dark and the fortunate squall of rain that had swept across the waterfront, Chosan and his team released the false panel and climbed inside the container. The panel was eased back into position and secured by internal catches. The hoist operator managed to get the container off the deck, over the freighter's side, and onto the trailer, where it was locked into position, the base completely hidden from any prying eyes. By this time, the dock security guard had retreated to his dry security hut at the dock gate. He could still see the milling crew securing the container, but decided it was less interesting than a cup of hot coffee. The tractor hauling the container rolled its load up to the gate. The driver leaned out of his cab, handing over the final docket for the security man to check and sign. The security man handed back the signed paperwork and opened the gate. Saul Kaplan could hear the slap of the wind against the lodge's solid timber walls. He glanced across to where Doug Buchanan slumped wearily in one of the low armchairs set near the open log fire. Buchanan hadn't moved for the past hour. They had been talking for most of the afternoon and into the night. Now even Buchanan was talked out. They had sat together, neither man able to continue the conversation. Kaplan had stood, heading for the kitchen. He decided to make coffee. He had been making coffee for most of the day. It gave him an opportunity to clear his mind. Buchanan had questions, so many questions, and Kaplan was glad to be able to at least try to answer them. He still felt guilty about deserting Buchanan, leaving him alone at the Zero facility. Secretly, Kaplan felt ashamed of his actions. He realized there was nothing he could do to alter what he had done, but with Buchanan's presence at the lodge, he could try to repair some of the damage. One of the difficulties was that Buchanan was still suffering from a degree of memory loss. His knowledge of Zero and the events before and after the assault on the facility would slip away, leaving him frustrated and unsure of himself. Then he would turn to Kaplan, his eyes searching the other man's face as he sought answers. Now he had slipped into an exhausted stupor, content to sit and stare into the flames of the fire. In the kitchen, Kaplan stood at the sink, filling the coffee pot and looking out the window. It was dark, with barely any moonlight. Rain slanted down out of the gloom, and clouds were pushing across the pale gleam of the lake, rippling the surface. Just beyond the lodge, edging the clearing around the building, dark stands of trees swayed in the wind. Branches swung, shadows flickering. Kaplan was about to turn away when he paused and leaned closer to the glass. He felt sure he had seen a figure moving out there. He looked again. More than one. He wasn't seeing things. There were men out there, and they were emerging from the trees and moving across the clearing in the direction of the lodge. Ryan and his men were equipped with radio communicators and headsets, which meant they were able to coordinate their approach to the lodge in the dark. They had flown in from Casper, Wyoming, using a Bell UH-1N Iroquois helicopter from one of Oren Stengard's secure bases. The Bell, painted matte black, had carried Ryan, 7 of his ex-military men, and 4 local hitters who knew the area. They had been on the ground for almost 2 hours, working their way up the rain-slicked slopes of the Wind River Range. They were all armed with M16A2 rifles and Glock 21 pistols. The Iroquois was below them, waiting for exfiltration once the operation was complete. Cal Ryan, sheltering against the thick trunk of a tree, sleeved rain from his eyes. The wind sloughing down off the high peaks was driving the rain directly at them.
Boswell, how close now?
Another half mile, we'll be able to see in through that lodge window.
Listen, once we have the place in sight, stay put. I don't want any lone plays. We wait until we're all in position before we go. That understood? Goes for all of you. Let's move out.
In the darkness surrounding the lodge, Shang Chosan and his team crouched on the sodden ground, hidden beneath the overhanging branches of thick shrubs. They were all clad in black combat suits, faces and hands darkened to avoid being spotted. The Chinese team carried 9mm Uzi SMGs, fitted with 40-round magazines supplied by their American contacts, and had sheathed knives strapped to their belts. Each man had 4 extra magazines for the Uzi he carried, in combat webbing worn over their black suits. They had arrived in the area in the late afternoon, locating themselves and then staying concealed until full dark allowed them to complete the journey that would bring them to the lodge. The container trailer had left Seattle, picking up Interstate 90, and had stayed with it all the way through Washington State, the narrow wedge of northern Idaho, cutting through the Coeur d'Alene mountain range and across into Montana. Pushing steadily on, the rig had rolled through the Bitterroot Range, bypassing Missoula, following the western curve of Interstate 90 down toward Butte, and eventually the crossing of the Yellowstone River, with the trace of the old Lewis and Clark Trail running parallel with the interstate. Chosan and his team disembarked from the container after it parked off the main highway late in the evening. After the 24-hour journey, with rest stops for the driver and the opportunity for Chosan and his team to emerge from the container for relief and refreshments, the team, to a man, wasn't disappointed to see the rig drive on. The Seattle contact had contracted for a helicopter to pick up Chosan and his team. The timing was exact. Chosan heard the aircraft approaching within 30 minutes of their being dropped off by the trailer rig. The helicopter, a Bell Model 43, piloted by a Chinese, took off again the moment Chosan and his men were on board. Chosan and his 4 men spent most of the first hour of the flight checking and loading their weapons. They only sat back when that was completed. Chosan was able to relax during the long flight. The cramped conditions in the false section of the rear of the container hadn't helped to make the road trip very pleasant. He sat with his face turned to the canopy of the helicopter, staring out into the night. Of all the missions he had carried out for General Tung, this would be the most difficult. He knew, accepted, and didn't allow to dampen his spirit that the chances of a return home were thin. If that was the need, then so be it, he decided. If he and his team succeeded, and Buchanan and Kaplan died, then whatever happened to them didn't matter. Sacrifice was something Chosan and his men embraced. 5 lives against the millions back in China. There was no question which had the greater importance. The helicopter had touched down in the late afternoon light. Rain was falling, cold against Chosan's exposed face when he climbed down out of the warm cabin. As his team gathered around him, Chosan signaled for them to follow him. They pushed across the treacherous slopes, making for the densely timbered terrain ahead. They had a 6-mile hike before they reached the lodge. Chosan had a plastic-covered map of the area, with the location of Kaplan's lodge marked on it. He and his team studied the map for long minutes, each man absorbing and retaining the directions given on the chart.
The deaths of these 2 Americans is of prime importance. It is why we are here, why we have come to this place. To kill Buchanan and Kaplan. Nothing else matters, not even our survival. They have to be removed. I know we have talked this over many times. Now we are here, within striking distance of the lodge belonging to Kaplan. All the discussion becomes reality. If we find both of them here, then we hit, and hit hard. If there is only one, we do the same. If our assumptions are wrong and the place is deserted, then we withdraw and regroup. Something tells me we are not going to find that.
I still can't believe it. That engine is only 6 weeks old, and it breaks down the minute we hit rough ground.
Valens didn't answer. She was in no mood for her partner's muttering. It was over an hour since they had abandoned their SUV. They were tramping through the undulating terrain, through brush and trees, over ground that was soaked underfoot from the continuing rain. It was wet and cold, the wind striking down through the canopy of branches. They were at least equipped for the territory. They both wore heavy waterproof coats over their clothes, which consisted of combat-style pants and shirts, and they had heavy-soled boots on their feet. Long peaked caps were pulled down over their heads. Each carried a personal communicator so they would be able to stay in contact if separated. Both agents were armed with their Beretta Model 92 pistols. Bird was carrying a powerful flashlight.
When they do this in the movies, the search party has a dozen agents, choppers, and searchlights.
Jesus Christ, Jackson, just shut the hell up.
Bird threw up a hand to stop Valens.
What?
Bird waited until she was alongside, then indicated the Bell 430 helicopter standing in a clearing beyond the fringe of trees concealing them. Despite the crosshatch of shadows, they could see a single occupant sitting inside the cabin.
Something you see every day out here, I guess.
Sure, right next to the Flying Pig Circus. Here, grab hold of this. I'll work my way around to the other side. When I'm ready, I'll give you a call.
Bird thrust the flash into Valens' hand and opened his coat to ease out his pistol. Valens nodded and saw her partner vanish into the gloom. She worked her way along the tree line until she was level with the helicopter cabin, then settled down to wait. Bird called in less than 5 minutes.
She transferred the flash to her left hand and pulled out her own weapon.
Ready.
Set.
Go.
Valens stepped out of the trees and ran across to the helicopter. As she reached the rain-streaked cabin window, she caught a glimpse of Bird on the other side. Valens raised the flash and tapped on the plexiglass canopy. Bird did the same on his side of the cabin. The young Chinese pilot reacted sharply, leaning forward to flick switches, panic driving his actions. Bird opened the door on his side. Valens reached out to grab the handle and open the cabin door on her side. She leaned in and showed the pilot the Beretta.
Not advisable, sir. Would you please raise your hands and sit back, away from the control?
Do it. You understand what she said.
The Chinese pilot did as he was ordered. Whatever else he might have been, foolish wasn't it. He raised his hands and clasped them on top of his head. 5 minutes later, the pilot was handcuffed to the frame of one of the rear seats. Valens stood watch over him while Bird checked the map again.
Looks like we're on track. Up that way.
Let's go.
Somebody coming up behind. I make a couple of people.
Mack Bolan and Joshua Reba were closing on the lodge when the Apache reached out to touch the executioner's arm. Bolan and Reba were on foot, having left the Laredo back down the trail to avoid being heard. They were both armed with weapons they brought from the Hercules. Bolan had a 9mm Uzi and wore the big Desert Eagle holstered on his hip, with the Beretta 93R in a shoulder rig. In addition to his Colt 45 handgun, Reba had an M4 carbine. He carried extra magazines in the pockets of a combat vest he had donned over the dark shirt he had changed into. They had been nearing the lodge when Reba had picked up the sound of movement close by. Bolan turned at the man's warning. He eased back into the undergrowth, the Uzi tracking the source of the sound. Two figures, clad in heavy waterproof coats and peaked caps, stepped out of the shadows. The one in the lead had a flashlight. The moment he saw them, Bolan felt a sense of ease wash over him. From their appearance and the way they were moving through the trees, he realized they were neither from Senator Stahl's camp nor from any other opposition force. When a patch of light fell across the second of the two figures and revealed the female he had seen in the photograph Brignola had supplied, Bolan identified them as Bird and Valens, the two Zero security agents.
Hold it. We're friendly.
We'll be the judges of that. Wearing that getup doesn't suggest friendly to me.
Appearances can be deceptive, Agent Valens.
How the hell?
My contact told me about you. He said you were on a similar assignment.
Your contact? Who the hell is your contact?
Let's just say we're all working to keep Doug Buchanan and Saul Kaplan alive, which isn't going to happen if we stand around here all night talking.
It might make us easy targets.
I'm with him.
I don't want to make an issue. You're looking for Buchanan because there's a threat to his life from out of the country, headed by Shang Chosan, right? I'm looking for him because there's a threat from within the U.S.
Threat? Because the government wants him back on the program?
Specifically, Senator Eric Stahl. The man wants Zero for his own purposes, and he has a partner, Colonel Oren Stengard.
Proof?
I can give you that, but not right now.
Just who are you doing this for?
Friends who got caught up in it is part of the reason.
What's the other?
Equal job opportunities. Helping out Native Americans.
Reba, let's go.
Hey, you just can't leave.
Watch me.
He slipped away into the surrounding foliage, Reba close behind. Valens glanced at her partner. Bird shrugged. There was a moment of confusion as Chosan's men realized they weren't alone in the lodge's vicinity. They had moved forward, heading directly for the lodge's front entrance.
We've got company.
The gunman turned his Uzi toward the other armed figures converging on the lodge. Chosan spun, seeing the armed men breaking into the open. There was no time to wonder who these men were. The newcomers had seen Chosan's team and were taking their own evasive action.
These are not friendlies! Defend yourselves!
The crackle of gunfire reached Doug Buchanan, yanking him out of his stupor. He sat upright, reaching out for the shotgun, resting beside him as Kaplan came running through from the kitchen.
Armed men outside, Doug. Coming out of the trees.
Stay away from the windows.
Buchanan moved across the room and pressed against the wall beside the main window, peering out. He saw dark figures milling around on the open ground, saw the stab of flame as guns fired, and quickly realized that there were two groups firing at each other. But who and why?
Move in! Keep your backs to the cabin! Evasive act! Move to the left!
Watch the left flank!
Flush them out!
Hold your position!
The whine and snap of bullets were all around. Ryan had identified the small group, 5 of them, who had come into view, and who were now close to the lodge. They had the advantage of being close to the building, allowing them a degree of cover that he and his team didn't have. The darkness and the driving rain did little to help. It hampered visibility, and the wet ground did nothing to accommodate swift movement. One of Chosan's men went down on his knees as his feet went from beneath him. He struggled to regain his balance, and in that moment of indecision, he was cut down by a sustained burst from one of Ryan's men. The shot man fell back across the ground, his chest glistening red. Chosan saw his man go down. He signaled for his team to fall back and gain the cover of the lodge. They obeyed and crouched in the deeper shadow at the base of the wall, returning fire as they did. One of Ryan's men went down, clutching a shattered leg. Turning, Chosan saw a short flight of wooden steps leading to a door. He moved forward, going up the steps, raised a booted foot and drove it against the door. He felt something snap and repeated the kick. The door burst open, swinging in with a crash.
Inside! Quickly!
Two of his men went in, Uzis tracking ahead. Chosan followed. The remaining Chinese stayed outside, trading shots with the opposition, giving Chosan and his men time to do what they needed inside the lodge. The end wall of the lodge contained a window. As Bolan cut across the ground toward it from the opposite side of the line of engagement, he made out light in the room beyond. He slammed against the wall to one side of the window and then slid along so he could peer in through the glass. He was looking in on the large living room. Log fire, armchairs, and a tall figure wielding a shotgun peering out of the larger window that faced the lake. A second man, lean with graying hair, was coming into the room. The first man turned from the window, and Bolan saw his face. It was Doug Buchanan. Both men turned as something attracted their attention, Buchanan raising the shotgun. Bolan moved back from the window, raised his arms to cover his face, and ran at the window. He crashed against the frame, taking the whole of the window with him as he went through, glass flying in all directions as Bolan hit the floor on his feet, dropping to a crouch, the Uzi coming online.
Major Buchanan, hit the floor!
Beyond Buchanan and Kaplan, moving figures came into view, men carrying weapons. To his credit, Buchanan responded fast, reaching out to grab Kaplan and pulling him down too. Two of Chosan's men burst from the kitchen, Uzi seeking targets. Bolan, already online, pushed his own Uzi forward, finger stroking the trigger. He cut down the nearest man with a withering burst to his lower body, the 9mm slugs puncturing organs and punching out a bloody mass as they severed the target's spine. The Chinese toppled face down on the floor. The follow-up man triggered his Uzi in a pure reflex action to his companion's demise. The spray of 9mm rounds went over Kaplan's head and struck the far wall of the living room. Bolan was bringing around his Uzi when the savage boom of Buchanan's shotgun rocked the room. The charge, up close and personal, took away the target's right arm and a large chunk of his shoulder, blowing bloody spray into Chosan's face as he brought up short behind his injured man. The stricken Chinese fell to his knees, staring at the great raw wound where his arm had been. Blood was pulsing from the severed flesh. Shang Chosan wiped blood from his eyes, raising his Uzi as he braced himself for the shot that would, if nothing else, kill the man he had come all this way to find. In that brief moment, he felt he would at least achieve that part of his mission. It never happened. In the scant moments before he pulled the trigger, Chosan sensed a presence close by. He swiveled his eyes and caught a glimpse of a tall, black-haired man with a huge revolver in his hand.
No way, you son of a bitch.
The .45 bullet took Chosan in the side of the skull. The Chinese felt as if he had been slapped hard. His head rocked and everything went silent. Then it felt as if a great pressure was building up inside his skull. In the last second before death, Chosan felt as if his head were about to explode. Then the bullet emerged on the opposite side, taking a large chunk of bone with it and a portion of his brain that spattered against the wall. Reba had entered the lodge through one of the rear windows, Valens and Bird behind him. They fanned out across the room.
I don't think that's it. There are more out front.
I'll lay odds they're Senator Stahl's hired guns.
What the hell is going on, Joshua?
We figure the Chinese were the same people who organized the hit on the New Mexican facility.
So what has Stahl got to do with this?
He wants you alive, Doug, so he can gain control of Zero and use it as a lever to get him into the White House. The man has a power complex, and he'll do whatever it takes.
It's true, Doug. I've learned enough the past couple of days to agree with this man. Stahl is in bed with Colonel Oren Stengard. They're planning a takeover, but it all depends on them getting their hands on Zero. You're the only man who can get them access.
Major Buchanan, Bird and I were the security team at Zero. We've been looking for you as well, to get you back to safety and away from anyone who wants to harm you.
Bolan had eased away from the group, checking out the front window. He could see the dark shapes in the clearing outside. They had formed a skirmish line, covering the lodge, and though he was unable to see any others, he knew that the place would be surrounded. The executioner calculated the odds of them all walking out alive if they put up any kind of resistance. The armed force out there was strong, and they had the advantage. Rushing out with all guns blazing might appear the heroic thing to do, but Mack Bolan hadn't survived for as long as he had by being foolish.
He moved back, turning to look at the 5 people occupying the lodge. After all that had happened, he didn't want to see any of them get hurt. Reba glanced around and saw Bolan watching the group. He sensed Bolan's mood, quickly got the feeling that if they put up any kind of resistance, the men outside wouldn't hesitate to cut them all down if the need arose. The only ones who were safe at the present moment were Doug Buchanan and Saul Kaplan.
No running for cover?
Valens heard the question and was quick enough to pick up Bolan's shake of his head. She felt a comment rising to her lips but held it back, because she could tell by the look in his eyes that he hated the thought of surrender, yet at the same time there was nothing else they could do at this moment in time, if they wanted to stay alive. Bolan could see the armed team moving toward the lodge, weapons up and ready. He glanced back over his shoulder, seeing Doug Buchanan and Saul Kaplan standing together. The brief firefight had taken its toll. Buchanan's effort had left him disoriented, staring around the room as if he had no idea where he was. The shotgun he had put to such good use had slipped from his fingers and lay at his feet. Kaplan looked like an old man, his face deathly white from shock. He had most probably never been witness to sudden violent death before. If there was further action of any kind, Kaplan would be more of a victim than anyone else. Reba, Bird, and the feisty Claire Valens would fight to the last. Of that, Bolan had no doubt. But the outcome would be the same. The opposition carried superior firepower, and they had the numbers, too. If Bolan had been on his own, he might have fought back, concerned that he was only putting his own life on the line. He looked again at the slowly advancing assault team and made a swift decision. He slipped the cell phone from his pocket and moved to one side of the window as the number rang out. The seconds it took before being answered felt like an eternity.
Stryker? Hal, just listen. I'm at Kaplan's lodge. Buchanan and Kaplan are here, alive. So are Bird and Valens and the PI helping me out. Right now, we don't have much chance of shooting our way out. I'm going to take the chance of surrendering to the assault team outside. There are too many of them. If they take us... Listen, ask Bear if he can check and see if the trace in Buchanan's skull is back online. If it is, you might be able to locate him when he's moved. It's the only way you might get to him before Stahl goes to work.
Okay. Now you listen. The Bear might have something you can use as a bargaining chip. Behringer's laptop gave up some interesting information regarding Senator Stahl's dealings with Stengard. Seems Behringer had been keeping a file of his own as a lifeline. The section referred to Stahl's own files. Our pal Behringer had unlocked these files using the Senator's own password. He had some program that was able to break into Stahl's system and decode the password. Behringer says Stahl has no idea his files have been accessed. The Senator isn't that smart when it comes to computers.
Put down your weapons. You are outnumbered. Resistance is futile.
Hal, no more time.
The password is freedom.
The lodge's main door crashed open, flung back against the wall. Armed men in black combat gear moved into the lodge. More appeared from the direction of the kitchen. Bolan lowered the hand holding the cell phone before any of the assault team spotted it. He dropped the cell phone to the floor, kicking it out of sight under a floor unit, then raised both his hands away from his body. He caught sight of Valens glaring at him, her eyes full of fury. He could take her rage. It was less harmful than getting shot.
Put the guns down. Now isn't the time.
The assault team filled the room. Bolan counted close to a dozen of them. They moved quickly to disarm Reba and the 2-0 security agents. 2 closed in on Bolan and took his weapons, frisking him quickly. A familiar figure moved to the front of the group, taking off his black cap to expose short-cropped blonde hair. Cal Ryan. He looked pleased with himself, smiling as he crossed to stand in front of Doug Buchanan and Saul Kaplan.
Must be my fucking birthday. 2 presents, boys. The performing monkey and the organ grinder together. Look after this pair. They're our meal ticket for this trip.
Ryan pulled a cell phone from his pocket and punched a speed dial number.
Evening, Mr. Senator. Remember I asked if you were smiling a while ago? Well, you can do better than that. Try a damn good laugh. We got them both. Alive and kicking. Alive, at least. We also have 4 additional guests. What do you want me to do with them?
Tell the Senator I have something for him.
What? Remember that bastard who capped my boys after the airport pickup? Velasco. Yeah, the one who shot my men. Seems he has something to say to you. Jesus. Whatever you say.
Ryan held out the cell phone to Bolan. The executioner took it.
Ryan tells me you have something to say.
Freedom, Senator. Just freedom. One of those words that means different things to different people. In your case, it's the magic word that opens files.
Put Ryan back on.
Ryan.
Bring them all back.
All of them?
Yes. We may need persuasion to convince Buchanan he should cooperate with us. If we have these others available, it might help to make him see sense. They might also be able to tell us how much others might know about our operation, especially Belasco.
Okay, Senator. We'll be moving out shortly.
Remember, Ryan, we need them alive.
He wants you all delivered alive. Beats the hell out of me, but he's the man, so he gets what he wants. He says alive, so it's alive you'll be. But he didn't say anything about getting bruised in transit.
Bolan realized what he meant too late. Ryan's M16 clubbed him across the side of the head. The hard blow sent Bolan reeling. Before he could defend himself, Ryan was on him, casting aside the rifle to use his big fists. Brutal blows sent the executioner back against the wall. Still dazed from the rifle blow, he struggled to fight back. He didn't succeed. Ryan hit hard and with little mercy. The attack was savage. By the time he was done, Ryan was out of breath and his knuckles were raw. Bolan, slumped back against the wall, had refused to go down. His face was bloody, his body aflame with pain. He felt rough hands grab his arms, hauling him upright. He shook his head to clear the fog of pain from his head and the blood from his eyes. He focused on Ryan's sweating face, stubbornly staring the other man down. Ryan raised a large fist, flexing his bleeding knuckles, lips curling back from his teeth.
This isn't finished yet, Belasco.
Bolan didn't answer, but his expression remained defiant, and Ryan got the message. Damned right it isn't over. Concealed deep in brush just beyond the lodge, Tang Mao had watched the larger force of armed men advance on the building and file inside. He was the sole survivor of Chosan's team. Being ordered to stay outside the lodge when the others entered had saved his life. He had heard and seen the killing of his comrades. Realizing there were too many inside the lodge, he had dropped to the wet ground, crawling quickly away from the lodge. He had barely managed to slide into the deeper cover when the armed men had closed in on the lodge and entered the building. Tang moved farther away, distancing himself from the lodge. The mission was over. Their task hadn't been fulfilled. His only problem now was getting away from the area back to the helicopter where he would be able to make contact with Xiao Yung and inform him what had happened. Xiao Yung felt his spirit sink as Tang told him what had happened. Apart from the failure to kill Buchanan and Kaplan was the death of Shang Chosan. It was a deep loss as far as Xiao was concerned, an unnecessary loss and a sad one. Granted, he and Chosan had only been involved for a short time. Even so, Xiao felt as if he had lost a good friend. Chosan had been a good man and soldier. The mission that had brought them all the way to America had been important. It had also been riddled with difficulties. The bitter thing was that Chosan had gotten so close to success. Xiao also thought about General Tung. He wasn't going to be pleased at all. Both attempts to eradicate Zero had come to nothing. Tung would be enraged. If anyone was standing too close when he received the news, they would feel his anger. Xiao would be on Tung's list as well. As the only top-ranking survivor, he would carry the responsibility. The thought made Xiao tremble. He was going to have to carefully consider his options.
Tang, can you get back to Seattle?
I don't know.
Will your pilot bring you?
I will ask.
I will wait for you here if the ship leaves. I can arrange for us to stay somewhere. There is money available.
All right. I will try and get back. Xiaoyong, thank you.
Yung put down the cell phone. He wandered around the cabin, his mind busy with things he needed to do. In the light of current events, Xiao knew that it would be wiser to stay in America rather than return to China. Until he had time to work out his own future, Xiao Yung would adopt the identity on his ship's papers and find himself a new occupation. He had access to substantial money, and as Chosan himself had been at pains to point out, with money, anything was possible in the United States. Xiao Yung decided it might be interesting to find out if that was really true. Mack Bolan looked down on the vast spread of the manufacturing facility as the helicopter swung in for a landing. Immediately in front was the main administration building. Beyond the main building, the manufacturing shops stood in isolation, surrounded by landscaped areas of trees and bushes, swaths of carefully tended lawns. The entire complex looked more like a hospital than a factory, developing and producing an array of weapons ranging from .22 rifles through heavy artillery to the latest concepts in missile technology. The helicopter overflew the main complex, dropping lower as it skirted the warehouse and freight yard at the rear of the site. Deeper into the site was a large, low structure. It had a stark, no-frills appearance, and as the Belle Iroquois touched down on a large concrete pad fronting this building, Bolan saw the sign in front of it. SAC Research and Development, strictly out of bounds. As the helicopter touched the pad, the jolt made Claire Valance sit upright. Restriction on her wrists made her look down. She was bound by plastic cuffs, as were the rest of the captives. She saw the red marks on her skin where the plastic loops had chafed.
Fucking things were meant for tying garbage bags, not people.
Bolan had seen this and failed to hold back a faint grin. Even now, Valance was putting up resistance. He glanced around the cabin at the others. Reba had his head back, his eyes almost closed, as if he were dozing. Bolan knew otherwise. The man was taking stock, watching and waiting. Valance's partner, Bird, had an angry expression on his face. He hadn't liked the surrender, despite accepting that it had been the only sensible thing to do at the time. Bolan hoped he wouldn't do anything without thinking it through. Directly across from Bolan were Buchanan and Kaplan. They had said little during the flight. The soldier had kept a close watch on Buchanan. The man looked to be in a bad way. Weary, his face taking on a pale, unhealthy pallor, Buchanan didn't look like a man capable of taking on something as complex as Zero. Next to him, Saul Kaplan was a man out of his depth. The events at the lodge and the subsequent flight across country had driven him into a shell of self-protection. He was a frightened man. Bolan himself had absorbed the discomfort of the flight without a word. His face and body ached from Ryan's attack. It wasn't the first time Bolan had taken a beating, and it wouldn't be the last. It hurt, but he bore that, and at least it affirmed he was still alive, and life was too precious to let go of. There were too many things he had to do in this world. The next was going to have to wait, for a long time if Mack Bolan had any say in the matter. The moment the helicopter made contact, one of Ryan's men slid open the door and jumped out. More of the armed team followed, and they formed a line, weapons at the ready, as Bolan and the others were herded outside. When the remainder of Ryan's team had exited the helicopter, they formed an escort around their captives and pushed them toward the entrance to the R&D building. Ryan was at the head of the line. He paused at the doors and produced a swipe card, which he used to activate and open the smoked glass sliding doors. They all stepped inside, the doors sliding shut behind them. Ryan walked to the single elevator doors and used his swipe card again. Bolan made a mental note of that. He also watched where Ryan pocketed the card. The elevator was large enough to accommodate them all. When Ryan pressed the lower button on the panel, the elevator dropped quickly. The trip was short, so the car hadn't gone too deep. The doors slid open, and they emerged onto one of the lower levels of the R&D complex. A single corridor stretched away from them. It appeared to go on for a considerable distance, fluorescent tubes throwing harsh white light across the smooth walls and floor. Doors led off on both sides of the corridor at regular intervals. It was quiet. The air was fresh and cool, being pumped in through vents in the ceiling.
You can go to your rooms later.
I hope they run out soon.
Say what?
Your witty remarks. I don't know how long I can take them without throwing up.
Ryan was still grinning when he launched a looping backhand that cracked against the side of Valance's face. She stumbled, her eyes cold as she stared at Ryan.
More where that came from.
One of your specialties. Hitting defenseless women.
A man needs a pastime.
I've seen the evidence. After the woman was pulled out of the water.
Hell, don't tell me that brought you into this.
It helped.
Goddamn knight in shining armor, now I heard it all.
He moved on along the corridor. Reaching a pair of double doors, Ryan waited as they swung open, then stepped aside as his men took Bolan and the others into the room beyond. The room was fitted out as an office, with a large desk and high leather swivel chair. On the plain walls were large prints of SAC ordnance. Down one side was a computer layout, with a number of large-screen monitors and peripheral equipment. Seated behind the desk was a man Bolan recognized from TV and newspaper images, Colonel Orrin Stengard. He wore civilian clothing and had a large mug of coffee in one hand. As the room filled up, Stengard pushed the chair back from the desk and stood. On his feet, he was an impressive figure, ramrod straight, with good shoulders and a lean physique. He stepped around the desk and surveyed the captives, like a man assessing prize cattle. Finally satisfied, he turned to Ryan, who was standing to attention.
At ease, Cal. We're not on review.
As requested, Colonel. Major Douglas Buchanan, United States Air Force, and Dr. Saul Kaplan, Zero Option Project.
Proud to meet you, son. Hell of a thing you're doing for your country. Can't say I understand how it all works, but I'm sure the good doctor will explain.
Maybe I should clarify something, Colonel Stengard. What I volunteered to do was for the elected government of this country. As far as I recollect, your name never came up as part of the project. Now, I can't speak for Saul Kaplan, but I'm pretty sure he'll tell you to go to hell as well.
You see, Cal, that's just what I'd expect from a man of Major Buchanan's stature. He's that close to getting himself shot for insubordination, and he still has the guts to stand firm. Resolve. Something we're short of in this country.
And that's something you know all about, is it, Stengard? Resolve, integrity, do what has to be done and be damned who gets hurt in the process?
Belasco, Colonel. The one who gave us all the trouble.
I've been hearing about you. Caused us a deal of inconvenience.
My heart bleeds for you, Stengard.
Colonel to you, Belasco.
Take it easy, Cal. Mr. Belasco has allowed his indiscretions. To answer your accusation, yes, I do have the resolve and the integrity to get done what needs to be done.
At least we have that in common.
And an optimist as well. I admire that, Belasco. Then you'll understand what we're trying to do here. Get this country back on its feet. Build up its strength so none of those leeches out there can back us into a corner. It's time we made America great again. Time was the whole world listened when we talked. Now they smile in our faces, take our aid, and then bomb us. Attack us within our own borders. Burn the American flag in the rat-infested streets, and call us cowards and murderers. It's time we picked up the goddamn ball and showed them they can't treat the United States like so much dog shit on the soles of their shoes.
And it's gonna take you and Senator Stahl to do it?
Damn right it is, son. I'll tell you something else for free. We will do it.
Not without Zero.
Which is why you and Major Buchanan are here. The keys that will turn Zero on and give us the means to send our enemies ducking for cover.
Oh, please.
Agent Valens, I've been hearing so much about you. Please, let's hear your contribution.
I don't like swearing in mixed company.
Colonel, she's got a smart mouth. You want me to...
Cal, let the lady speak. Remember, this is still a democracy.
As long as Zero stays switched off, the minute you and that lame excuse senator get it back online, we're all gonna be in deep trouble.
Are you suggesting we'll betray the American people?
Colonel, do I look that stupid? If I thought for a minute you might actually get this circus off the ground, I'd throw myself in front of the first train I could find.
We have a disbeliever in our midst.
Make that two.
One of the assault team close to Reba turned and drove the butt of his weapon into the man's ribs. Reba bent double.
Enough of this crap. Cal, get Buchanan and Kaplan down to the process room. It's time we got moving on this. Have the others put in the observation room next door, so they can see what's going on.
Bolan was pushed into the observation room as the doors slid open. It was a plain room, no furniture. The floor was made of soft, sound-absorbing tiles. The others were alongside him. As the door slid shut behind them, the far wall lit up and revealed itself to be a floor-to-ceiling, toughened glass sheet. It allowed them to see into the next room. That one was double the size. One wall was fitted out with an array of electronic panels and computer stations. Mobile pieces of equipment were lined up against one end wall. The room gave the impression of an operating theater. It had a sterile look to it. Banks of lights on flexible arms were suspended from the ceiling. The effect was completed by what looked at first sight to be an operating table. Bolan moved closer to the glass screen that separated the two rooms. He was looking closely at the operating table. Only it wasn't an operating table. It was more like a body-length adjustable recliner. There were arms at the sides, with short tubes protruding from the covering. There were more tubes coming up through the base padding, and where the head would rest was a shallow skull-shaped cap on a flexible arm. The bio-couch, the point of transition where Doug Buchanan and the control center of the Zero platform would merge into a single interdependent unit. Bolan recalled reading about it in the extensive reams of data the President had given him after his visit with Hal Bragnola. The implants inside Buchanan's body would lock in and blend with those installed within the biocouch. This would create the environment and the catalyst that would form the human-machine biosynthesis coupling. The process would take a few hours as the couch began to feed Buchanan the synthetic fluids and neuro-wave transmissions. The evolvement of Doug Buchanan into Buchanan Zero would culminate in his being able to take full control of the platform's functions via the electronic chips in his skull. They would only activate once the transition had completed successfully. Stengard had followed them into the observation room, standing at the back as they observed Buchanan and Kaplan enter the room. A 4-man team of technicians followed them in, and 2 armed guards stood against one of the walls.
How the hell did they—
You are wondering how we got our hands on a biocouch? My contact in the Pentagon, who has unfortunately decided to opt out of our relationship, got the construction details as soon as the attack on the New Mexico site took place. We had to move fast before the shock of the strike wore off. As soon as that happened, there was a lockdown on everything to do with Zero. But we had what we needed.
But as far as you knew, Buchanan was dead.
We had a few bad moments over that, I admit. Then common sense returned and told us the government would resurrect Zero. We could wait if we had to. But chance favored us, and Doug Buchanan showed up again. Once the development team had the schematics, it didn't take them long to construct a replica. We were very proud of it, and the room, as we call next door.
Bolan was observing the action through the glass. Both Kaplan and Buchanan were standing by the couch, obviously aware of what its presence indicated. Buchanan was slowly shaking his head. The click of a sound system coming on reached the observation room. One of the white-coated techs turned to face Stengard.
First problem, Colonel. Major Buchanan says he won't cooperate.
I was afraid of that, Dr. Menard. Would you bring Major Buchanan to the glass, please? Major Buchanan, what seems to be the problem?
You can't initiate Zero's activation without me, and I refuse to do what you want. This is not what Zero was created for, and you damn well know, Colonel. The hell with you and your treason. I'll die first before helping you and that maniac stall.
Oh, I don't think your dying will be necessary, Major. However, I see no alternative to showing you I mean business.
Stengard turned and crossed to where Ryan was standing. He stood close to the man for a moment, then returned to his former position, arms folded across his chest, close to where Jackson Bird was positioned in front of the glass screen.
Major Buchanan, this is no time for grand gestures. Believe me when I say I am not going to accept your refusal. You are not in command here. I am. And I say who lives and who dies.
Stengard unfolded his arms. In his right hand was one of the Glock 21 pistols. Stengard turned, raised the weapon, and pressed the muzzle against the side of Jackson Bird's head. The rounds poured in to demolish Bird's brain. A spurt of red splattered the window glass and splashed the side of Joshua Reba's jacket. Bird slumped to his knees, then forward on his face, body jerking in final spasms.
No!
Valens launched herself across the room, despite her bound hands, and went for Stengard. She would have reached him if one of Stengard's men hadn't moved to confront her, his M16 leveled at her chest. Stengard leveled the Glock at her head.
You can be next, Agent Valens. You can join your partner.
Ex-partner.
Do we understand each other, Major Buchanan? I have 3 more people here with me. I'm prepared to sacrifice each one of them until you see sense. Their lives are in your hands. If their deaths don't change your mind, I'm sure we can find other volunteers.
Doug Buchanan leaned against the window, his hands pressed against the cool surface as he stared down at Jackson Bird's corpse and then across at Claire Valens. Tears were running down her pale, lovely face as she took in what had just happened so quickly and without any warning.
Major, do not fuck with me. I am willing to sacrifice as many as it takes if you still need convincing. In the end, it rests in your hands.
Buchanan turned from the glass and walked to the biocouch. Dr. Menard and his assistants moved to strip off his clothing and replace it with a thin, body-hugging skin suit that had cutaways for the implant introduction. When the skin suit was in place, the technicians helped position Buchanan on the biocouch.
We're ready.
Kaplan, time to go to work. As we were fortunate to locate you, we can use your expertise.
Saul Kaplan stood beside Buchanan, talking quietly with him as Menard and his team checked that Buchanan was fully settled before they activated the transition sequence. A number of times, Menard asked Kaplan questions. Finally, Kaplan himself moved to the main computer station and keyed in codes that activated the process. Bolan had remained in his earlier position, watching Buchanan. At first, nothing seemed to be happening. The Major appeared to be resting, his eyes closed, his breathing deep and regular. Then implant probes slid from the depths of the couch, and at the same time the implants that had been inserted into Buchanan broke through the outer layers of skin and moved with precise motions toward the couch links. Despite his misgivings, Bolan found himself held by the pure fascination of this bonding of man and machine. He knew he was seeing something totally new, a startling and surprising advance in human technology. Doug Buchanan had proved he was a man willing to step beyond the normal bounds of mankind's need to explore his potential. The window turned black, the sound from the room shutting off.
Ryan, get these people out of here now. When Stahl arrives, he wants to talk to Belasco. Make sure the other two are secured. I'm sure they have a lot to think about.
Be a damn sight better if we got rid of them.
Not yet. They could still be of use if Buchanan or Kaplan find their consciences troubling them. Understand, Cal? Just lock them up for now. And get someone to deal with Bird.
Yes, Colonel.
A little persuasion and we prevail, Mr. Belasco.
Enjoy it while you can.
Do I detect a threat there, son?
You understand what I'm saying.
I admire your guts, son. But don't try to fool me. I've been a soldier too long.
And an insult to every American who ever wore his or her country's uniform.
You criticize me, Colonel Oren Stengard. Do you really understand what I've done for this country? How many times I've put myself on the line, and the men under me? We did everything they ever asked, and more. But the lily-whites in office want to weaken us. Strip us of everything America ever stood for. Jesus Christ, Belasco. We have to bend our knee to every pacifist liberal and PC loon who ever raised his sissy voice above a whisper. My God, man. Have you taken a look at this country? All we do now is let the rest of the world sponge off us. At home, people are gutless and can't even make it through the day without a counselor to hold their pasty hands. Spill a cup of coffee in your lap? Sue the coffee shop. Don't like the way someone talks to you at work? Sue the boss for work-related stress. What the hell is going on? America used to be a nation of independent, hard-working people who got on with life and gave the finger to anyone who tried to push them around. Not anymore. The government is screwing around with this country. It's time we took America back and showed the people the right way to do it.
The Eric Stahl way and your way? Use Zero to blackmail your way into power? Show the world America has its finger on the trigger? Do it our way or we'll put you out of business? How long before the curfews in U.S. cities? Going in and picking out the undesirables. Next thing, it'll be the wrong color hair or eyes. I understand Stahl's politics, and frankly, Colonel Stengard, they're the worst thing that could happen to this country.
Get this man out of my sight, Cal. Put him in a room and lock the door. Keep someone with him, because I don't trust him left on his own.
Ryan caught hold of Bolan's sleeve and dragged him across the room, his armed man close behind. The door shut, leaving Bolan in the deserted corridor with Ryan and his partner. Stepping behind Bolan, he raised a booted foot and placed it against Bolan's hip, shoving hard. The soldier stumbled. The armed man with him used the butt of his M16 to strike their captive between his shoulders.
Hey, Ryan, you think this asshole was ever in the military?
You never know. They'll take anybody these days.
Bolan was marched along the corridor to a short flight of steps. They emerged in another featureless passage, this one illuminated by soft strip lights.
Hold it.
He shoved past Bolan to use a keycard to open the sliding door. Out the corner of his eye, Bolan saw Ryan hand the card to the armed guard.
Inside, Belasco.
The room had a table and a number of metal-framed chairs. There was a water cooler and a coffee vending machine against one wall. It had the sterile appearance of a conference room.
Stahl should be here in a while. Just keep him here.
Ryan turned and strode out of the room. Bolan was now alone with the armed guard.
Go park your ass over there.
Bolan did as he was told. He sat on one of the chairs at the table, facing straight ahead. The guard took a chair at the far end of the table, his M16 resting on his lap. After a few minutes, the guard stirred restlessly. He reached up to push his cap to the back of his head, his eyes beginning to wander. Bolan remained still. The man fiddled with the rifle. It was obvious he wasn't a regular serviceman. He might have been at one time, but now he would be on Stengard's mercenary list. A man who had lost his edge when it came to remaining impassive when left alone to guard a prisoner. He was more used to lazing around with his ex-service buddies, living on pay he'd earned from his last contract. No more than 5 or 6 minutes had elapsed when the guard pushed his chair back from the table and stood. He moved around the table and crossed to where the coffee machine stood. He looked it over, deciding he didn't have to pay for a drink, then peered at the instructions. The guard was no more than 3 chairs away from where Bolan had sat motionless, offering no resistance. He wedged the M16 under his left arm and used his right to order his drink. Leaning over so he could clearly see the plastic cup, the guard made to take it from the delivery recess.
Oh, damn it.
The guard reached up to grasp the cup by the thicker lip at the top. It diverted his attention from Bolan for no more than a few seconds. The guard was lifting the cup, turning his head to check his prisoner, when he heard a whisper sound. He let go of the cup, maneuvering the M16 into position. He got the impression of something dark, moving extremely quickly, and then Bolan was on him. The executioner hit with the speed of a striking snake, dropping his bound wrists over the guard's head and yanking back hard against the man's throat. Bolan's right knee came up, ramming into the guard's lower spine with savage force. Bolan's bound arms snapped tight against the guard's throat, crushing the windpipe and closing with a vice-like grip. Bolan increased the pressure of his knee to the spine. The M16 slipped from the guard's grasp. The guard reached up, fingers clawing at the arms around his neck. He began to thrash about, his movements uncoordinated. The color of his face darkened, and his eyes stared wildly about. Bolan maintained his grip for the next long minute. The struggles slowed. The jerking eased. Bolan lowered the dead man to the floor. He located the sheathed knife strapped to the right thigh. He slipped it from the leather scabbard, reversed it in his clasped hands, and slid the blade, cutting edge uppermost, against the strip of the plastic cuffs. It took a minute of steady concentration, keeping the pressure of the blade against the loop, but the gentle sawing action eventually severed the plastic. Bolan rubbed at his wrists to aid the flow of blood to them. He knelt beside the body and unclipped the combat harness the man wore. It held extra magazines for the M16. Bolan slipped into the harness. He took the long-peaked black cap and put it on, pulling it over his eyes. His disguise wasn't going to fool anyone for long. The fact he wore a black suit of a slightly different design to Ryan's team would help. He took the sheath for the knife and fastened it to his own leg, replacing and clipping the knife back in place. A search of the dead man's combat suit yielded the key card. Bolan picked up the M16 and ejected the magazine, checking it. Then he snapped it back in place, cocking the rifle. Bolan headed for the door. He raised the key card, pausing for a fraction of a second before he inserted it in the slot. He had no idea what he might find when he stepped out of the room, but he was ready for anything. Bolan was on a roll. He was armed and dangerous, in no mood for compromise. And if Colonel Orrin Stengard believed America was going soft, it was because he hadn't witnessed Mack Bolan in killing mode. The doors slid open, presenting Bolan with an empty passage and a choice of which way to go. It wasn't a difficult one. Bolan turned and headed back the way he had been brought in, to the upper level and a face-off with his adversaries. Joshua Reba crossed the locked room and stood over Claire Valens. She was sitting on a low seat, pushed back against the bare wall, her arms folded across her chest, staring vacantly at the wall on the other side of the room. Slowly, she seemed to regain focus and presence. She pushed to her feet and began to pace the room, checking out every section, steadily and thoroughly.
Jackson would be chasing me to get off my butt and do something. It's time we did.
Pretty solid.
But not built to be a prison cell.
I guess not.
The air vent. What do you think?
Worth a look.
They dragged one of the chairs directly under the square vent in the ceiling. Reba stepped on the chair and reached up to push his fingers through the vent slots. Once he had a good hold, he tested the fixture. It had no screws, simply tabs that clipped into place. He pulled hard, and the vent came away in his hand. Reba stuck his head through the hole and peered along the box section that vanished into the distance. It wasn't totally dark. There was faint illumination coming from the strip lighting set in the ceilings that intruded into the aluminum box sections. Joshua stepped down off the chair.
I can make it.
I can't. No way I'll haul myself in there. You sure you want to do this?
Damned right I do.
Okay. I'll stay here and hold the fort.
Let's do it.
Valens stepped onto the chair, reaching up to grasp the inner edge of the vent. As soon as her feet lifted from the chair, Reba stepped up, caught hold of her around her waist, and boosted her up. Valens pulled herself into the vent. The size of the box section was large enough to allow her to crawl on hands and knees.
You okay?
Fine.
Take care.
Reba watched her move along the section until she was swallowed in the shadows. He lowered his head and shoulders, placed the vent back in place, and locked it in position. He put the chair back where it had come from, then squatted with his back to the wall, facing the door, and waited. Mack Bolan made his way along the passage. He reached the stairs, picking up faint footsteps in the corridor above him. Bolan pulled back as an armed figure began to descend. The executioner caught a glimpse of a black suit, combat harness, and peaked cap, one of Ryan's assault team. The man had his M16 slung. The executioner leaned his own rifle against the wall and drew the sheathed knife. He let the guy reach the bottom of the steps and turn into the passage before he moved up behind him, left hand snaking around the guy's body to clamp tightly over his mouth. The keen blade of the knife arced up and opened the exposed throat. Left to right, deep, severing everything in its path. The man reacted violently, hands reaching up to the gaping wound. All he found was cut flesh and a surging flood of warm blood that wet his hands and spilled down his black suit. He kicked and wriggled. Bolan held him tight, fingers digging into the flesh of his face as he restrained the dying man. He didn't slacken his grip until the guy's struggles weakened and finally ceased. Bolan lowered him to the floor. Sheathing his knife, Bolan bent over the dead man and relieved him of the extra magazines he carried for the M16. Bolan slipped them into the zip pockets of his own black suit. He picked up his own rifle and went up the stairs quickly. There was no easy way to do what he had to do. Stengard and Ryan were commanding a ruthless regime here. Their intentions were obvious. Buchanan and Kaplan were the only ones safe from harm, at least until Stengard and inevitably Stahl had control of Zero. The moment they had that, no one would be safe. And that lack of security would extend from this isolated facility to become a global concern. Zero in the hands of Stahl and Stengard wasn't a matter to be treated lightly. The main corridor stretched in both directions. Bolan could identify where Buchanan and Kaplan were being held. He didn't know where Reba and Valens had been taken. His main concern was Ryan and his team. He needed to trim them down to where they were no longer a tangible threat. If Buchanan hadn't been involved, Bolan could have aimed his strike at the building too, creating a diversion that would have forced Ryan and his people into the open. That was out of the question. Bolan had no idea of Buchanan's dependency on the building's power source to maintain his biocouch. Taking out the power supply might kill him.
Hey!
He turned and saw one of Ryan's black suits coming down the corridor with an M16.
You're not one of the two!
Bolan's 5.56mm slugs whipped the guy around and bounced him off the wall. He left a bloody smear on the plain wall as he slithered to the floor. Bolan's gun was loud enough to be heard in the lab.
What was that?
Doesn't concern us. We stay here.
I'm not going anywhere.
Are these readings correct?
Don't worry about the drop here and there. It's to be expected. It won't last long. When Doug's system starts to actually work with the couch's built-in electronic chip, his neural net will come in parallel. When that happens, we will know the melding has taken place successfully.
Dr. Kaplan, I know that apologizing doesn't absolve me of what I've done. I had little choice. Both Stengard and Stahl, they threatened me and my team. They said that if we didn't work on this project, we would die. Our families as well. Stengard has a way of making you believe him. The way he killed that man today, if I hadn't been convinced before, that did it. How do you plead with someone like that?
You don't. As for apologizing, you'll have to get in line behind me. Right now, I have enough apologizing to do for all of us.
Reba heard the door make a soft sound. It began to slide open, and an armed black suit stepped through into the room. The Apache stepped quickly away from the wall, the underside of his left hand slamming against the probing M16 and knocking it up. He swung a powerful right fist into the face of the startled black suit. The man's jawbone skewed sideways as it was driven out of its sockets. Reba delivered a crippling blow to the stomach, and as the guy buckled over, Reba smashed his knee up into his face. Bone crunched and blood flew in a glistening spray as the guy went down to the floor. Reba snatched up the discarded M16, using the butt to crack down on the guy's skull. He'd heard gunfire short minutes earlier and knew it was Velasco kicking ass. He was sure the big guy could use some company. He bent over briefly to snatch a couple of extra magazines from the harness, then ducked out the door and went looking for trouble.
The corridor in which Bolan found himself ended with a left turn. To his right were double swing doors, each with a small window. As he peered through, he saw a number of black suits already reaching for their weapons as they reacted to the tri-burst. The layout of the large room beyond the doors showed the canteen area. Rows of tables and chairs, the kitchen at the far end, with a serving counter in front. There were lights on in the kitchen, but no staff. Bolan assumed Ryan's team would be looking after their own food preparation. Eating was the last thing on any of their minds as they headed for the doors that would allow them to exit the canteen. Bolan booted the doors open and picked his first target. The M16 blew the guy off his feet, crashing into the floor as Bolan picked an oncoming pair. The 5.56mm slugs put the pair down in bloody heaps. Bolan dropped to a crouch, swinging the M16 at a figure coming in on his left. The enemy gunner's shots ripped chunks out of the absorbent floor covering. The executioner twisted, turning his body to both avoid the line of slugs and to bring him in line with the shooter. Bolan's weapon hit the target at knee height. The gunman crashed down on his face. Bolan hit him with another burst. There were 3 more on the far side of the canteen, seeking cover rather than pushing forward with their attack. Bolan reached the cover of a support pillar and leaned around the corner. He spotted one of the trio working his way behind the serving counter, his own rifle sweeping back and forth as he looked for his vanished target. Bolan waited until the guy raised his head far enough above the level of the counter, then laid a burst into the guy's skull and saw him jerk back. Combined fire from the 2 remaining enemy gunners pounded the pillar where Bolan had been hiding. By this time, he had moved on, down on his stomach, crawling under a row of long tables. He had pinpointed the pair, crouching behind a freestanding freezer unit. Bolan raised the rifle, taking steady aim before he hosed a cycle of 3-round bursts into the unit. The unit shuddered under the impact of the slugs. A couple of them went through the unit, distorting as they did, and hit flesh as they emerged. The damaged slugs tore bloody chunks out of the target's right shoulder. The hit guy backed away from the unit and slumped against the wall, clutching his ruined shoulder and making an easy target for the soldier's follow-up burst. Bolan ejected the spent magazine and snapped in a fresh 30-round clip. He cocked the M16, picking up the sound of movement. He shouldered aside a table, pushing upright, and saw the last man advancing across the canteen, his rifle sweeping back and forth as he tried to pinpoint his target. They locked eyes in the same moment. Bolan had already acquired his shot. Bolan turned to leave the canteen. He left behind the stench of powder smoke and spilled blood, and knew it was far from over. Valance had peered through the air vent, checking out the area below. She was in some kind of storage section. There didn't appear to be anyone around. If there was, she would have to deal with them. She worked the vent cover out of the clips and pulled it up beside her, setting it aside. Now she was able to check out the area below with ease. It was deserted. She maneuvered herself around and slid from the vent feet first, hanging briefly by her hands before dropping to the floor. The storage area held little of interest for her, just boxes and cartons. Valance saw the exit and crossed to the door. It wasn't locked, and she was able to look out at the corridor. She eased the door open, checking both ways. The corridor was empty. She picked up the crackle of gunfire. Turning, she made her way along the corridor, seeking the source of the firing. Heavy gunfire caught Reba's attention. He located the origin of the fire and turned to make his way there. As he moved along the corridor, a door ahead opened and someone stepped out. It was Colonel Oren Stengard. He had an auto pistol in one hand. His head turned as he sensed Reba's closeness. The pistol swung around and Stengard opened fire. The first 9mm slug hit the wall above Reba's head. The next clipped his left hip. He hit the floor, rolling frantically, steadying himself and returning fire. The bursts from his M16 ripped chunks out of the plaster wall and gouged holes in the door. Stengard fired again, ducking back inside the room and dragging the door shut. Reba cut loose with the M16. Sitting up, Reba used his rifle to push himself to his feet. His hip was stinging from the bullet clip, blood soaking through his pants.
Damn.
Joshua, you hurt bad?
Just a graze. You?
Ryan's assault team is down a few men.
Stengard went in there after we had our little set-to.
That's one who isn't getting away.
He moved to the bullet-riddled door and tested the handle. The door opened easily. Bolan left it ajar and stepped to the side in case Stengard was inside, waiting for someone to show. Nothing happened. Reba braced himself against the wall on the other side of the door.
Yank that door open, and I'll lay down a few loads.
Bolan pulled the door wide open.
Reba triggered several bursts, arcing his muzzle right to left until the M16 magazine was empty. The moment he had stopped firing, Bolan went in fast, hitting the floor inside and rolling to the left. He held his M16 ready for use as he scanned the confines of the room. It was bare of furniture of any kind, and there was no one else in the room. He climbed to his feet, double-checking the room. It was empty. Stengard had disappeared. Bolan spotted the exit door on the far side of the room. He moved to it, flattening against the wall beside it.
You want me to stay here?
Go to where they have Buchanan and Kaplan. Stay close.
You got it.
As Reba disappeared, Bolan snatched the door handle, pushed it open, and peered out. An empty stretch of corridor lay before him. At the far end, an open door showed daylight. Bolan went down the corridor fast and headed toward the light. Valance had come around the corner in time to see Oren Stengard pushing open the door that led outside. He had an auto pistol in one hand and a transceiver in the other.
The situation is unclear, but maybe going bad.
Valance followed and paused at the open door, checking outside. Wide lawns spread away from the building to a high-security fence 400 yards distant. On the far side of the fence, thick woodland hid the facility from sight. Stengard was still talking into the transceiver, the handgun at his side.
Meet me at the helipad.
Valance picked up the sound of a helicopter coming in toward them. It swooped down from overhead, swinging around to approach the area 50 feet from where Stengard was standing. It was a drab-colored Boeing CH-47 Chinook, a heavy transport chopper used extensively by the U.S. Army. Valance wondered why Stengard was calling it in. Reinforcements, or a means of taking Doug Buchanan and his bio-couch away? The reason was of secondary importance to her. Valance had only one thing on her mind, the fact that the man standing in front of her had killed her partner, shot him down in cold blood without a trace of regret or concern, and for no other reason than to make a point. Valance knew she was letting her emotions dictate her actions. She didn't give a damn about that, just as long as that cold bastard didn't get away with what he had done. She launched herself from the door, crossing the lawn with long, powerful strides to quickly close in on Stengard. The beat of the Chinook's twin rotors deadened any sound she might have made, so Stengard didn't know she was there until she slammed into him, the force of her attack knocking him to the ground. He hit face down, the breath driven from his lungs, the transceiver flipping from his grip. He lay for seconds, stunned by the force that had put him down, and in that time Valance went for his gun hand. The heavy boots she was wearing made good weapons. She pounded down on his gun hand, breaking 2 fingers, then kicked the gun aside as it slipped from his grasp. As Stengard raised his head, blood streaming from his nose where he had hit the ground, Valance launched a kick that impacted against the side of his head. Stengard tasted blood in his mouth. He rolled with the blow and for the first time recognized his attacker. He had no time to register anything else because Valance kicked him again, the toe of her boot catching him on the left cheek, opening a ragged wound that streamed blood down his face. He arced over on his side, trying to ward off her continuing attack, and failing. Valance's next kick took him in the stomach. The kick turned him on his back, and Stengard kicked out with both his feet and hands, desperately attempting to gain some distance from the enraged woman. She swiftly crouched down and scooped up something from the grass, Stengard's own gun, stood, and pointed it at him.
God damn you, bitch! Don't you know who I am?
Why don't you tell me? I might be so stunned I'll surrender.
I could have you arrested and shot for what you've done!
I'm glad you brought the subject up. Gutless excuse for a man.
What are you gonna do? Kill me? A senior officer of the United States Army?
Really? You could have fooled me.
The Chinook was hovering 10 feet off the ground, sideways on. The side door, situated just behind the flight cabin, had been opened to reveal a figure manning an M60E1 machine gun he carried cradled in his arms. Valance, still in a high state of anger, hadn't even turned to look at the helicopter. As she raised the pistol she had picked up, Stengard turned toward the Chinook and raised a hand, jerking it in Valance's direction. Bolan took in the whole scene as he came through the open door. Valance standing over Oren Stengard, her pistol aimed at him. The hovering Chinook with the door gunner arcing the barrel of his M60 toward Valance. Bolan raced across the grass, bringing up his M16. The 5.56mm slugs clanged against the Chinook, close to the open door. The machine gunner jerked back, losing his aim before he could fire, giving Bolan the added seconds he needed to reach Valance. He saw her startled expression as he came up to her, moving fast and reaching out with his left arm. Bolan hit her sideways on, the force of their coming together sending them both off balance. The door gunner regained control and brought his weapon online again.
A stream of 7.62mm rounds barked in and tore up clumps of grass and earth. Bolan rolled Valens and himself clear. He pushed her aside and rose to one knee. Shouldering the M16, he aimed and fired at the door gunner. His first burst hit the gunner's shoulder. The next took him in the chest, kicking him back inside the chopper. The gunner unwittingly kept his finger on the M60's trigger, the muzzle spitting fire and spraying the Chinook's interior with the heavy burst. What happened inside the Chinook would never be known, but it had a visible effect. The chopper surged nose up, then slipped sideways and started to tilt toward the ground. Bolan had already hauled Valens up, turning her and pushing her back toward the R&D building when the Chinook started to yaw. Behind them, Oren Stengard was on his feet, taking advantage of Valens being pulled away from him. He saw Bolan grab the woman and head for the building. Then he heard the faltering sound of the Chinook. He felt the brush from the rotor wash and turned to see what was wrong. What he saw was the dark bulk of the huge machine sliding in his direction, losing height with startling speed. The whirring blades of the aft engine slashed down at the ground. The first tip struck, the rotor bent and snapped into fragments. He felt something strike a hard blow to his left arm, and when he looked down, his limb had been completely severed just above the elbow. Bolan and Valens were feet away from the open door when the Chinook blew, sending a ragged swell of fire across the grassed area. The fire had a life of its own, expanding rapidly and throwing out heat that was intense enough to almost scorch their clothing. Debris began to rain around them. The billowing fire engulfed the metal carcass of the chopper. It burned the grass brown and shriveled leaves on the trees beyond the perimeter fence. Valens slumped against the frame of the door, staring at the ravaged helicopter.
Did we do that?
I don't think it was divine intervention.
Reba had closed the door to the room. After he had done what he could to tend his wound with Kaplan's help, he remained in the background, trying to make sense of what he was watching. The sight of Doug Buchanan stretched out on the bio couch had thrown him for a moment. The process had moved rapidly, and Buchanan had reached a stage where he was in a kind of limbo, neither fully himself nor completely integrated. Kaplan had explained this was a delicate stage in the process. In another hour or so, Buchanan would take the short step from his normal existence into his new life. When that happened, he would be part of the bio couch.
Doug and the couch blend into a single organism, each dependent on the other. A kind of cybernetic organism. Man and machine working as a single unit.
Like that guy on TV? The $6 Million Man?
A reasonable analogy, perhaps. Only Doug won't be running around bending steel doors and overturning cars. He will, if we take this to its logical conclusion, be on board the Zero platform, controlling its functions and providing his human intellect toward making important defensive decisions.
That's where you got me, Doug. You're telling me Doug is going to be in orbit? Stuck in space with nothing but a deluxe computer to keep him company?
There's a lot more to it than that, Joshua. If we get out of this in one piece and time allows, I'll explain. Right now, my concern is Doug.
Yeah. Sorry, Doc. Just ignore me.
Bolan led the way back through the building. They encountered no resistance.
Where the hell are they?
Maybe Ryan has made a discreet withdrawal.
Ryan doesn't have the brains to do anything discreet. That guy's seriously nuts. He'll be around somewhere regrouping. He hasn't quit on us yet.
We're still one player short. Senator Eric Stahl.
Stahl had his driver stop the car short of the R&D building when the Chinook exploded. He saw the flame and smoke rising into the air at the rear of the building.
What the hell was that?
Stahl's driver was one of Ryan's men, named Curtis. The man opened the car door and stepped outside, reaching for the cell phone in his pocket.
Hey, Ryan, what's going on? I got the senator here with me out front of the building. You want us to come in or what?
Curtis ended his call and returned to the limousine. He waited while Stahl lowered his window.
Prisoners got free. They're inside, somewhere. Cal suggests we back off until he gets things under control again.
What was the explosion?
The Chinook Colonel Stengard called in to uplift Buchanan and his baby couch.
I believe you will find it's a deal more sophisticated than a baby couch.
Whatever you say, Senator. Anyhow, it seems this Belasco guy took the chopper down.
Stahl settled back in his seat. First Randolph walking away free and clear. Then that little bastard Behringer jumping ship. That had been a bad loss. The information Behringer had fished out of the damaged files from the Zero facility would have proved extremely useful. However, there had been compensation in the form of Saul Kaplan showing up when they finally caught up with Buchanan. Stahl wondered just exactly what Ryan had meant about the prisoners getting free. How many did they shoot? Was Buchanan still in their hands? Was anything going to go right? He thought of calling Ryan, but he decided it wasn't a good idea. He took out his cell phone and speed-dialed Stengard. All he got was a dead signal. The damned phone wouldn't even connect. Stahl was going to take Ryan's advice and make a retreat for the time being. His trip to SAC had been to speak with Velasco. The call he had received from Kaplan's lodge had startled him. How had Velasco gotten his computer password? There was more than enough in those files to implicate a dozen people, military and political. Stahl had spent time and money gaining the kind of information certain to ensure cooperation from any one of the people in his own files. The data was for self-protection. If he needed to bail himself out, he could use the information to blackmail, coerce, or damned well scare certain influential people. His data was his get-out-of-jail card. He intended to survive, one way or another, and if others had to go down to save his skin, then so be it. Cal Ryan viewed the burning wreckage of the Chinook with more than a trace of regret. Its loss was going to make things difficult. Worse than the crippled helicopter was the body of Oren Stengard. Ryan stood for a moment, head bent in silent respect. He was bitter over Stengard's death, but all he could do to make it right was to find Velasco and the woman. They had been seen with Stengard shortly before the Chinook had been brought down.
Cal, they're back inside the building. Velasco and the woman. And that Apache bastard is in the room along with Buchanan and the doc.
Let's go. We need the girl and Velasco alive for now. Leave the room as it is. They can't go anywhere. Keep out of sight, but watch the place.
Bolan and Valens reached the corridor where the room was situated. It looked clear.
Stop. Too damn quiet.
Where are Ryan's stormtroopers? I'd expect them to be crawling all over the place.
We'll back off until I can figure out what's going on.
Okay. Get down!
There was a stark white flash that seared their eyes, a savage crack of sound pounding their ears, making them hurt under the pressure. Bolan threw out a hand to make contact with Valens. He failed to connect. He stumbled blindly, hitting the wall. Someone had thrown a stun grenade. He had used them himself in the past and knew that sight and vision would return, but not soon enough to prevent their being overpowered. Bolan felt hands grab him, wrench the M16 from his grip, and strip off his harness and the sheathed knife. All this with him unable to see or hear his attackers. He didn't even realize the blow was coming. He pitched into a silent black void.
Yes.
Ryan, Senator. We have Velasco and the woman. You said you needed to talk with him.
Have some of your men bring them to the old Stahl warehouses, east of the Washington rail yards. You know where I mean?
I know it, Senator.
We may need to have a serious talk with Velasco. I prefer privacy. It could be too risky, me being on site at the moment. You understand my position, Ryan?
I understand, Senator. One other thing. Not good news. Colonel Stengard is dead. He was killed when the chopper was brought down.
Well, Mr. Ryan, it seems a field commission is in order. How do you feel about taking over? Are you still in?
Do my best to match up to the Colonel, Senator. It won't be easy. He was the best.
Take control of the situation in there. We can't afford to lose Buchanan at this point. Make sure he does nothing once he is capable of making contact with Zero. Let me know when that happens, and we'll make certain we end up with total control.
Senator, we're sailing pretty close to the wind here. You still think we can bring this off?
I'm aware of all of Stengard's contacts. They still have the equipment and people in the right positions. If we can get control of Zero, then we have the strongest card of all, and this game is going to be ours. Ryan, no one ever achieved anything of significance without risk. What the hell, man? Do you want to live forever?
Senator, I can see how you got to be where you are.
Keep Buchanan alive until you limit the damage down there.
Stahl cut the call and leaned forward.
You hear that, Curtis?
Yes, sir. Shame about the Colonel, but we're not in the business of baking cakes. People get hurt.
Exactly. Curtis, head back to Washington. Rail yards near Union Station. I'll direct you when we get close.
Doesn't sound like we're going to a party, Senator.
Depends on your concept of what a party is, Curtis.
The black SUV swung in through sagging metal gates, bumping over potholes and through deep puddles. A rust-streaked sign proclaimed Stahl Warehousing. Within the high mesh fencing, the blocks of large storage buildings were dark and run down. The main company had ceased using them years ago. The area was littered with debris. Behind the SUV came a second vehicle, a dark-colored sedan. Backup. It was close to dusk. Shadows were creeping out from the corners and spreading across the site. It was raining again, and the gray sky was heavy with swollen clouds. The SUV eased in through half-open doors, rolling inside the cavernous building. It came to a stop close to where offices had once been the operational hub of the Stahl distribution center. The sedan stayed outside, armed hardmen climbing out to keep watch. The rear doors of the SUV were opened. Bolan and Valens were hauled out. Although they were reasonably recovered from the effects of the stun grenade, Bolan remained silent, as if he were still under the influence. He had to be pushed around to make him do anything, and failed to react when spoken to. The hard men who had accompanied them to the warehouse gathered in a loose group. There were 4 of them, 3 carrying M16s, and the 4th a combat shotgun. All wore holstered pistols. The sound of an engine starting reached them. The sound rose as the limousine carrying Eric Stahl rolled down the warehouse and came to a stop alongside the SUV. Curtis got out and walked to the rear door. He opened it, and Stahl emerged. He crossed to where Bolan and Valens stood.
This is Belasco?
This is a guy.
He doesn't look all that special to me. How in hell did he get away causing so much damage?
Simple, Senator. He's good. Have to give him that. He's a nervy son of a bitch.
And this must be Agent Valens. What a waste. A good-looking woman like this shouldn't be running around shooting off guns. Her place is in the bedroom, giving special service.
Senator, if that was true, I'd expect to handle real men. So you wouldn't even be on my client list.
Stahl's face hardened and his eyes blazed with sudden anger.
Ow!
His bunched fist caught Valens across the mouth. She sprawled on the dirty floor, head down, blood dripping from her lips.
No respect. One of today's problems. What's wrong with him?
Effects of the stun grenade. Takes longer to wear off some people.
Jesus, that's all I need. I have to question this man. I'm paying all this fucking money, and what do I get? Shit by the wagon load.
For a moment, Stahl lost it. All his disappointments, setbacks, and losses boiled to the surface in a flash of white-hot rage. He lunged forward, swinging his fists at the man he knew as Belasco. They never landed. Bolan erupted into action, knocking aside Stahl's ill-judged attack. He caught hold of the senator's coat and hauled the man up close, then swung him around to collide with the nearest hard man. Stahl bowled into him, pushing him off balance. Bolan ducked under Stahl's flapping arms, snatched the pistol from the hard man's holster, and jabbed the muzzle into his former owner's side. Bolan turned and took long strides toward the parked SUV. He dropped to the floor and rolled under the vehicle, aware he only had seconds before they came after him. He was almost out the other side when the hand gripping the pistol snagged against something under the chassis. The gun was torn from his grip. Bolan heard it clatter across the concrete, lost in the shadows. He came out on the far side of the SUV, pushing to his feet and into the shadows near the empty offices. The belated crackle of M16s followed him, slugs snapping and chewing at the office block, tearing out splinters of wood and shattering glass.
God damn! Spread out!
Find him!
Bring in the guys from outside!
Don't let him get away!
Bolan spotted a flicker of movement close by his left side, the subdued glimmer of light on the metal of a shotgun. At the same time, someone closed in from the front. Bolan reacted instantly. He moved out of his cover, his upper body twisting, bringing him around to face the shotgunner, his hands reaching to grasp the weapon. The shotgunner hadn't been expecting his target to confront him. His delay was all Bolan needed. The executioner wrenched the shotgun from his hands, swiveling the deadly weapon and driving the hardwood butt into the gunner's face. The gunman's hands reached up to cover his bleeding face. A rush of sound warned Bolan of a second attack. An M16 loosed a burst that sent slugs reaching into the shadows way off target. Bolan sourced the position of the shooter. He was facing the target, the shotgun on track, finger against the trigger. Dropping to a crouch in a fraction of a second before the man fired again, Bolan triggered the shotgun, sending the powerful charge into the black suit's lower torso.
Fucking son of a bitch!
The sound came from the ex-shotgunner. His left hand was still pressed to his bloody face. Bolan, still crouching, saw the man fumbling for the handgun he carried. Bolan jacked a slide and fired into the bulk of the man's body, the charge ripping its way through flesh and muscle. The shotgunner went down in a tangle of flailing limbs and mushrooming gouts of blood.
This way! Close in!
Others were closing on his position. He turned, pushing deeper into the shadows around the office block, shouldering aside piles of debris, broken packing cases, and stacks of wood. Bolan's exit from the building was an open gap where a wooden door had once hung. Now the opening led directly into the rain-drenched night. There was no easy, comfortable way of doing it. Bolan paused only briefly, working the slide to put another round in the shotgun's breech, then went through and outside. The crackle of auto fire followed him, bullets chewing at the door frame, blowing a hail of splintered wood in Bolan's wake. He turned away from the door, ignoring the heavy downpour that soaked him in seconds. The rain was bouncing off the ground, silvery sheets driven by the wind that was gusting around the sprawl of empty industrial buildings. Bolan moved on, shots following him, the snap and zip of passing bullets, spurring him to find cover before luck gave up on him. He couldn't allow that to happen. There were too many scores to settle, too much to be exposed. Off to his right, a dark figure ran from behind cover, lifting a weapon. Flashes of fire and the crackle of shots forced Bolan to alter his course, and he took a headlong dive behind piled wooden packing crates. He rolled across the rain-drenched concrete, hearing the burst of fire chew and splinter the crates. Coming to his knees, the soldier swung around, picking up the slap of feet as his attacker closed in, maybe believing he had hit his target. Bolan picked up the man's sharp breathing as he bulled his way around the end of the crates, overconfidence allowing him to step into the open, his gaze searching the gloom behind the stack. The shotgun was already up and leveled, and Bolan stroked the trigger as the guy appeared. The shadows were briefly lit by the spout of fire from the muzzle. Bolan crouched to pick up the M16 the man had dropped. He slung it by the strap, then eased back into the gloom. Night had fallen quickly. The darkness didn't worry Bolan. It was his ally, providing cover as he prowled the site, seeking the enemy. He had become the hunter now. In this savage world of betrayal and deceit, where men had turned against their own country to aid one man's selfish desires, there would be no mercy this night. Mack Bolan had turned the game around. He had the advantage because he had seen the face of his enemies, and he was moving in for the kill. A nearly full magazine was in the M16. It was enough for what he had to do here. The noise of the rainfall covered his movements. Bolan skirted the immediate area and worked his way around to the front of the warehouse, where he and Claire Valance had been brought. Crouching behind a stack of metal, he saw the parked sedan, one man waiting beside the car. Bolan shouldered the M16, taking his time as he made his target and put the guy down with a burst that cored in through the back of his skull. The impact threw him face down on the concrete. The soldier moved immediately, staying low as he closed in on the building. He flattened against the door and peered inside. He could see the parked SUV and Stahl's limo. A number of figures stood around the area, clothing wet from exposure to the rain. Bolan's pursuers had regrouped for a council. He could see Valance slumped on the floor, her back against the limo. Senator Stahl and his bodyguard were there, too. Bolan went in through the door, staying in the deeper shadows as he moved to bring the group within range. Choosing his position, the soldier laid the shotgun on the ground, bringing the M16 into position. He had flicked the selector to single shot. He braced himself against the top of a steel drum, setting the assault rifle on his first target. There was no hesitation in Bolan's actions. Distance sniping was a skill he had acquired a long time ago during his own military service, and that skill never went away. His finger gently took up the trigger slack. The M16's muzzle locked onto the target. He took his time, fixing the distance in his mind. His finger squeezed the trigger. He heard the shot, felt the M16 kick against his shoulder, and immediately switched to the next target. Now that he had his range, Bolan continued his sniping, firing before his first target had hit the floor. A second man spun away from the group. The cartridge cases clinked against the concrete at Bolan's feet. He angled the muzzle around for his third shot, seeing the surviving three gunners splitting apart. He locked on and fired again, caught one directly between the shoulders, sending him in an ungraceful dive. The man hit the floor face down, the impact hard and uncompromising. Stahl's bodyguard reached out and hauled the senator aside, pushing him behind the cover of the SUV. Bolan fired at the vehicle, seeing a window implode and holes punched through the body panels. Movement caught the executioner's eye. Bolan saw one of the remaining hard men bending over Valance. The guy hooked his left arm under her and dragged her upright. His intention was clear, to use Valance as a shield. Bolan brought the M16 on track, his muzzle focused on the man's head. Bolan knew he had a thin window before the guy had Valance fully in position, covering his body with hers and using her as a bargaining chip. Bolan didn't dwell on the moment. He shut down his emotions, ignoring the pale mask of Valance's face as she put up a struggle. but he did see the bright smears of blood standing out against the flesh of her face. He fired. The M16 cracked. The 5.56mm bullet took the man above his right eye, snapping his head back. Valance had dropped to her knees, but not out of weakness this time. Bolan saw her lean over and pick up the dropped M16, hold it close to her body as she used the side of the limo to push to her feet. Bolan allowed a thin smile to edge his mouth. He had to give her credit. Whatever else, Claire Valance was no quitter. He spotted movement on the far side of the warehouse, a dark figure scuttling toward the door. Bolan went after him. The hard man saw Bolan's determined figure and brought up his rifle, triggering wild shots as he kept moving. The soldier ignored the chipping concrete, pausing to shoulder his own weapon. He fired twice, his shots taking the moving man through the side of his torso, shattering ribs and tearing organs. Bolan turned away, heading back to where the two vehicles were parked. Somewhere in the shadows beyond were Stahl and his bodyguard. And closer was Valance. Bolan picked up the pace and reached the SUV. Valance had vanished. Silence descended over the warehouse. The crackle of an M16 alerted Bolan to Valance's presence. He heard the bullet clang against steelwork. There was a rush of movement. Then a handgun returned fire. Bolan moved past the SUV, his M16 across his chest. He peered into the shadows at the distant end of the warehouse, trying to make out shapes. Something warned him of a presence. The executioner turned, bringing the rifle into target acquisition. A bulky shape lunged at him, slammed bodily into it. Bolan fell back. A hard object cracked against the side of his head, and he felt hot blood course down the side of his face, soaking the collar of his black suit. He struck out with the M16, felt the butt make contact. The brief seconds of hesitation gave Bolan the chance to see his adversary. It was Stahl's bodyguard, Curtis. Curtis lunged at Bolan again, bringing his handgun in line for a shot. Bolan dropped to the floor, sweeping his leg around and knocking Curtis off his feet. Curtis hit the concrete. The executioner rolled, then sat up, saw Curtis recovering, and clubbed him across the side of the head with the M16. The blow spun Curtis away. He lost his grip on the pistol, struggling to shake off the effects of the head blow. They got to their feet together, Curtis bloody-faced and uncoordinated. Bolan set now as he reversed the M16 and put two shots into his target. The 5.56mm slugs cored through Curtis's chest cavity and into his heart, punching him off his feet. This time, the bodyguard didn't get up.
Velasco! Over here!
Bolan followed the sound of her voice and found her with Stahl. The senator looked disheveled, his expensive suit streaked with dirt and oil from the warehouse floor. A bloody smear marred the side of his face. His lips were split and bleeding. He was backed up against the side of the SUV, hands partway raised as Valance covered him with the M16.
Jesus, get this bitch off me! She's crazy enough to kill me.
You want my help?
I'm a United States Senator. I have more influence than you realize. Harm me, and I swear to—
Stahl, shut your mouth. Because of you, people are dead. My partner included. Murdered by that sick buddy of yours, the late Colonel Stengard. Right now, your status is down to less than nothing.
Senator, when the information in those files is made public, your government takeover is going to disappear. Once the president has the details, every one of your conspirator friends will feel the cold. You know what they do with traitors? Lock them away in a secure federal facility and lose the key.
Velasco, it doesn't need to happen that way. We can work this out. Do you realize how wealthy I am? The Stahl Corporation is my legacy. I have more money than the Federal Reserve. I can make an accommodation for you and the young woman. Think about it, Velasco. It has to be better than this. Risking your life for what? Some vague notion of justice and democracy? People get themselves killed, but nothing really changes. Money is power. It buys off the troubles of the world. Now, how does your job stack up to that?
Pretty good.
I don't understand. What's so good about your life?
It allows me to deal with people like you, Senator. We'll just sit you down here, and I'll put in a call to a friend who'll arrange a pickup. I'm sure you'll have a lot to tell the feds.
Bolan removed a pair of plastic riot cuffs from a pocket of his black suit and braceleted Stahl. Moments later, the black SUV drove out of the warehouse, Bolan at the wheel. Claire Valance sat in the passenger seat beside him. The stormy weather closed around the SUV as the soldier drove through the site's rusty gates, leaving Eric Stahl and his dreams of power in a heap on the dirty floor of the deserted warehouse. Bolan had used Stahl's cell phone to call Brignola at the Justice Department and arrange for a team to pick up the senator, and to tell him Stengard was dead. Maryland lay ahead, and closure. Valens had loaded both M16s. She rested them against her knees as she stared out through the windshield of the SUV.
Do you think Ryan will hurt Joshua, Saul, and Doug?
If he realizes there are no more options, he might use them as bargaining chips. Stengard is dead. Ryan won't know about Stahl.
The problem is, we can't be sure who worked for who in this damn town. Ryan may call in help from someone we don't even have a clue about.
I think we have that covered.
He took out the cell phone he had appropriated from Stahl, along with an SAC keycard. He was hoping the card might let them get inside the R&D building. Bolan tapped in the number that would connect him with Stony Man. It was time to get the backup on stream.
Price.
It's me. Have Stahl's files revealed anything about insiders leaking information?
Wait until you hear.
Just the bare bones.
Bear has names our friendly senator was keeping in his files. You wouldn't believe the stuff he had on people. That man is seriously sick. The upshot is there have been a number of arrests in Washington, 2 on the White House staff. One was a woman who had access to confidential presidential databases. Senator Stahl is going to have to answer some awkward questions. Just a second. Hal's on the other line.
Stryker, the pickup team is on the way. We'll have Stahl on ice within the hour.
It's over, thank God.
Not quite. I'm on my way back to the Stahl weapons facility in Maryland. Buchanan and Kaplan are still there. I need to get them out, so we're not in the clear yet. Give me a little time before you send in the troops. Hold them off. Local enforcement as well.
What's been going on there?
A little in-house upset.
More likely a rehearsal for World War III. I picked up on some disturbance there. I had an idea you might be involved, so we clamped down on any interference. The President made it federal business and ordered everyone to stay clear, and I mean everyone. He has seriously upset a lot of people around town. I suspect the ones making the most noise are involved with Stahl and Stengard, because they sense something's up. It'll be interesting to see what happens when the dust settles. Locally, the story is something about possible radioactive leakage. Local cops have set a 2-mile exclusion zone. The President can't expect to keep it indefinite, so finish it fast.
Radioactive leakage. The man has some imagination.
They'll let you through. All you need to tell them is the code word, Peacemaker.
Who chose that? You?
Yeah?
Watch it. You'll be developing a sense of humor next.
Working with you, I need one. Call me when we can come in.
Bolan slowed the SUV as they approached the service road leading to the SAC facility. He killed the lights.
When Ryan isn't able to contact Stahl, he's going to start worrying. The guy's reckless, but I wouldn't say stupid. If he suspects things have gone bad, he'll look at his own position and what he can do to survive.
You don't think he'll just run?
Possibility. Like we already agreed, I think he'll consider his options. He could walk out and find the place surrounded, but he might just see Buchanan and Kaplan as bargaining pieces. He could use them to get himself and his men clear, use them as hostages, or not.
He could say to hell with it all and kill them, then take his chances.
He could do that too. The sooner we get in there, the better. Give him something else to think about.
Such as?
Who to shoot first, you or me?
I can see you'll be great fun on a date, Mike.
You set?
Yeah. You think Ryan might have men outside keeping watch?
There can't be that many left, but it's another possibility.
Bolan increased his speed along the service road, skirting the deserted main buildings and on toward the isolated R&D block. They approached the R&D building. It was shrouded in darkness, except for a few isolated security lights on tall poles dotted around the area. Bolan took the SUV up to the main door and braked. They sat and checked out the immediate area, but saw nothing, which didn't guarantee anything. Bolan picked up his M16, opened his door, and stepped out. The chill bite of the rain hit him. He ducked his head and made for the R&D door.
Jesus, where you guys been? You have problems or something?
The voice came from Bolan's right. Ryan had placed a man outside, and the guy had recognized the SUV, thinking it was part of the team returning from Washington. Bolan waited as the man closed in. Valens struck the sentry with the butt of the M16. The sentry folded forward to drop face down on the ground, his weapon clattering beside him. Bolan turned to see Claire Valens standing over the guard. The back of the guy's head was red with blood, and his neck had an unnatural twist to it. He checked the man's pulse. There wasn't one. They relieved the man of his weapons, an M16 and a sheathed knife. Bolan took the knife. He stripped the M16 and threw the various pieces into the darkness. The magazine went into one of his pockets. Valance kept watch as Bolan took the keycard from his pocket and swiped it through the card reader on the wall. The doors slid open. They went inside, crossing to the elevator doors. The soldier used the card again, and they entered the elevator. There were 4 levels to choose from.
Level 2. I was watching when Ryan took us down.
Ryan might have someone stationed by the elevator. Don't stick your head out too fast.
As if.
The elevator slowed and finally stopped. There was a pause before the doors slid open. Bolan and Valance stayed to the sides of the opening, waiting. A shadow fell across the opening, and Bolan heard the soft rustle of clothing. The muzzle of an M16 appeared, probing. Then, a head and shoulders. It was one of Ryan's hard men.
Somebody playing games?
He took another hesitant step, still unsure. It was a step too many. Bolan hit him full face with the butt of the M16, hard enough to put the guy down on his knees.
Valance, check outside.
Valance stepped over the man as Bolan grabbed his arm and hauled him inside the elevator. The hard man reached out to resist. He got one hand across Bolan's throat, fingers digging in. His effort pushed the soldier back against the elevator wall, and for seconds they struggled. Bolan let the M16 dangle from its sling as he fought back. He put his right palm under his adversary's chin and pushed back hard, feeling the pressure lift the guy onto his toes. He rammed his left hand into the guy's side. The knife he had taken from the sentry was in that hand. The blade slid in under the guy's ribs, cleaving flesh and internal organs as Bolan worked it savagely. Bolan's opponent then stiffened, his grip on the executioner's throat slackening as his own functions began to fail. He fell back, pulling himself off the knife, hands over the bleeding wound. As Bolan unslung his M16, the man slid to the floor of the elevator. Valance was crouching against the wall, her rifle covering the corridor. She glanced at Bolan, noting the bloody knife before he sheathed it. She said nothing. They walked the corridor, the soldier in the lead, Valance just behind, watching their backs.
The office Stengard used.
The door was ajar, so he moved to check the interior. The office was deserted, but showed signs of having been used. There were plastic cups on the desk, and he could smell the coffee they had recently held. Something caught his eye, a flickering TV monitor.
Stay by the door and keep watch.
Bolan moved inside the office and checked out the screen. It showed the room, a wide-angle view. He saw the couch with Doug Buchanan stretched out. Kaplan was at his side, talking to him. Dr. Menard and his assistants were at the computer station. Joshua Reba was there too, slumped on a framed chair under the watchful eye of a gunner. 4 more were in the room. Bolan recognized one of them as Cal Ryan. Ryan appeared agitated. The man had a cell phone in his hand. As Bolan observed, he punched in numbers, put the phone to his ear, and listened. From his reaction, it was obvious he wasn't getting any response. Bolan had turned off Stahl's cell phone. Ryan cut off the call and spoke to one of his men. The guy nodded and turned away. He went to the door and pushed it open and stepped out of the room. Bolan spun away from the TV monitor.
Valance!
The crackle of an M16 interrupted his warning. As Bolan reached the office door, Valance returned fire. Bolan cleared the office door. He saw Valance down on one knee, rifle to her shoulder as she traded shots with the hard man farther down the corridor. Bolan had the extra time to aim before the gunner spotted him.
You okay?
Only pissed because he took me by surprise.
Stay that way. It'll keep you sharp.
Comforting words.
They heard the door to the room crash open, and another gunner burst into the corridor, his weapon up and firing.
Ah!
A slug took Valance in the right shoulder. She was half-turned by the impact, stumbling and going down. Bolan caught sight of the wide-eyed expression of total shock on her face. He turned on the man and triggered a burst that hit the guy in the left hip, blowing away a chunk of flesh and bone. The guy went down, fumbling with his rifle. Bolan hit him with 2 more bursts, fragments of the guy's black suit flying as the 5.56mm slugs cored into his chest. The guy was flung back against the wall, leaving a bloody smear as he toppled to the floor. The second gunner had left the room. The crackle of gunfire that followed stirred Cal Ryan to action.
Time to get the hell out of here.
Cal, what is going on?
Shit is going on. I can't get through the stall. We're stuck in this damn place with no backup. Any bright ideas?
We can use these people as hostages?
And who do we negotiate with? Boys, we don't have a line to anyone.
Oh, this is bad. This is the worst fucking deal I ever signed up for.
And the first one of you hotshots who agrees, I'll shoot his eyes out. The options have narrowed, boys. Stay and we'll end up dead. We make a run for it, we might get clear. No guarantees. Personally, I prefer the second choice.
But there might be a squad out there, waiting to blow our heads off or something.
Only one way to find out. I'm betting there's only that son of a bitch Belasco. The bastard outgunned Stahl and the escort. That's why I can't get through to Mr. High and Mighty Senator.
You could be wrong, Cal.
Everything you do has a positive and negative side. Of course I could be wrong.
So how do we get out of this room?
Any stun grenades left?
I got one.
Toss it down a corridor. As soon as it goes off, we vacate this place. Head to the rear door and lose ourselves in the woods beyond the perimeter fence. Then we commandeer a vehicle and get back to the safe house. Don't forget the cash reserve the Colonel kept for emergencies. Change of clothes, clean car. We can lose ourselves before anyone can locate us.
What about this bunch?
What the hell? Dead or alive isn't going to make a difference to us. Leave them. We need the ammunition.
The hard man with the stun grenade slung his M16, moved to the door, and opened it wide. Ryan and the remaining gunners stood to the side, waiting. The guy with the stun grenade reached up to pull the pin. Joshua Reba watched the proceedings with interest. He had noticed the crumbling of their resolve. Right now, it was at its lowest, and he knew his chance was coming fast. Since Ryan and his men had taken control of the room, Reba had been hoping something might offer him a chance. He had surrendered because he'd had no option. The odds were too great, and the threat to Buchanan and Kaplan forced him to reach his decision. It was like Belasco had said, staying alive meant you could get another chance. Once you were dead, nothing else mattered. As the hard man started to arm the stun grenade, Reba slipped off his chair, braced himself, and took a lunging run across the room. Before Ryan and the other hard man realized what was happening, Reba hit the guy with the grenade from the rear. The momentum of his charge took the pair out the door and into the corridor. They went to the floor, sliding across the smooth surface to crash against the far wall. The stun grenade rolled from the hard man's fingers. He struggled to free himself from Reba's embrace. The PI hung on, circling his adversary's neck with his left arm, bracing his right hand against the back of the guy's skull. He closed the loop, cutting off the man's air, and squeezed until sweat popped from his forehead.
No way. This time, the Apache wins.
In the background, Reba heard gunfire. He half expected to feel bullets burn into his body. It didn't happen. His adversary was still struggling. Reba increased the pressure, then jerked back against the man's neck. There was a soft crunching sound, and the hard man beneath Reba stopped his struggling. He simply went limp in the PI's grip.
Keep your hand over the wound. Pressure on it.
Go. Don't let him get away.
Bolan snatched up his M16. Ryan had reached the end of his patience. Without another word to his comrade, Ryan burst through the door and swung left, vanishing from sight. The man hesitated for a fraction of a second, then followed. He saw the two men on the floor and Ryan running down the corridor. Then he made the mistake of looking back along the corridor in the other direction, and saw Belasco heading his way. He raised his rifle into position and triggered the weapon, feeling the M16 jerk in his hands and seeing his shots hitting the wall and floor. Calm down, he cautioned himself. The guy's only human. He felt something hit his left thigh. His leg went from beneath him and he started to fall. A burst of pain swelled up from his leg. He was hit again. He felt himself pushed back against the wall. This time, the pain was in his chest. A burning sensation seared the man's throat, and he tasted liquid that frothed from his mouth, warm and bloody. He hung against the wall, weakening rapidly. A dark shape moved by him. He tried to see who it was, but he couldn't raise his head. He was sure a cold sensation swept over him as the shape moved by. Something that left him with a chill. It had to have been Belasco, or the specter of death. Just before he slipped into unconsciousness, he realized they were one and the same. Cal Ryan hit the exit door and stumbled into the rain-lashed gloom. Security lamps threw yellow streams of light across the lawned area. Ryan caught sight of the burned-out helicopter. His choices were thin. Make his way around the R&D building and see if he could get a vehicle, or go for the perimeter fence and lose himself in the dense woods on the other side. That option didn't worry him. Ryan had active experience of evasion tactics. His only concern would center around whether there were military or police units out there. He had no way of knowing whether Belasco had called in backup. The man, whoever he was, seemed to have the knowledge to anticipate and counter opposition moves. His ability to maneuver himself out of difficult situations showed he was no novice. Far from it. Ryan's thoughts raced through his mind as he moved away from the door and out into the open. The ground was soft from the downpour. The rain, pushed by the ragged wind, was cold. It penetrated his black suit and chilled his flesh. He raised his rifle, ready to move off, his decision to go over the perimeter fence finalized. Bolan saw the open door and increased his pace. Once Ryan got into the clear, he might easily slip away unnoticed. Bolan wasn't going to let that happen. The opening loomed in the executioner's vision. He burst through the door and saw Ryan just ahead of him. The man was moving off. There was no time to slow down. Bolan didn't consider it. He hit Ryan from behind, driving the man to the ground. They rolled apart, each rising quickly, no more than a couple of feet apart. Ryan was grinning. He held his rifle across his chest, then pushed it at arm's length. He thrust and parried, butt and muzzle. Bolan used his own rifle to counter. They circled each other, testing, seeking the chance to strike. Ryan feinted, drew back, then struck. The flat of the stock clipped Bolan's cheek, splitting the flesh. The sight of the blood brought a gleam of anticipation to Ryan's eyes. He was sensing victory. Bolan eased off, adding to his adversary's sense of superiority. He lunged, carried his feint through again. Only this time the executioner saw it coming and countered the move. The M16s clashed, and the pair pushed to gain the advantage. Ryan threw a leg kick that glanced off Bolan's knee. He repeated his kick, missing as the soldier twisted to one side. He used the move to free his rifle, rolling a strike with the butt that clouted Ryan across the side of his head. The man stumbled, and Bolan kept the momentum, slashing out with the M16. The tip of the muzzle gouged Ryan's cheek, tearing it open to the bone. Blood surged from the gash, and Bolan struck again, to the body as well as the head. Ryan backed off, racked with pain. This wasn't going as well as he had anticipated. Velasco was good, maybe too good. The game playing hadn't been intended to go against himself. He dropped the M16 and grabbed for the pistol holstered at his side. He closed his fingers around the butt, lifting the weapon from the holster. Bolan slammed the M16 across Ryan's gun hand, putting all his strength to the blow. The crack of breaking bone was audible above the driving rain. He lifted his hand and stared at the split flesh and the shards of bone showing through.
Lessons are over, Ryan.
Ryan saw Bolan staring at him, his own battered, bloody face glistening from the rain. The look in the man's eyes unnerved Ryan. They were cold, empty of any compassion. Something snapped in Cal Ryan that drained away every vestige of his courage. For the first time in his life, he really knew what it felt to look death in the eyes and understand what it meant. He turned to run, but didn't take even one step before Bolan was on him. He caught hold of Ryan around the neck, spun the man, and tightened his grip. Ryan's feet left the ground as Bolan lifted him, arched his body, and snapped the man's spine with a brutal jerk. A spasm rippled along Ryan's frame, from his neck down to his feet. When it had played itself out, Ryan was a dead weight in Bolan's grip. The executioner released his burden, letting Ryan fall to the sodden ground, his open eyes staring, seeing nothing in the living world.
Jack and Jess, paid in full.
Price.
We're done. Let's get Kaplan and Buchanan out of here. Send in the medics for Reba and Valens. Let the locals have their day. We're out of here.
The biocouch's adjustments had been activated. Now it resembled a comfortable lounger with Buchanan in a full sitting position. Now that the process was complete, he was able to move about on the couch, arms free, with only thin membranes connecting him to the rest of the seat. Physically, Buchanan looked the same. If anything, he looked better than he had earlier.
How is he, Saul?
Ask him yourself.
He's fine, Mike.
Hard to know what to ask. This is new to me.
Join the club. All I can tell you is I'm feeling good.
The process, and now the biocouch, has taken over Doug's bodily functions. He'll benefit from the continuous replenishment of daily requirements far better than he would from normal input. The couch will monitor him full time, anticipate his needs, and supply what he requires.
And the cancer?
The couch will replace damaged cells and eliminate the cancerous ones on a daily basis. In other words, Doug's cancer won't advance as long as he remains in symbiosis with the couch. We hope in time that the cancer may completely vanish.
Looks like we're stuck with each other.
What about Zero?
The Air Force is arranging transport to move Doug. As soon as everything is in place, Doug will be taken up to the Zero platform and the biocouch installed. Now once that is completed, Doug will be able to activate the sequence that will bring Zero online.
And the rest is history. With luck.
Later, Kaplan joined Bolan in one of the offices for coffee, away from all the activity.
I haven't thanked you for what you did. I should do it now.
Has anyone told Doug about Jess?
Yes. It was the least I could do.
How did he take it?
Like Doug Buchanan. He'll do his grieving in his own way. When he gets up to Zero, he's going to have plenty of time for reflection.
It won't affect his ability to do his job?
Doug is a remarkable man, Mr. Belasco. I realized shortly after meeting him how resilient he is. An unusually stable and coherent individual. I believe he will cope with Zero and all it implies with ease.
And what about you? I thought you had thrown in the towel.
I deserve that, I suppose.
It wasn't meant as a criticism, Saul.
When I was a younger man, I was full of ideas to bring about a wonderful world. I would create machines to help humankind and serve my country. But the dreams of youth are easily seduced by the mistress of necessity. I allowed myself to be drawn into the creation of machines of destruction, all done in the name of national security, the defense of America. If we failed to remain strong, what hope was there for the rest of humankind? It all sounded so positive. I let myself run with the rest. You see, there was a certain glamour attached to it all. Working with the military, everything top secret, no expense spared. We created weapons and systems to protect America and the free world, whatever the free world is. My downfall was my own creativity. I was good at my job, perhaps too good. The military saw this and gave me a totally free hand. The jewel in my crown was Zero. When I first came up with the concept, even my military masters were doubtful it could be done. But I worked to convince them because the whole concept was mine and no one else's. Pride and a certain amount of vanity. I was determined to make the thing work. It took almost 6 months to actually get approval to reach the design stage. By this time, the Air Force Project Oversight Committee saw the positive benefits of the project. It took 2 more years to realize the concept on computer simulations. The possible integration of man and machine was totally new territory. We did small-scale trials, and the amazing thing was we got successful results from the start. What with international tensions, the Middle East troubles, Asia, you name it, there were too many things out of our control. So it was decided to go ahead with Zero. There was a need for something that would enable America to remain the strongest nation, capable of having the final say when things started to slip into insanity.
So you went ahead and built it.
Looking back, I suppose it was entirely presumptuous for the U.S. to make itself the ultimate decision-maker, holding the fate of the world in our hands. But we became overwhelmed by the project. I mean, there we were, right at the center of this thing. We watched it being created, built, then shipped into orbit and assembled. It took another 2 years to complete after that. I can still remember the day Zero came part way online. When that floating mass of metal and electronics came to life and started to feed us data, it was an incredible moment.
But?
It was like having your best and worst day ever, all rolled into one. The total reality of what we had done started to put pressure on me. My doubts began then. Doug was our subject for the bioconnection, and he was already undergoing the final implant surgery. His body was accepting the implants, and they were responding to neural stimulation. We still had a way to go. Then orders started to come through for us to progress to the final stages of the process, and something told me we were being asked to move too quickly. I tried to argue my objections. I was concerned about Doug, how this would affect him. I mean, this kind of thing was completely without precedent. We were moving into uncharted territory. Doug Buchanan was being turned into a new species almost. A man who would, if our conception worked, become one with a machine on a level never before considered. It's hard to put into words. I mean, what we were doing was close to blasphemy. We were about to take a human and bond him to a machine so that his living presence would meld with the metal and plastic. Doug Buchanan would become Zero once the bonding process was complete. Total fusion. There was no reversing the process. I started asking myself, if we had the right to do this to another human being. Doug had agreed because there was no future for him if he stayed as he was. There was no argument about his cancer. It would kill him. So his life would have been over in less than a year. He was given the choice and he took it. But I know without a doubt that he was helped in his decision by the hierarchy in the military. They saw Zero as the most advanced piece of hardware ever devised. You could almost see them drooling over the concept.
And once the thing was underway, the military wanted to speed the process?
Oh, yes. They saw their Zero platform orbiting in space, and they wanted it fully operational. I was given the reasons why. The change in world views in the wake of September 11th. Homeland defense. It was hard to disagree, because most of what was said rang true. So they began to push for Doug's integration sooner rather than later. When I objected, because I still had my concerns over that part of the system, they began to isolate me. They brought in their own people, took my authority away, and all my research data. It wasn't long before I began to see the way it was going. It wasn't national security any longer. It had become national superiority. In truth, the military wanted nothing more. I did my best to resist, but it's amazing to see how speaking out will cause the people you believed were friends to turn away when you come into a room. I had become an embarrassment to them. I can't entirely blame them. They had their own lives to consider, their jobs, but I had to express my views. The atmosphere became terrible. Finally, I saw the futility of it all. So, I resigned my position, which suited them ideally. I walked away. It occurred to me soon after that we haven't learned anything in the past 1,000 years except how to destroy each other. And there I was, a part of it. Look at us, Mr. Belasco. Supposedly the most advanced intelligent species on Earth. But we maim and destroy each other. We debase and defile life as if it doesn't matter. No other species does this kind of thing to its own. Only the human species. In the end, I opened my eyes. I saw the reality, and I didn't like it.
There's nothing wrong with your thinking, Saul. But what alternative do we have? Sit back and let the bad guys win? By doing nothing, that's exactly how they will win. Sure, lots of people felt like giving up and going home back on 9/11. But those who stayed at their workstations, in front of their computers, who stayed on the job, were the ones who showed the terrorists that they weren't going to win against us. I know we have a long way to go before we can settle global differences by the simple matter of talking. It would be nice if we could. In the meantime, what do we do about the people who refuse to come to the table, who openly defy national boundaries or ignore any other agenda but their own, and to hell with the rest of the world? Ignoring the bully only makes him think he's gotten away with it, so he keeps on doing it. Give him a bloody nose, and he'll consider his options harder next time. It's a sad fact, Saul, but that's the way it is.
So you're saying we have to have our Zero platform and all our other weapons if we want to survive?
Give me an instantly viable solution, Saul, and I'll be the first one out on the road tomorrow selling it.
You make a simple but effective argument. And I don't have an alternative solution. I accept, with regret, that you are right. And in that spirit, I had better go in and join the fray. If we have to have our ultimate weapon, I'm damned well going to make certain it's the best. Doug Buchanan deserves to be helped. I let him down before. I won't again. The Air Force isn't going to stop me. I'll give them their weapon. And I promise you, Mike, that I'll make life hell for them while I do it.
Later that day, Hal Brignola received a message that informed him of the death of one Hank Winston. The man who had been in business with Shang Cho-san was found dead on a lonely stretch of highway near Lake Charles, Louisiana. Winston had been shot twice in the back of the head. The killing had all the signs of a professional hit. Shang Cho-san had made good his promise to settle his score with Winston. The killer was never found. General Tung Shan was quietly removed from office a week later. He was summoned to a meeting at the winter house of his immediate superior, ostensibly to discuss his future. He entered the house at 11:05 a.m. on a crisp morning, when a sprinkling of snow had settled over the countryside. At 11:07, his black military limousine left. It returned to Tung's HQ, where the driver was assigned to become chauffeur to Tung's successor. The new general was already in residence in Tung's former office. All of Tung's belongings had gone. General Tung Shan was never seen again. His name was never mentioned officially, and all records of his existence in military files were deleted. His removal went partway to appeasing the members of the Pacific Rim Consortium, who had been depending on China to remove the threat they believed would be posed by the Zero option. Xiao Yong and the sole survivor of Shang Chosan's assault team were never seen again in China. Xiao decided that it wouldn't be wise for them to return to Seattle either. The pair eventually reached San Francisco, where Jung accessed the bank account that held the money he had arranged for the mission. The substantial amount, which they divided between them over a period of time, allowed both men to take up residence in the city while they debated their futures. After 3 months, they went their separate ways. They had both made the decision not to return to China. Xiao knew it would be a fatal mistake. He decided, with the large amount of money he had, to settle in America. He found the country less of an evil place than he had been led to believe. Not perfect, and with its own problems, the U.S. had much to offer. As with China, it had good and bad. On the whole, America had a larger percentage of good points. Xiao had no idea how long he might get away with his new life. Maybe one day he would turn around to find one of the quiet assassins from his homeland who had been assigned to find and settle accounts with the traitor. Xiao accepted that as part of the risk. In the meantime, he reasoned that he might as well enjoy his stolen life. 2 months after the incident at the R&D facility, Major Doug Buchanan initiated the unlock sequence code and watched Zero come alive around him. He sat in his bio-couch with the spread of his control command array in front of him and felt the platform hum into full life. Monitors and computers clicked online. Digital displays flashed with light. Buchanan activated his couch and it slid to the left, along the smooth rail it was mounted on, allowing him to check readout panels and scan the readiness of all the weapons systems. He spent the next 30 minutes assessing the whole gamut of screens and displays, adjusting and resetting where necessary. Only when he was satisfied with the platform's initial performance did he open the audiovisual connection that put him through to Saul Kaplan on Earth.
Good morning, Doug. You had us worried there for a moment. No problems?
No problems, Doc. We just wanted to be 100% online before coming on air.
That's good, Doug. Everything down here shows Zero is fully operational. We'll be spending quite some time running system checks and passing back anything we feel needs adjusting.
We'll be here, Doc.
Are you still feeling okay?
Yes. How else would we feel with a 24/7 health monitoring system up and running?
You know how I worry, Doug.
Any signs? You'll get the call. Looks like you have visitors this morning, Doc.
Big day for us all. You're generating a lot of interest.
Tell them not to worry. We're doing fine.
On Buchanan's array, a light flashed, and immediately the platform's defense system powered to full alert. He scanned the array, checking readout screens, and moved his couch to the far side of the main array.
Doug?
We picked up a warning from one of the proximity scanners. Our first customer.
Have you identified it?
Yes. It's a small piece of debris, probably from some old satellite that's been floating around for years. I guess we'll be getting those from time to time.
That's good, Doug. It shows Zero is working fine. I'll make a note about that debris. It's something we'll need to address.
Don't worry, Doc. It's what we're here for. We'll handle it.
Doug, I'll break it off for now, and let you carry on with diagnostic checks. Give me a call when you're ready, and we'll compare notes.
Will do. Zero Platform 1, signing off.
Mack Bolan, Zero Option is a graphic audio production. Copyright 2006, The Cutting Corporation. Performed by Terrence Azelford, David Coyne, Nanette Savard, Richard Rowan, Christopher Graybill, Casey Jones, Karen Carbone, Tim Carlin, Thomas Penny, James Lewis, James Konachek, Dolores King Williams, and Mort Shelby. Additional red shirts performed by the Dead Giveaways. Directed by Terrence Aselford. Vocal editing and graphic audio sound design by Temeskin Wobna and Chris Rowan. The Mack Bolan theme was composed by Chris Rowan. Additional original music by Matt Webb and Chris Rowan. Script adapted for graphic audio by Tanya Perez. Produced by Rick Rowan and Dwayne Beeman. Executive producers James Cutting, Mary Cutting, and Angie Cornett. If you enjoyed Mack Bolan, be sure to look for Don Pendleton's Stony Man and The Executioner. Available at roadstops everywhere at 1-800-670-5220 or at www.graphicaudio.net. Keep listening for previews of other graphic audio thrillers.